Nostradamus, born Michael de Nostradamus in December of 1503, Saint-Rémy de Provence, France, a 16th century physician, astrologer, and reputed seer, famous for his book Les Prophéties, published in 1555. This collection of 942 poetic quatrains is alleged to predict future events, and has been widely interpreted and speculated upon ever since its publication. Nostradamus initially practiced as a doctor and fought against the plague in several French cities, utilizing innovative methods to treat patients. However, his enduring fame certainly does rest on his prophecies, which his supporters claim to have foretold major world events, from the Great Fire of London even to the rise of the Third Reich, and, of course, some events in the 21st century have been added to the list. Skeptics, however, argue that his quatrains are deliberately vague, leading to multiple interpretations that can be retrospectively matched to any significant occurrence, thereby challenging the credibility of his predictions. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, good to meet you, and if you're coming back, great to have you with me again for another video. As always, if you want to support the channel, you're doing it right now. If you want to go above and beyond, the like and subscribe button help YouTube push this out to a broader audience, and those who want to go even further above and further beyond may refer to the video description. So now, without further ado, let's all get nice and relaxed and settle in. We'll first begin with a life of Nostradamus, talk a little bit about the man himself. Then we will go into details of his writings, details about his supporters, and a few words from his detractors. So let us begin. Nostradamus, baptized as Michael, was born in Saint-Rémy de Provence, in the Provence region of France, on either December 14th or December 21st in the year of 1503. His family's house, claimed as his birthplace, actually still stands today. He was one of at least 9 children born to Jacques de Nostradamus, a notary, and his wife Rainière, who was the granddaughter of Pierre de Saint-Rémy, a physician in the same town. The Nostradamus family reportedly had Jewish origins. As such, Michael's grandfather, Cresca, a grain and money dealer based in Avignon, converted to Catholicism around 1459. Upon converting, he adopted the Christian name Pierre and the surname Nostradamus, which translates to Our Lady, and commemorates the saint's day on which his conversion was celebrated. This background shows the family's complex cultural and religious history amidst the societal pressures of 15th century France, and you must remember that conversos were not quite treated as full Catholics. You had to wait a few generations until people had forgotten about your Jewish origins. That's just the way it was. Well, Michael's paternal lineage, can be traced back to Astruge of Carcassonne, who died around 1420. His siblings included Delphine, Jean, Pierre, Hector, Louis, Bertrand, and Jean II, along with Antoine. Details about Nostradamus' early life are scant, but it is traditionally believed that he was educated by his maternal great-grandfather, Jean de Saint-Rémy. However, this assertion is questionable, as Jean de Saint-Remy vanishes from historical records after 1504, which casts doubt on the extent of his influence or involvement in Nostradamus's upbringing. As such, this period in general of his life remains shrouded in mystery, with much left to speculation regarding the formation of his character and intellect during these formative years. Nostradamus's academic and professional journey began at an early age, when he enrolled at the University of Avignon at just 14 years old, aiming to earn his bachelor. His studies there included the trivium, grammar, rhetoric, and logic, which were foundational to a classic education. However, his time at Avignon was cut short when, little more than a year into his studies, the university was forced to close due to an outbreak of the plague. Following the closure of the University of Avignon, Nostradamus spent the next 8 years, starting from 1521, traveling across the countryside. During these travels, he delved into researching herbal remedies, a pursuit that likely stemmed from the widespread impact of the plague that he no doubt witnessed on his travels, and of course the closure of his university. A mixture of the circumstances and the free time that he found himself in great possession of. Of course, it was this period that was crucial in shaping his skills and interests in medicine, and of course the use of botanicals for healing. Which leads us to 1529. Nostradamus sought to formalize his medical knowledge by entering the University of Montpellier to pursue a doctorate in medicine. However, his time at Montpellier was brief and marred by controversy. You see, he was expelled shortly after his enrollment was discovered that he had previously worked as an apothecary, which is a profession that was looked down upon by the university's standards as a manual trade and banned by its statutes. Furthermore, his activities slandering doctors led to his expulsion, documented in the expulsion record from the university, which still exists in the faculty library. Well, despite this setback, he continued to work in the field he was familiar with, presumably returning to his work as an apothecary. He gained renown for creating a rose pill, a compound that he claimed could protect against the plague, and that's a pretty bold claim. This contribution to plague remedies enhanced his reputation, as he began to be referenced to as Doctor by some of his publishers and correspondents, despite the formal objections and his expulsion from Montpellier. This blend of formal education and self-taught expertise in herbal remedies defined Nostradamus's early career and set the stage for his later fame, both as a physician and as a fortune-teller. Now, in 1531, his life took another significant turn when he was invited by Jules César Scaliger, a renowned Renaissance scholar, to relocate to the city of Agen. It was here that he married a woman whose exact name remains unknown, though she is possibly known as Henriette d'Ancos. Together they had 2 children, but tragically, in 1534, Nostradamus suffered the profound loss of his wife and children, who presumably succumbed to the plague. Turns out those rose pills weren't so good after all. Well, either way, the personal catastrophe marked a turning point, prompting him to continue traveling extensively across France and possibly into Italy, Upon his return in 1545, he immersed himself in medical practice during a devastating plague outbreak in Marseille. He collaborated with Louis Serre, a prominent physician, demonstrating considerable skill and commitment in combating the disease. His efforts during this period solidified his reputation as a capable practitioner. After Marseille, he independently addressed further disease outbreaks in Salon de Provence and Aix-en-Provence, further establishing his medical credentials and reputation. In 1547, he settled in Salon de Provence, in a house that still stands today. This period of stability followed his marriage to Anne Ponsard, a wealthy widow, which significantly improved his social and also financial standing. Talk about hitting the jackpot with that one. Well, together they had 6 children, 3 daughters and 3 sons. Their family life was intertwined with significant civil projects, notably their investment in 1556 in the ambitious Canal de Craponne. This project, spearheaded by Adam de Craponne, aimed to irrigate the arid regions of Salon de Provence and nearby Desert de la Croix by diverting water from the river Durance. After a subsequent trip to Italy, Nostradamus began to shift his professional focus from medicine to the more esoteric realms of the occult. Quite a jump, don't you think? Well, during this period, following contemporary trends, he composed his first almanac in 1550, marking the occasion by Latinizing his name to Nostradamus, and that's how we get the name Nostradamus. He chose it himself. Now, the publication proved to be very successful, prompting him to produce similar almanacs annually. Over time, these publications amassed a total of at least 6,300 prophecies, alongside at least 11 annual calendars, each commencing on January the 1st, contrary to the common misconception that they actually started in March. The popularity of his almanacs drew the attention of nobility and other distinguished individuals from distant regions, who began seeking Nostradamus's horoscopes and also his psychic advice. Typically, he expected his clients to provide their birth charts, which were essential for these consultations, rather than creating them himself as a professional astrologer would. When he did have to calculate these charts, he often relied on the published astronomical tables of time, which led to frequent errors due to his failure to adjust the data for the client's specific birthplace or time. Perhaps motivated by this burgeoning interest, Nostradamus embarked on an ambitious project to compile a book of 1,000 quatrains, mainly in French. These quatrains would go on to comprise his famous prophecies, which remain widely recognized today. Anticipating potential religious objections to his prophetic writings, Nostradamus employed a variety of obfuscative techniques in his writing. For example, he utilized the Virgilianized syntax, engaging in wordplay and incorporating multiple languages such as Greek, Italian, Latin, and Provençal to veil the meanings of his verses, which of course just makes them open to even more interpretation, more different translations, and more speculation. The publication of these quatrains was undertaken in 3 separate installments. Due to the technical and perhaps logistical issues with the publishers, particularly the publisher of the final installment, who seemed reluctant to start in the middle of a century, that being a set of 100 verses, the last 58 quatrains of the 7th century did not survive in any known edition that we've yet to discover. Perhaps they're out there in some old archive somewhere, or buried under some parking lot. We just don't know. Now, Nostradamus' work, the Le Prophéties, elicited diverse reactions upon their publication. Some liked them, some did not like them. Just like with any book, I suppose. Well, to some, his obscure and enigmatic predictions branded him as a servant of evil, a charlatan, or even insane, a raving and rambling madman set loose with a pen and parchment. However, many among the French elite held a contrasting view, seeing value and perhaps even truth in his writings. Either way, they were very interesting. Notably, Catherine de' Medici, the wife of King Henry II of France, became one of Nostradamus's most ardent supporters and patrons. Catherine's interest in his work was piqued after reading his 1555 almanacs, which alluded to potential threats to the royal family. Understandably, she was more than a little alarmed by these hints of danger, was losing a little bit of sleep over it. Thus, she summoned Nostradamus to Paris to clarify his predictions and to create horoscopes for her and her children, seeking to understand the possible futures that he foresaw. Although Nostradamus was initially apprehensive about this royal invitation, fearing for his life and possibly anticipating accusations of heresy or sorcery, his relationship with the royal family ultimately proved fruitful and secure, which was extremely lucky because usually you don't get away with such things like that, at least not in the 16th century. Well, by the time of his death in 1566, he had risen to the prestigious positions of counselor and physician in ordinary to Catherine's son, King Charles IX of France. Now, his interactions with the Church and the broader fears of persecution for heresy underscore the precarious position of astrologers and prognosticators in the 16th century Europe. Despite the anxieties surrounding the orthodoxy of his work, astrology and prophecy were not categorized explicitly as heretical by the Church, which differentiated them from explicitly banned practices, like magic, for instance. Nonetheless, Nostradamus did certainly face scrutiny, and even imprisonment. Not for heresy, though, but for infractions against secular authority, such as his 1561 imprisonment at Magellan. This incarceration was due to his non-compliance with a royal decree that required prior episcopal approval for the publication of almanacs, a mandate that he breached with his publication of his 1562 almanac. It's kinda like how they got Al Capone on tax evasion. You know. Well, by the time 1566 rolled around, Nostradamus had been suffering from gout for many years, something that he certainly did not see coming. This debilitating condition had severely restricted his mobility, and ultimately developed into edema, a painful and more disabling swelling. In the late June of that year, aware of his failing health, Nostradamus took the prudent step of arranging his affairs. Now, he summoned his lawyer to draft an extensive will, through which he allocated his property, and a substantial sum of around 3,500 crowns, which is equivalent to roughly 300,000 US dollars today. He allocated this all to his wife, conditional upon her remaining unmarried. While the will stipulated that this inheritance would be held in trust for her sons until they reached the age of 25, and for his daughters until they were married. This document was soon followed by a shorter codicil, further detailing his last wishes. On the evening of July 1st, 1566, Nostradamus reportedly made a chillingly precise prediction to his secretary Jean de Chavigny, stating, "You will not find me alive at sunrise." And the next morning, he fulfilled his own prophecy. His body lying on the floor next to his bed on a bench. Nostradamus was dead. This event was later recorded in one of his presages, number 141, for November 1567. Notably, this entry was posthumously edited by Chavigny to align with the actual circumstances of Nostradamus's death, illustrating how his legacy was shaped and perhaps even mythologized by those who survived him. Initially, he was buried at the local Franciscan chapel in Salon, a part of which is now incorporated into the restaurant La Brocherie. However, during the turbulence of the French Revolution, his remains, like many others, were reinterred at the Collégiale Saint-Laurent, where his tomb continues to draw visitors and historians interested in his life and works. That's right, you can go and see Nostradamus's tomb, with his remains there safe and sound, intact, albeit a little bit dusty. Now, on to the specific works of Nostradamus. What exactly was he writing about? Well, he compiled his collection of major long-term predictions into that work entitled Les Prophéties. The initial volume, published in 1555 and comprised 353 quatrains. By the third edition, in 1558, 300 additional quatrains were included, although this edition now only survives as part of the omnibus edition, released posthumously in 1568. This final compilation contained 1 unrhymed and 941 rhymed quatrains, organized into 9 sets of 100 and 1 set of 42, referred to as the centuries. Printing practices of the era, which often included typesetting from dictation, resulted in no 2 editions being exactly identical, a fact that complicates assumptions about the authenticity of the spelling or punctuation in any given edition. Such variances make it particularly challenging for scholars or enthusiasts attempting to decode and interpret the texts as what they think would be original. Well, his almanacs were the most frequently published and popular of his works, appearing annually from 1550 until his death. He often released several editions a year, under the titles of almanacs, prognostications, or presages, each offering a range of predictions from detailed to more generalized. And hey, if the content's working, just keep pumping it out. In addition to his divinatory pursuits, He was a professional healer and authored at least 2 books on medical science, sorely needed while the plague was ravaging all of Europe and quite a few other parts of the world at the time. Now, one was a liberal translation or paraphrase of Galen's The Protreptic, tailored to encourage study in the arts, especially medicine. In his work titled Traite d'Affaires de Mens, essentially a medical cookbook, he described various treatments for the plague, including bloodletting. And by the way, none of the treatments in this medical cookbook proved to be effective, and the bloodletting, well, that often led to infections, and nobody wants that. This book also detailed the preparation of cosmetics. But that's not all. Among the lesser known of his works is a manuscript typically referred to as the Orus Apollo, housed in the Lyon Municipal Library, which itself stores over 2,000 original documents that are related to Nostradamus. This manuscript is a supposed translation from Greek of a work on Egyptian hieroglyphs based on later Latin versions, which unfortunately were all based on misinterpretations of the ancient Egyptian script. The script was not correctly deciphered until Champollion's work in the 19th century. If you want to know about that, go and have a look at my Rosetta Stone video. Now, despite the breadth of his writings, only the prophecies have maintained significant popularity since Nostradamus' death. They have spawned over 200 editions and more than 2,000 commentaries over the centuries. The enduring appeal of the prophecies may be attributed to their ambiguous and timeless nature, which allows them to be selectively quoted and interpreted as prophetic hits, even after major events unfold. But of course, there's quite a bit of confirmation bias that goes into it. Well, Nostradamus' approach to crafting his predictions was rooted in judicial astrology, which involves assessing the astrological quality of events like births, weddings, and coronations to somehow forecast future possibilities. However, his methods and assumptions drew significant criticisms from his contemporaries, notably from professional astrologers such as Lorenz Vidal. Critics particularly faulted Nostradamus for his reliance on comparative horoscopy, the practice of comparing future planetary alignments with those of past events to predict future occurrences. This methodology was seen by many as flawed, with skeptics arguing that it lacked a credible basis for any accurate prediction at all. Research into Nostradamus' work suggests that his prophetic writings were largely composed of paraphrased collections of ancient apocalyptic literature, predominantly derived from biblical sources, along with historical records and compilations of omens. He projected these sources into the future using comparative horoscopy, resulting in predictions that often involved ancient figures such as Sulla, Gaius Marius, Nero, and more. His prophecies also famously included surreal and fantastical images, like, and I quote, battles in the clouds and frogs falling from the sky. Very Old Testament sort of stuff. Interestingly, despite his predictive work being heavily influenced by astrology, Nostradamus mentions astrology, explicitly only a few times within his texts, twice in his preface, and more substantially in his dedicatory letter to King Henry II. The centuries, His main body of prophetic quatrains contained 41 mentions of astrology. Notably, he concludes the 6th century of his quatrains with a pointed critique of astrologers, distancing himself from those who claim similar professional titles. Nostradamus's historical references were indeed diverse, drawing from a wide array of sources, which certainly, if anything, shows how well read he was. Access to literature was not as common back then. Of course, if you could get into a university, well, you could read as much as you want, or as much as the library had. He incorporated passages from classical historians like Livy, Suetonius, the 12 Caesars, and Plutarch, as well as medieval chroniclers such as Geoffrey of Villehardouin and Jean Froissart. His astrological content often mirrored the text of Richard Ronsard's Livre de l'Estat et Mutations de Temps, from which he borrowed extensively, sometimes just completely copying the whole thing. One significant influence on Nostradamus's work was the Mirabilis Liber of 1522, which featured an array of prophecies by figures such as Pseudo-Methodius, Tiburtine Sibyl, Joachim of Fiore, and Savonarola. Notably, Nostradamus' preface to his own work includes 24 biblical quotations that closely mirror the sequence used by Savonarola in the Mirabilis Liber. This book had been popular in the 1520s, going through several editions, but its influence over time began to wane, likely due to its challenging Latin text, interspersed with ancient Greek, modern French, and Provençal, all set in the Gothic script, with numerous difficult abbreviations. Nostradamus was also among the first to paraphrase these prophecies in French, which perhaps contributed to the misattribution of their original to him. During the 16th century, what we now consider plagiarism was simply commonplace. Authors regularly copied and paraphrased from one another without any citations, drawing heavily from classical sources. And there was also the fact that, well, the classical sources, the authors were all long gone. You weren't going to have somebody come after you. There is even research suggesting that Nostradamus may have engaged in bibliomancy, selecting random pages from historical or prophetic works to inspire his predictions. That's right, just randomly closing the eyes, shuffling the book around a little bit, putting your finger down, and then interpreting it as, well, whatever sounds the coolest. Additionally, Nostradamus sourced material from Petrus Cretinis, which itself included excerpts from Michael Sello's De Daemonibus and other works, including texts on Chaldean and Assyrian magic. These works, both of which have been published in Lyon, were paraphrased significantly in his quatrains. Interestingly, while Nostradamus claimed to have burned all the occult books in his library in 1555, it remains unclear exactly which works were destroyed. In fact, it wasn't until the 17th century that scholars began to recognize his extensive reliance on classical and earlier sources. Now, regarding the methods that he might have used for divination, there is very little evidence to suggest that he employed trance-inducing techniques beyond contemplation, meditation, and incubation. Despite popular legends that he used flame or water gazing, his writings simply do not say anything about this. Instead, he describes a process of achieving mental calm and tranquility to, and I quote from his works, empty my soul, mind, and heart of all care, worry, and unease, akin to the preparatory practices of the ancient oracles. Thus he frequently invokes the bronze tripod of Delphic rites metaphorically, indicating a symbolic rather than literal use of these tools in his prophetic work. Thus, much of Nostradamus's methodology appears grounded in a reflective and scholarly engagement with texts rather than the mystical rituals often attributed to him. A recurring theme throughout his predictions is the foretold invasion of Europe by Muslim forces from the east and the south, an echo of the contemporary Ottoman invasions and the historical incursions by Saracen armies. These predictions were intertwined with the apocalyptic expectations spurred by the Mirabilis Liber, reflecting the pervasive 16th century European fears of the Antichrist and the end times. Despite the frequent allusions to cataclysmic events, Nostradamus himself does not explicitly mention the world's end in his quatrains, though the context of his time was certainly rife with such fears, as evidenced by numerous other contemporary collections of end-time prophecies, including an unpublished work by Christopher Columbus. Now, the interpretations of Nostradamus's work have indeed varied greatly over the centuries. Some view his predictions as profound and prescient insights into future calamities. Others critique them as retroactive forgeries. These critics argue that many of the quatrains were actually written by later authors who sought to leverage his enigmatic style for political purposes. Either way, he certainly has amassed a considerable following that believes his prophecies are authentic, though interpretations of his quatrains do vary significantly, reflecting the subjective nature of these analyses. No consensus exists among his supporters about specific predictions, as interpretations often adapt to fit historical events and political narratives retrospectively. You can certainly see how this all becomes quite a problem. Supporters commonly attribute Nostradamus the prediction of several major historical events, such as the Great Fire of London, the French Revolution, and the rise of figures like Napoleon, and the occurrences of both world wars, along with the nuclear devastation in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Additionally, following significant events, popular authors have frequently claimed that Nostradamus predicted these occurrences, such as the Apollo moon landing, the Space Shuttle Challenger disaster, the death of Diana, Princess of Wales, rest in peace, and the September 11 attacks on the World Trade Centers of New York. This tendency to align his quatrains with contemporary events underscores the adaptable and admittedly vague nature of his writings, which allows them to be interpreted in various ways depending on current events, a characteristic common to prophetic literature. Indeed, it is not just him. Look at John Edward. Do you remember that program? Perhaps I'm showing my age a little bit. When I was younger, there was a program of a quote-unquote psychic on television by the name of John Edward. He would effectively come out to a group of maybe 100, 150 audience members. He would begin to say, "I'm getting an M. Does anybody have an M? Somebody's grandmother would be called Mary. Ah, yes, that's it. She's saying that she misses you and not to worry about money very much." Of course, the people in the audience would believe it so much they would burst into tears and say, "Well, yes, I do worry about money." Of course, everybody does. Well, I'm getting off track. But you see what I mean. How things can be interpreted in certain ways to kind of stretch the meaning to fit a certain narrative. It's a very useful trick for charlatans of our age and many ages before us. Well, the interest in Nostradamus's prophecies has sustained a robust market for books that interpret and analyze his quatrains, and one of the first really popular works in English was the Complete Prophecies of Nostradamus, published by Henry C. Roberts in 1947, which underwent several reprints. It was followed by significant works such as Edgar Leone's Nostradamus and His Prophecies in 1961, and Erica Cheatham's The Prophecies of Nostradamus later. Now, Cheatham's book in particular has seen various editions and was the basis for the documentary called The Man Who Saw Tomorrow, discussing generalized predictions for the future attacks on New York. Well, one notable publication include Jean-Charles de Fontbrun's Nostradamus, Historian and Prophet, and John Hogg's extensive writings on Nostradamus from the late 1980s onward. In a more sensationalist example, one commentator in 1992 claimed to contact Nostradamus under hypnosis, interpreting his quatrains in ways that diverge significantly from any historical or textual basis, such as alleging a prediction of an attack on the Pentagon. The works written about Nostradamus, apart from those by Roberts, often agree on not only his prophetic capabilities, but also on elaborating his biography with fascinating but unverified details. And not only unverified, but unverifiable. You can't prove them right, but you can't prove them wrong either. These accounts generally present Nostradamus as a descendant of the Israelite tribe of Issachar, with an education provided by his grandfathers, who were physicians at the court of good King René of Provence. They claim that he started his higher education at Montpellier University in 1525, returning there in 1529 to earn his medical doctorate and eventually lecturing in the medical faculty until his unconventional ideas simply caught up to him and led to his departure. He was too smart for them all. These biographies also attribute to Nostradamus a belief in the heliocentric model of the universe, and describe extensive travels to Habsburg, Netherlands, where he supposedly composed prophecies at the Abbey of Orval. During his travels, he is said to have performed various miracles, such as predicting that a mere seminary monk, would ascend to become Pope Sixtus V. He is also credited with curing the plague in Aix-en-Provence and other locations. He supposedly practiced scrying, using devices like a magic mirror or a bowl of water. By Easter 1554, he had attracted a secretary named Chavigny, and by 1556 he caught the attention of Queen Catherine de' Medici, who summoned him to Paris to explain a prophecy that foretold the death of her husband, King Henry II, in a duel. Some more embellishments to his legend include the claim that he left a lost book of prophetic paintings to his son, that he was buried standing up, and that when his grave was exhumed during the French Revolution, it contained a medallion accurately predicting the date of disinterment. Samuel Pepys, writing in 1667, recounts a local legend that Nostradamus had the townsfolk swear never to disturb his grave, Yet when it was eventually opened 60 years later, a brass plaque on his chest supposedly bore the precise date and time of the exhumation, along with a curse for those who disturbed his final resting place. Well, since the 1980s, academic scrutiny, particularly in France, has significantly impacted the overall perception of Nostradamus. The discovery and publication of his private correspondence in 1983, and the unearthing of his original editions of his works in 1555 and 57 revealed inconsistencies between documented facts and claims traditionally made about his life and predictions. Thus, scholars have demonstrated that many of the legendary aspects of his life were simply based on unsourced rumors or inventions by later commentators, or simply misunderstandings of the 16th century French texts. For example, the claim that Nostradamus's quatrain 35 predicted King Henry II's death was not published until 1614. Now this is a problem because that was 55 years after King Henry had died. It's certainly easy to make a future prediction about things that have already happened. Skeptics like the great James Randi have criticized Nostradamus's prophecies, suggesting his reputation as a prophet is a product of retroactive clairvoyance, where his vague predictions are fitted to events after they have occurred. In fact, he made so many of them that, indeed, it's quite easy to find something and shoehorn it into a narrative. Nostradamus's quatrains have never really been shown to predict any specific events prior to their occurrence beyond broad and ambiguous statements that could apply to pretty much anything. There was one prophecy, and it goes like this. In 1727, in October, the king of Persia shall be captured by those of Egypt. It's been retrospectively linked to a peace treaty between the Ottomans and Persia of that year, despite Egypt's role as merely a part of the Ottoman Empire at the time. Furthermore, the infamous 1999 prophecy and the alleged Mayan prophecy predicting the world's end in December 2012 are often cited as misinterpretations or exaggerations of his writings. Either way, I do remember in 1999, New Year's Eve, as soon as the bells struck out at midnight, me and my sister ran to the computer to check if it was okay. After around an hour or so, we were fairly convinced that the world had not ended. The planes had yet to fall from the sky. Well, Nostradamus himself claimed his prophecies extended to the year 3797, suggesting a timeline that reaches far beyond any plausible prediction. It's a claim that likely aligns with his time's astrological theories, particularly those of Richard Rosé, who speculated about the world's end. Critics also point out the poor quality of English translations of Nostradamus's quatrains, which often show very little understanding of 16th century French, and are biased towards matching the prophecies with the specific historical events. The translations typically derive from later editions of his works rather than the original publications. And you've got to remember, everyone who is a publisher, it's their job to sell books. Well, thank you very much for listening. I hope that if you came here wanting to hear about all the predictions that Nostradamus made, how they came right, well, I hope you're not disappointed. Maybe you are. Perhaps I've ruined your fun. But, well, I'm sure you can go and find something else to do to cheer yourself up. and if you've listened this far, I really doubt that you've taken much offense to it. Leonardo da Vinci, 1452 to 1519, was a towering figure of the Italian Renaissance, known not only as being an artist, but an inventor and a scientist whose curiosity spanned multiple disciplines. Beyond painting, he filled notebooks with engineering sketches, fascinating scientific diagrams, and anatomical studies, which all reflect his relentless pursuit of knowledge and innovative approaches to understanding the world. His legacy extends beyond the realm of art. His visionary inventions and discoveries in fields such as anatomy, optics, and hydraulics anticipated many modern technologies. So, let's learn about his life today. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're coming back, it's good to see you again. And if you're completely new, then it's good to meet you. If you'd like to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in description. Otherwise, if you like the video, you'll certainly have my heartfelt thanks. This helps YouTube push it out to a broader audience. Thank you in advance for liking the video. Now, let's get on with it. The life of Leonardo da Vinci. Please, make yourself comfortable. Leonardo da Vinci, born Leonardo di Ser Piero da Vinci, was born on April 15th, 1452, either in or near the Tuscan hill town of Vinci, approximately 20 miles from Florence. He was the illegitimate son of a man named Piero da Vinci, a Florentine legal notary, and Caterina de Meo Lippi, who hailed from the lower class. Now, the exact location of his birth remains a little bit uncertain, but according to a traditional account recorded by the historian Emanuele Repetti, he was born in Anciano, a secluded country hamlet that provided the privacy for his illegitimate birth. However, some speculate that he may have been born in a house in Florence that belonged to San Piero. Now, following Leonardo's birth, his parents married other individuals and went their separate ways. Caterina, identified as Caterina Buti del Vaca, married a local artisan named Antonio di Piero Buti del Vaca. Ser Piero married Albiera Amadori, whom he had been betrothed to the previous year. After Albiera's death in 1464, Ser Piero went on to marry 3 more times. Well, Leonardo himself grew up alongside 16 half-siblings, of whom 11 survived infancy. However, he had very little contact with them, as they were much younger than him, with the last being born when Leonardo was 46. And in terms of his childhood, very little concrete information exists, and much of what is known is obscured by myth, in part due to Giorgio Vasari's biography in Lives of the Most Excellent Painters, Sculptors, and Architects, originally released in 1550, which often contains rather apocryphal stories. Gotta sell some books, right? Now, there is tax records that indicate Leonardo lived in his paternal grandfather Antonio da Vinci's household by at least 1457, but it's possible he spent his early years under the care of his mother in Vinci. either in Anciano or Camposepi in the parish of San Pantaleone. He likely had a close relationship with his uncle, Francesco da Vinci, but his father, Sarpiero, was likely in Florence most of the time. Now Sarpiero, belonging to a long line of notaries, established a residence in Florence by at least 1469, and enjoyed a fairly successful career. Despite his family's background, Leonardo received only a basic and comparatively informal education, focusing primarily on vernacular writing, reading, and mathematics. It's speculated, however, that his family did recognize his artistic talents earlier on and decided to prioritize them. But we don't know how this was done. It's simply suggested in the works of Giorgio Vasari. Well, in his later years, Leonardo recorded his earliest memory in the Codex Atlanticus. He recounted an incident from his infancy when a kite came to his cradle and opened his mouth with its tail. There's ongoing debate among commentators about whether this anecdote was an actual memory or simply a fantasy. Well, by the mid-1460s, Leonardo's family relocated to Florence, which was then a hub of Christian humanist thought and also cultural activity. At around the age of 14, he began working as a garzone, or studio boy, in the workshop of Andrea del Verrocchio, the leading painter and sculptor in Florence at the time. This period coincided with the death of Donatello, Verrocchio's master. Leonardo progressed to become an apprentice by the age of 17, and continued his training under Verrocchio for 7 years. Notable artists who either apprenticed in Verrocchio's workshop or were associated with it include Ghirlandaio, Perugino, Botticelli, and Lorenzo di Credi. Also, if I pronounce any of the Italian names wrong, I do apologize, and I mean no disrespect. I'm doing my very best with them. Thank you for your patience. Well, during his time with Verrocchio, Leonardo received comprehensive training in both theoretical principles and practical skills. Verrocchio really took him under the wing, and it was time to turn this young lad into a Renaissance man. He learned various technical disciplines, such as drafting, metalworking, chemistry, plaster casting, mechanics, woodworking, and leatherworking, in addition to artistic techniques like drawing, painting, sculpting, and modeling. Very busy schedule indeed. Leonardo was contemporaneous with renowned artists like the aforementioned Botticelli, Ghirlandaio, and Perugino, though they were slightly older than him. He likely encountered them also at the workshop of Verrocchio, or perhaps at the Platonic Academy of the Medici. Florence boasted numerous artworks by artists such as Masaccio and Ghiberti, whose works displayed realism, emotion, and intricate architectural backgrounds. Piero della Francesca's studies in perspective and scientific examination of light also influenced Leonardo's own artistic development. In Verrocchio's workshop, much of the painting was executed by assistants. According to Vasari, Leonardo collaborated with Verrocchio on the baptism of Christ, showcasing his superior skill in painting the angel holding Jesus' robe. And if you haven't seen it, really, go and have a look. It's a beautiful painting. It is said that Verrocchio was so taken back and impressed by Leonardo's talent that he himself decided to simply give up painting. Although this is probably just an apocryphal story. Could have happened though. Leonardo may have also served as a model for some of Verrocchio's works, such as the bronze statue of David and the Archangel Raphael in Tobias and the Angel. Vasari recounts a story from Leonardo's youth, when a local peasant requested a shield to be painted. Leonardo, inspired by the tale of Medusa, created a terrifying image of a monster spitting fire. Well, apparently, the shield was so impressive that his father decided to keep it for himself and sold a different one back to the peasant. Leonardo's painting was eventually sold to a Florentine art dealer for 100 ducats, who then sold it to the Duke of Milan. Now, by 1472, at the age of 20 years old, he had already done so much, and he was getting good at absolutely everything. You know, one of those people who just seem to not make any mistakes, who just seem to breeze through. In my country, we call them a Terry Too Good. He was certainly one of them. And by this age of 20, he achieved the status of master in the Guild of St. Luke, the esteemed guild of artists and doctors of medicine. Despite being established in his own workshop by his father, he maintained a strong attachment to Verrocchio, continuing to collaborate and live in with him. Leonardo's earliest known dated work, a pen and ink drawing from the Arno Valley of 1473, showcases some very early talent. Vasari credits Leonardo with being the first to propose the idea of making the Arno River navigable between Florence and Pisa as well. It's just another little idea that he had while he was down there. Moving on to January 1478, when Leonardo received an independent commission to paint the altarpiece for the chapel of St. Bernard in the Palazzo Vecchio, indicating his growing independence from Verrocchio's studio. An anonymous biographer, Anonimo Gadiano, claims that in 1480 Leonardo was residing with the Medici and frequented the garden of Piazza San Marco, where a Neoplatonic academy organized by the Medici gathered. In the March of 1481, he received another commission from the monks of San Donato in Scopeto for the adoration of the Magi. However, both of these initial projects were abandoned when Leonardo decided to offer his services to the Duke of Milan, Ludovico Sforza. Leonardo wrote Sforza a letter detailing his skills in engineering, weapon design, and painting, and he presented the Duke with a unique silver string instrument shaped like a horse's head, which was most likely either a lute or a kind of lyre. Through his association with Alberti, Leonardo gained access to the home of the Medici, where he became acquainted with the prominent humanist philosopher such as Marsiglio Ficini, Cristoforo Landino, and John Argyropoulos. He also interacted with the brilliant young poet and philosopher Pico del Mirandola. Back in 1482, Leonardo was sent as an ambassador by Lorenzo de' Medici to Ludovico il Moro, the ruler of Milan from 1479 to 1499. And this was a very significant turning point in Leonardo's career, as he sought new opportunities and patronage in the city of Milan. During his time in Milan from 1482 to 1499, Leonardo undertook several significant commissions and projects. He was commissioned to create masterpieces such as the Virgin on the Rocks for the Confraternity of the Immaculate Conception, and the Last Supper for the monastery of Santa Maria del Grazie. In the spring of 1485, Leonardo traveled to Hungary on behalf of Ludovico Sforza to meet King Matthias Corvinus, who commissioned him to paint a Madonna. Additionally, in 1490 he served as a consultant, alongside Francesco di Giorgio Martini, for the construction of the Cathedral of Pavia, where he was inspired by the equestrian statue of Regisol, leaving behind a sketch. Leonardo worked on various projects for Sforza, including floats and pageants for special occasions, a drawing and wooden model for a competition to design the cupola for Milan Cathedral, and a model for a colossal equestrian monument to Ludovico's predecessor, Francesco Sforza, known as the Gran Cavallo. Although Leonardo completed a model for the horse and detailed plans for its castings, Ludovico diverted the metal intended for the statue to build a cannon to defend the walls from Charles VIII of France in November 1494. I mean, priorities, right? Additionally, contemporary correspondence reveals that Leonardo and his assistants were tasked by the Duke of Milan to paint the Sala del Asse in Sforza Castle around 1498. This project involved creating a trompe-l'oeil decoration that transformed the Great Hall into a pergola, featuring intertwined mulberry trees with an intricate canopy of leaves and knots in the ceiling, showcasing Leonardo's mastery of perspective and also illusionistic techniques. After Ludovico Sforza was ousted by France in 1500, Leonardo fled for Venice, accompanied by his assistant Salai and the mathematician Luca Pacioli. In Venice, he worked as a military architect and engineer, devising defensive strategies against naval attacks. Upon returning to Florence in 1500, Leonardo and his household were hosted by the Servite monks at the monastery of Santissima Annunziata, where he created the cartoon of the Virgin and Child of Saint Anne and St. John the Baptist, which garnered immense and widespread admiration. In 1502, Leonardo entered the service of Cesare Borgia, the son of Pope Alexander VI, serving as a military architect and engineer. He traveled throughout Italy with Borgia, creating maps of strategic locations and designing structures such as dams. Leonardo left Borgia's service and returned to Florence in the early of 1503, rejoining the Guild of St. Luke and commencing work on the iconic portrait of Lisa del Giocondo, also known as the Mona Lisa. In 1504, he participated in a committee to decide the placement of Michelangelo's statue of David. He then spent the next 2 years in Florence working on the mural of the Battle of Anghiari for Signoria, alongside Michelangelo's The Battle of Cascina. By 1506, Leonardo was summoned back to Milan by Charles II d'Amboise, the French governor. While there, he took on Count Francesco Melzi as a pupil. Despite the Council of Florence's desire for him to return and finish the work of the Battle of Anghiari, Leonardo was granted leave by Louis XII of France to work on various projects, including a potential equestrian figure of d'Amboise. During his time in Milan, many prominent pupils, such as Bernardino Luini and Giovanni Antonio Bolterafio, studied or collaborated with him. By this time he was certainly becoming a teacher, and many people sought out his advice, whether it be for artistic pursuits or otherwise. In 1507, Leonardo was forced to travel back to Florence, and not on an artistic mission, but rather to resolve a dispute with his brothers over his recently deceased father's estate. By 1508, he returned to Milan, where he resided in his own house in Porta Orientale, in the parish of Santa Bibola. 4 years later, Leonardo began working on plans for an equestrian monument for Gian Giacomo Trivulzio, but these plans were halted due to an invasion by a confederation of Swiss, Spanish, and Venetian forces, which drove the French from Milan. Despite the turmoil, Leonardo remained in the city, spending time in 1513 at the Medici's Vaprio di Ada villa. In March of 1513, Lorenzo de' Medici's son Giovanni became Pope Leo X. Leonardo then traveled to Rome in September of the same year, where he was received by the Pope's brother, Giuliano. He spent much of his time living in the Belvedere courtyard in the Apostolic Palace, alongside Michelangelo and Raphael. Leonardo received a monthly allowance from the Pope, and was engaged in various projects, including decorating a lizard with quicksilver-coated scales, and working on plans for draining the Pontine marshes. He also dissected cadavers and took notes for his anatomical studies. In the October of 1515, some 2 years later, King Francis I of France recaptured Milan, and Leonardo was present at the meeting between Francis I and Leo X in December of that year. In 1516, Leonardo entered Francis's service and was given the use of the manor house Clos Luc near the king's residence at the royal Château d'Amboise. He drew plans for a castle town at Ramorantin and created a mechanical lion for a pageant attended by the king. During this period, Leonardo was accompanied by his friend and apprentice, Francesco Melzi, and received a pension. At some point, Melzi had drawn a portrait of Leonardo, and there are other sketches and records from this time, including accounts of Leonardo being paralyzed in his right hand. Not good for an artist. Well, despite the health issues, he continued to work until he became bedridden for several months. And then Leonardo da Vinci passed away at Clos on May the 2nd, 1519, at the age of 67 and possibly due to a stroke. His close friend, King Francis I, was with him in his final moments, and according to Vasari, Leonardo expressed remorse for not fully dedicating himself to his art. He received the last rites and confession before passing away. Legend has it that King Francis himself cradled Leonardo's head as he breathed his last breath, and his funeral procession included 60 beggars carrying tapers, as per his will. He left his belongings to his principal heir and executor, Francesco Melzi, including his paintings, tools, library, and some personal effects. Melzi's companions, Salai and Baptista de Villanis, also received their shares of Leonardo's estate. His remains were interred at the Collegiate Church of Saint Florentine at the Château d'Amboise. 20 years after his death, King Francis I remarked on his unparalleled knowledge, not only in the arts, but also in philosophy. Leonardo's longtime assistant, Salai, remained in his household, despite his misdemeanors, and executed paintings under the name Andrea Salai, which you can look up and take a look at. They're pretty good. Although Leonardo taught him much about painting, Salai's work is considered of lesser quality than that of other students. And at the time of his death, in 1524, Salai owned a painting referred to as Gioconda, which was valued highly in a posthumous inventory of his belongings. But we're not here to learn about Salai, aren't we? Let's hear a little bit more about the personal life of Leonardo. And of course, a lot of it's going to come from Vasari, so don't be too surprised. While Leonardo was depicted by his early biographers as of course a man possessing extraordinary personal charm, generosity, and also kindness towards everyone he met, he was widely admired by his contemporaries, with Vasari noting that, and I quote, Leonardo's disposition was so lovable that he commanded everybody's affection. He was also known for his wit in conversation, and he could apparently easily captivate others with the written word. Vasari offers another summarization of his character, stating, "His impressive presence brought solace to the troubled souls. He possessed such persuasive abilities that he could sway others to his will. He was exceedingly generous, ensuring that all his friends, regardless of their wealth, were well taken care of. His birth was a great boon to Florence, and his death left an immeasurable void." Here's another quote from Vasari. "In the ordinary course of events, many individuals are born with various talents and qualities. However, on occasion a person is endowed by nature in such abundance that they surpass all others. Leonardo da Vinci was widely acknowledged as one such individual, possessing not only remarkable physical beauty, but also an infinite grace in his endeavors. His genius was so profound that he effortlessly resolved any challenges he encountered. While working on the Last Supper, Leonardo had reportedly said, "Wine may be enjoyable, but water is preferable at the table. Small living spaces steer the mind in the right direction, while large ones lead it astray. Pursuing wealth excessively often results in a lack of enjoyment." He also penned the words, "Those who seek quick riches often meet swift downfall." Think about that one. Not bad. Now, Leonardo's philosophical musings were also evident in a series of fables he crafted for Ludovico Sfora's court. Presented as jests, labeled prophecies, these tales often warned against the perils of arrogance, emphasizing the virtues of humility, awareness, and diligence. Leonardo's playful side was apparent in his practical jokes, such as surprising acquaintances with a lizard adorned in those extravagant decorations crafted from quicksilver. In his treatise on painting, he even described a humorous trick involving setting a hall ablaze using incense smoke and a lit torch. I'm sure they didn't find that very humorous. Perhaps it's all subjective, just like art, right? Well, his personal life and his sexuality remain enigmatic. He left behind very little personal correspondence or documentation of romantic interests. Despite his extensive writings, there are no letters, no poems, and no diaries that indicate any romantic relationships at all. He never married, and it cannot be definitely stated whether he had intimate relationships with anyone, regardless of gender. Well, it certainly seems that he was dedicated to his work. He'd make a great Warhammer 40k hobbyist, I tell you that. However, art historian Raymond Stites suggested a romantic involvement with the one Cecilia Gallerani, the subject of his painting Lady with an Ermine. But of course, this is just speculation again. It could be just to simply fill in a gap within the information. Somebody wanted to write something to sort of give it some kind of explanation. So we don't really know. Now, we have a few little references to sexuality in general from his notebooks, which actually reflects somewhat of a negative and almost Puritan view, and it seems a little bit strange. And I'll read one of the quotes for you, and it goes like this: "The act of procreation, and anything that has any relation to it, is so disgusting that human beings would soon die out if there were no pretty faces and sensuous dispositions." Another quote suggests a preference for intellectual passion over sensuality, and it goes like this: "Intellectual passion drives out sensuality. Whoso curbs not lustful desires puts himself on a level with the beasts." Yikes. Well, It certainly explains why all of his pursuits were so thoroughly pursued. Perhaps he had quite a lot of free time. And it certainly makes you wonder about this alleged romantic involvement with Cecilia Gallerani that the historian Raymond Stites had suggested. If there was a romantic involvement, well, it seems that it may have been a little bit lukewarm, unless these quotes were just writings of a man who was having a bad day. Who knows? Now, the only historical record concerning Leonardo's sexual life is actually an accusation of sodomy that was made against him in 1476, when he was nearly 24 years old and still an apprentice in Verrocchio's workshop. The accusation, however, is dismissed due to insufficient evidence, which I don't know how you would find sufficient evidence of it, but it still remains a topic of speculation among scholars. Now, throughout history, the interpretations of his sexuality have varied. Some biographers suggest that he was actually homosexual, while others believe that he was simply celibate for much of his life. Elizabeth Abbott posited that the sodomy case could have traumatized him into celibacy. Perhaps so, maybe there's something to that. And guess who? Sigmund Freud actually put his 2 cents in, and he suggested a latent homosexuality, while others argue that he was actively homosexual. Evidence for it includes a comic illustration from 1495 and an erotic drawing of his assistant Sally. So why was he drawing things like that? Really makes you think. But the interpretations of these artworks and their significance in relation to Leonardo's sexuality, once again, it's all debatable. And despite the speculation, his personal life continues to be a subject of fascination, but also inquiry. Me? I personally think that it is perhaps a part of our modern historical revisionism, where we try and look at figures of the past and fit them into a box where it could perhaps represent our own personal inclinations. It's the same thing that happens with a lot of the Greek figures and lots of different people who simply did not want to get married. I think that if anything, we could perhaps put him into a category of asexual, just simply not interested. I mean, he was certainly busy enough with all of his projects, and I think that's probably what it was, and that's just my personal opinion. I think he just wanted to be left alone to do his art. Now, moving on from that, Vasari portrays Leonardo da Vinci's childhood as marked by exceptional talent, but also a restless curiosity. Despite being easily distracted, reportedly, he had showed remarkable progress in his studies, particularly in arithmetic. Throughout his youth, he had reportedly never ceased drawing, and his innate artistic abilities continued to improve. Recognizing his son's extraordinary talents, Leonardo's father took some of his drawings to Andrea del Verrocchio, that prominent artist, and that's how he got into the apprenticeship. He also learned while he was there to be a skilled geometrician, and Vasari notes that during his apprenticeship he crafted clay heads of smiling women and children, which remained popular even decades later. Now his early works, such as the Annunciation in the Uffizi, and his collaboration with Verrocchio on the baptism of Christ, certainly do exemplify this emerging talent. His diverse interests, evident since childhood, are reflected in his journals, where he meticulously documented his scientific observations, experiments, and even his creative writing, including fables. It can't all be science, can't it? Now, regarding religion, although there is limited first-hand information about Leonardo's beliefs, historians generally consider him to be Catholic. He viewed God as a supreme being and expressed interest in Greek philosophy, particularly Plato and Aristotle. He respected religious texts like the Bible, while also questioning certain biblical narratives, such as the story of Noah's flood. But he also criticized pagan mythology, dismissing the notion of gods as celestial bodies and describing them as mortal and corrupt. According to Vasari, his musical talents were also evident from a young age, as he learned to play the lyre and demonstrated remarkable improvisational skills. Around 1479, he even crafted a lyre in the shape of a horse head, primarily made of silver, and it reportedly produced a very rich and resonant sound. When Lorenzo de' Medici sought to improve relations with Ludovico Sforza, the Duke of Milan, this was the lyre that Leonardo presented as a gift. In fact, his musical abilities reportedly outshone those of the court musicians, which greatly impressed the Duke. Additionally, it is believed that Leonardo was proficient in keyboard instruments like the virginal, and one of his inventions, the viola organista, was based on his designs from notebooks dating 1488 to 89 and the Codex Atlanticus. The instrument featured keys that, when pressed, caused strings to interact with rotating rosin-covered wheels. And just lastly, Leonardo's profound love for nature stemmed from his childhood surroundings, which included mountains, forests, rivers, and diverse wildlife. His exploration of the natural world influenced his interest in painting. His compassion for animals was also notable, as he questioned the morality of meat consumption when not essential for health. Both contemporary accounts and his notebooks document this love for animals, and it led to widespread belief that he was actually a vegetarian. He often freed caged birds he encountered for sale in Florence, paying for their release and allowing them to fly away. This empathy for animals and aversion to causing unnecessary suffering contributed to this vegetarian lifestyle. In his notebooks, Leonardo expressed concern for the well-being of animals in general, and critiqued the practice of consuming meat, advocating for compassion and ethical treatment of all living creatures. Nicolaus Copernicus, a Renaissance-era polymath who made transformative contributions to astronomy with his heliocentric theory, which positioned the Sun rather than the Earth at the center of the universe. Born on February 19, 1473 in Torun, Poland, Copernicus not only was an astronomer, but also a mathematician, a cleric, and jurist who spent much of his professional life in service of the Church. His groundbreaking work on the revolutions of the celestial spheres, published in 1543, just before his death, challenged the geocentric model of the universe that had been widely accepted since the times of Aristotle and Ptolemy. Thus, his theories laid the foundational work for the modern understanding of the solar system and significantly influenced subsequent astronomers, including Johannes Kepler and even Galileo Galilei, helping to usher in the scientific revolution. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's great to meet you. And if you're coming back for more, it's great to have you back with me again for another video. As always, if you want to support the channel, a like and subscribe helps YouTube push it out to a broader audience. And if you want to go above and beyond, take a look at the video description. But for now, let's get nice and relaxed, and we can begin our full biography of Copernicus. Copernicus was born on February 19, 1473, in the city of Torun, located in Royal Prussia, a part of the Kingdom of Poland. He was born to German-speaking parents, with his father being a merchant from Krakow, and his mother originating from a wealthy merchant family in Torun. Nicholas was the youngest among his siblings. His brother Andreas pursued a religious career, and even managed to become an Augustinian canon at Frombork. His sister Barbara, named after their mother, joined a convent as a Benedictine nun, and later became a prioress in Chelmno, where she passed away post-1517. His other sister, Katharina, married Barthel Gertner, a businessman and city councillor in Torun, and had 5 children, whom Copernicus cared for throughout his life. As for Copernicus himself, well, he never married and had no children. His personal life drew attention, particularly between 1531 and 39, due to a rather spicy relationship with Anna Schilling, a housekeeper who lived with him. This relationship was considered scandalous by the local ecclesiastical authorities, leading 2 bishops of Warmia to repeatedly urge him to sever ties with her, whom they referred to as his mistress. While the Copernicus family originally hailed from a village in Silesia, situated between Nisa and Prudnik. The village's name has been recorded in various forms, such as Kopernik and Koperinik, and today's Koperniki. In the 14th century, members of the family began relocating to different Silesian cities, and eventually some moved to the Polish capital Krakow in 1367, and then later to Torun around 1400. As for Copernicus's father, Mikołaj the Elder, likely the son of Jan, he was part of the Krakow branch of the family. Records first mention that Mikołaj the Elder as a prosperous merchant dealing in copper, conducting most of his business in Danzig. He relocated from Krakow to Torun around 1458, during a turbulent period marked by the 13 Years' War. This conflict involved the Kingdom of Poland and the Prussian Confederation, an alliance of Prussian cities, gentry and clergy, against the Teutonic Order control over the region. Torun and other Hanseatic cities like Danzig sided with the Polish king Casimir IV Jagiellon, who promised to uphold the city's extensive traditional freedoms that the Teutonic Order, well, had been a threat to. Now, Mikołaj the Elder was actively involved in the political scene of his time, aligning himself with Poland and its cities against the Teutonic Order. In 1454, he played a role in mediating negotiations between Poland's Cardinal Olesnicki and the Prussian cities concerning the repayment of war loans. The conflict concluded with the Second Peace of Thorn in 1466, where the Teutonic Order formally ceded all claims to its western province, which remained a part of the crown of the Kingdom of Poland as Royal Prussia until the partitions of Poland in 1772 and 1773. 1793. Excuse me. Nicholas's father married Barbara Watson-Rode, the astronomer's mother, sometime between 1461 and 1464, and he passed away in 1483. Now, Barbara Watson-Rode, the mother of Nicholas Copernicus, hailed from a lineage of significant wealth and influence. She was the daughter of Lucas Watson-Rode the Elder, a prominent Torun patrician and city councillor who had died in 1462, and Katarzyna, also known as Katarzyna Rudiger Gentle Modlibog, who passed away in 1476. The Modlibogs were a distinguished Polish family, with notable historical recognition dating back to 1271. The Watson-Rode family originated from near Schweidnitz in Silesia and settled in Torun after 1360, quickly establishing themselves as one of the city's most affluent and influential patrician families. Through strategic marriage alliances, the Watson-Rodes connected with other noble families of Torun, Danzig, and Elbing, and prominent Polish noble families in Prussia. Lucas Watson-Rode the Elder, during his lifetime, was a formidable opponent of the Teutonic Knights. As president of the judicial bench from 1439 to 62, he represented Torun at the 1453 Grudziądz Conference that orchestrated the uprising against the Knights. Throughout the 13 Years' War, he supported the Prussian city's efforts against the Knights both financially and in battle, actively participating in conflicts at Malbork and Lasin. He died in 1462. And if you want to know more about the Teutonic Knights, go and check the medieval playlist. I've done a video about them. Now, Barbara had two siblings, being Lucas Watson-Rode and Christina. Lucas, born in 1447 and dying in 1512, became Bishop of Warmia and a staunch adversary of the Teutonic Order. His influence and opposition to the order was so profound that the Grand Master once called him the Devil Incarnate. Elected bishop in 1489, despite King Casimir's preference for his own son, Lucas managed to maintain his position by fostering close relationships with subsequent Polish kings, John I Albert, Alexander Jagiellon, and Sigismund the Old, becoming a crucial advisor and the most powerful figure in Warmia. Christina married Tiedman von Ahlen, a merchant and mayor of Torun, in 1459, and died before 1502. Now, after the death of Copernicus's father around 1483, his maternal uncle, Lucas Watson-Rode the Younger, assumed responsibility for his upbringing and education. Watson-Rode, a significant figure in the intellectual and ecclesiastical circles of Poland, was not only a bishop, but also well connected with the many leading humanists of the time, such as the Italian-born Filippo Buonaccorsi in Krakow. There is, however, little direct documentation about Copernicus's early life and educational background. It is generally believed, however, that Vatnsrud first enrolled Copernicus in St. John's School of Torun, where Vatnsrud himself had previously taught. Copernicus later attended the cathedral school at Buckwalek, which was known for preparing students for further academic pursuits, particularly at the University of Krakow. By the winter semester of 1491, Copernicus, known then as Nicholas Nicolai de Thuronia, began his formal education at the University of Krakow, alongside his brother Andrew. There he spent several years, until around 1495, immersed in the thriving academic environment of the university's Department of Arts. This period coincided with the prominence of the Krakow Astronomical Mathematical School, which laid the groundwork for his later contributions to mathematics and astronomy. A credible tradition holds that Copernicus was a student of Albert Brudzewski, a noted philosopher and astronomer, who, though officially a professor of philosophy, also offered private lectures on astronomy. Copernicus likely engaged with his extensive commentary on George von Feuerbach's influential works. Moreover, Copernicus is believed to have attended additional astronomical lectures given by other notable students at the university, such as Bernard of Bierskepé, Wojciech of Gipia, and Jan of Glogau, along with many others. This intensive educational experience under the tutelage of several of the era's most respected scholars profoundly influenced Copernicus's intellectual development. You know how they say you are the sum of the 5 people you spend the most time with. Well, Copernicus had certainly surrounded himself with some very good influences, influential in his intellectual development. Now, during his 4 years at the University of Krakow, Copernicus received a robust education that laid the foundational groundwork for his future contributions. His studies there covered a broad range of subjects, including arithmetic, geometry, geometric optics, cosmography, and theoretical and computational astronomy. This formal education was complemented by his engagement with the philosophical and natural science works of Aristotle, such as De Coelho and Metaphysics, as well as the writings of Averroes. These studies not only fueled his interest in scientific and mathematical inquiries, but also immersed him in humanistic culture, characteristics of the Renaissance period. But Copernicus did not limit his learning to the classroom. He expanded his knowledge through avid independent reading. During his time in Krakow, he acquired and studied several significant texts, such as works by Euclid, Halle Abenragel, and as well as the works of Johannes Regiomontanus. This period likely marks the beginning of his earliest scientific notations, some of which have been preserved at Uppsala University. Additionally, he began assembling a substantial personal library, mainly focused on astronomy, though this collection was eventually seized by the Swedes in the 1650s during the deluge, and is now also housed at Uppsala University Library. The intellectual environment at Krakow crucially influenced Copernicus's scientific perspective, particularly his critical analysis of the prevailing astronomical systems of his time. Thus he scrutinized the logical inconsistencies found in the traditional Aristotelian model of homocentric spheres and Ptolemy's complex framework of eccentrics and epistles. This critical examination led him towards developing his revolutionary heliocentric theory, fundamentally altering the course of astronomical thought. Of course, heliocentric meaning Helios as in sun, just in case you did not know. Which leads us to the fall of 1495. Without completing a degree, Copernicus left Krakow for the court of his uncle, Lucas Vatsenrode the Younger, who had been elevated to Prince Bishop of Varmia in 1489. Vatsenrode intended to secure a canonry at Varmia for Copernicus, a position vacated by the death of Jan Zanau on August 26, 1495. However, his installment was delayed, possibly due to opposition from some members of the chapter who had appealed to the higher authorities in Rome. This prompted Vatsenrode to send Copernicus and his brother to study canon law in Italy, aiming to advance their ecclesiastical careers and, in turn, strengthen his own influence in the Varmia chapter. By proxy, on October 20th, 1497, Copernicus formally succeeded to the Varmia canonry, granted to him 2 years earlier. He added a sinecure at the Collegiate Church of the Holy Cross of St. Bartholomew in Wroclaw on January 10, 1503. Despite being eligible for additional ecclesiastical benefices after receiving a papal indult in November 29, 1508, he did not seek further positions within the chapter and relinquished his Wroclaw sinecure in 1538. It remains unclear if Copernicus was ever ordained as a priest, although he took minor orders sufficient for a chapter canonry. His potential ordination is still a matter of debate among scholars. Leaving Varmia in mid-1496, Copernicus arrived in Bologna in the fall, registering at the University of Jurists' German Nation, shortly after January 6, 1597. His time at Bologna, from fall 1496 to spring 1501, was spent less on his nominal study of canon law, for which he only received his doctorate after returning to Italy in 1503, and more on the humanities and astronomy, which he much preferred. He attended lectures by noted scholars, such as Filippo Berualdo and Giovanni Garzoni, and studied under the astronomer Domenico Maria Novara da Ferrara. Copernicus's critical engagement with the works of George von Purbach and Johannes Regiomontanus, particularly their epitome of the Almagest, fueled his doubts about Ptolemy's astronomical models, and this led to his significant observation of the occultation of Aldebaran by the moon on March 9, 1497. His growing skepticism about established astronomical theories was further informed by his studies of ancient Greek and Latin texts during his subsequent stay in Padua, enhancing his knowledge of ancient astronomical and cosmological theories. Thus, in the Jubilee year of 1500, Copernicus was in Rome, having arrived there in the spring with his brother Andrew. The primary purpose of this visit was likely an apprenticeship at the papal curia. Nevertheless, Copernicus continued his astronomical observations, notably observing a lunar eclipse on the night of November 5th, 1500. According to the account of Rheticus, his student, Copernicus also held the informal title of Professor Mathematum, and delivered public lectures on astronomy to many students and scholars. lectures likely critiquing the mathematical solutions used in contemporary astronomy. Returning briefly to Bologna in mid-1501, Copernicus then went back to Varmia. On July 28th, he received from the chapter a 2-year extension of leave to study medicine, citing the potential future benefits of his medical expertise to Bishop Lucas Vatsenrode and other chapter members. In the late summer or fall of that year, he returned to Italy, likely accompanied once more by his brother Andrew and the canon Bernhard Scotetti, to study at the University of Padua, a renowned center for medical learning in particular. Apart from a short stint in Ferrara in May to June of 1503 to complete examinations and receive his doctorate in canon law, he remained in Padua until the summer of 1503. While there, he studied under several prominent professors, including Montagnana, Fracassaro, Zerbi, and Bendetti. During this period, he immersed himself in the medical treatises by authors like Taranto, Mesue, Senensis, Gethan, and Arnaud de Villanova, forming the core of what would become his substantial medical library. But astrology, an essential component of medical training at the time, was also part of his studies. However, unlike many of his contemporaries who were notable astronomers, Copernicus at this time showed no interest in practicing astrology or incorporating astrological concepts into his later work. And don't get confused between astronomy and astrology. They are two different things. Now, during his tenure at the University of Padua, Copernicus was not just a passive student focused solely on his prescribed studies. No, it marked an expansion of his intellectual pursuits. In particular, going off the track a little bit of his normal curriculum, his engagement with Hellenistic thought. He improved his knowledge of Greek, utilizing Theodorus Gaza's grammar and Johann Baptista's Crestonius's dictionary, tools that were instrumental in accessing the wealth of knowledge from Greek antiquity. His studies during this time also included the works of Bessarion and Lorenzo Valla, among many others. It was in Padua that Copernicus's revolutionary idea of a heliocentric system, where the Earth moved around the Sun, began to take a more definitive shape. This shift from the geocentric models prevalent at the time to a heliocentric view marked a profound evolution in his thinking, and would eventually be later known as the Copernican Revolution. After completing his education in Italy, he was conferred the degree of Doctor of Canon Law at the University of Ferrara on May 31, 1503. Shortly thereafter, he returned to Varmia, where he would continue his professional and scholarly life. Now, in addition to his studies, Copernicus was actively involved in astronomical observations during this time in Italy. Notably, he observed the occultation of the star Aldebaran by the moon on the 9th of March 1497, and he also recorded observing a conjunction of Saturn and the moon on March 4th, 1500, along with a lunar eclipse in November of the same year. Well, he had returned to Varmia at the age of 30, and spent the next 4 decades there, but he did take occasional trips to cities such as Krakow, Torun, Gdansk, Malbork, and Königsberg. The Prince-Bishopric of Varmia, where he resided, enjoyed significant autonomy, possessing its own parliamentary system and currency, akin to those in other parts of Royal Prussia. From 1503 to 1510, Copernicus served as the secretary and physician to his uncle, Bishop Lucas Walzenrode. During this period, he lived in the bishop's castle at Lidzbark, where he began formulating his revolutionary heliocentric theory. His role was not confined to medical or clerical duties, and he actively participated in his uncle's political, ecclesiastical, and administrative responsibilities. From early 1504, he was involved in important diplomatic missions, attending sessions of the Royal Prussian Diet and meetings with Polish royalty, such as King Alexander Jagiellon and later King Sigismund the Old. During one of his visits to Krakow, Copernicus engaged in scholarly publication by translating a collection of letters from the Byzantine historian Simocatta from Greek to Latin. It was a work that included moral, pastoral, and even amorous themes. Copernicus dedicated the translation to his uncle, acknowledging all of the support he had received. And it aligned Copernicus with the humanist movement of the day, emphasizing the revival of Greek literature and culture. Additionally, he composed a Greek epigram for the wedding of Barbara Zapolia to King Zygmunt the Old in 1512, marking his entry into the realm of poetic expression. Before 1514, Copernicus composed an early version of his heliocentric theory, known through later copies as the Commentariolus. This preliminary document offered a concise description of the heliocentric model of the universe, distinct from his later comprehensive work. It outlined the fundamental principles of Earth's triple motions, but lacked the mathematical framework and had some differences in geometric constructions compared to his later works. Thus, Copernicus viewed the Commentariolus as a preliminary sketch of his broader theories, a rough draft, and thus did not intend for it to be published. He circulated only a few copies among his close associates, including several astronomers in Krakow, with whom he collaborated on observing eclipses from 1515 to 1530. Around 1511, Copernicus relocated to Frombork, situated on the Baltic coast in the Vistula Lagoon. By April 1512, he actively participated in the local ecclesiastical community, contributing to the election of Fabian of Lausanne as the Prince Bishop of Varmia. In June of the same year, he was granted a residence known as an external curia, located just outside the defensive walls of the cathedral mount. By 1514, he expanded his holdings within the town by acquiring the northwestern tower within the Frombork fortress. Despite suffering personal losses when the Teutonic Order raided Frauenberg in January of 1520, damaging much of the town and likely destroying many of its astronomical instruments, Copernicus continued his work. He lived in these residences until his death, conducting extensive observations from two locations, initially from his external curia during 1513 to 16, and later from a smaller, unspecified tower from 1522 to around 1543. It was here that Copernicus used basic, yet effective instruments, such as the triquetrum, the quadrant, and the armillary sphere, reminiscent of the tools of ancient times, to carry out more than half of his recorded 60 astronomical observations. Settled in Frombork, Copernicus found himself deeply involved in the politics and economic fabric of Varmia, the region then navigating the precarious waters of external threats from the Teutonic Order and internal pressures towards autonomy. His allegiance was firmly with the Polish crown, evident from his public undertakings, which included defending Polish interests and advocating for monetary reforms that aligned with the crown system. His political engagement was thus marked by his participation in the Second Treaty of Piotrkow on December 7th, 1512, which aimed at ensuring the bishopric of Warmia remained under Polish influence. Alongside political activities, Copernicus managed the chapter's economic affairs as Magister Pistoriae, beginning in 1512, and later again in 1530, while also serving as Chancellor and overseer of the chapter's estates since 1511. Despite these substantial responsibilities, he still had time to devote himself to astronomical observations between 1512 and 1515. Studies during this period notably advanced his understanding of planetary movements, particularly Mars and Saturn, and led him to observe the variability of the Earth's orbital eccentricity and the movement of the solar apogee. Astronomical work also intersected with broader scholarly endeavors, such as the proposed reform of the Julian calendar. Around 1513, at the request of Paul of Middelburg, the Bishop of Fossombrone, Copernicus engaged with efforts to reform the calendar, contributing to discussions that would later be recognized in his major work, and in Middelburg's treatise. From 1516 to 21, Copernicus resided at Olsztyn Castle, overseeing the economic management of the Warmia region, including efforts to repopulate deserted fiefs to enhance economic stability. His tenure was punctuated by the Polish-Teutonic War, during which he orchestrated the defense of Olsztyn against the Teutonic Knights and represented Poland in peace talks. During the 1520s, he was significantly involved in advising the Royal Prussian Regional Assembly on monetary reform, a pressing issue in Prussian politics at the time. His work in this area included writing a treatise on the work in 1526, which posited what is now known as Gresham's Law, bad money drives out good money, well before Thomas Gresham articulated the concept. Additionally, he developed a quantity theory of money by 1517, laying foundational ideas that would later become central to modern economics. Thus, his insights into monetary theory were well regarded and influenced the currency stabilization efforts, both in Prussia and Poland. In 1533, Johann Windmanstetter, secretary to Pope Clement VII, introduced the Pope and two cardinals to Copernicus's heliocentric theory. The Pope was so impressed that he gifted Widmanstetter a valuable present. In 1535, Bernard Wapowski, in a letter to a Viennese gentleman, urged the publication of what he described as an almanac by Copernicus, likely referring to his tables of planetary positions. This letter is the sole historical record mentioning a Copernicus almanac, and highlights early discussions surrounding his theories. Following the death of the Prince Bishop of Warmia, Mauritius Ferber, in 1537, Copernicus was involved in the election of his successor, Johannes Dantiscus. although his own candidacy was mainly symbolic due to Dantisca's pre-secured position and, of course, royal backing, which certainly helps to grease the wheels. Relations between Copernicus and Danticus initially were cordial, with Copernicus providing medical care. However, their relationship soured over suspicions related to Copernicus's housekeeper, Anna Schilling, whom Dantiscus eventually banished from Frombork in the spring of 1539. In his role as a physician, Copernicus was highly respected and sought after, particularly by the high-ranking clergymen of Varmia. His medical services extended to his uncle, other church members, and later to the bishops of Varmia, including Mauritius Ferber and Johannes Dantiscus. His medical reputation was such that in 1541 Duke Albert of Prussia, who had transformed the Teutonic Order's state into a secular duchy under Polish suzerainty, specifically summoned Copernicus to Königsberg. The Duke needed his expertise to treat George von Kuenheim, a senior advisor who was gravely ill and beyond the help of any of the local physicians. Copernicus agreed to the request, reflecting a mutual respect between him and the Duke, despite their differing religious affiliations. After successfully treating von Kuenheim, Copernicus maintained correspondence with him, providing ongoing medical advice. Now, despite the reformative waves of Protestantism sweeping through Europe, Copernicus remained a committed Catholic, which did not shield him from criticism. His heliocentric theory, initially circulated privately in his Commentarialos, attracted skepticism and derision from Protestant circles before it gained any acceptance. Wilhelm Naevius, for example, mocked Copernicus in a satirical play, portraying him as a foolish sage lost in his astronomical musings. In fact, the prominent Protestant reformer Philip Melanchthon also criticized Copernicus's ideas, suggesting that such theories were frivolous, and even going so far as saying that they should be restrained by authorities. However, the scientific merit of Copernicus's works eventually transcended the religious prejudices of the times. In 1551, the Prussian tables, astronomical tables, that utilized Copernicus's heliocentric models were published by Erasmus Reinhold, with support from Duke Albert, and this publication marked a significant acceptance and utilization of Copernicus's theories in the scientific community, indicating a gradual, albeit contentious, acknowledgement of his contributions to astronomy. Throughout his life, Copernicus cautiously refrained from publishing his more comprehensive work, being On the Revolutions of the Celestial Spheres, wary of the potential backlash over its revolutionary ideas. His fears of controversy were not unfounded, given the critical reception from both religious and scientific establishments. Yet his work ultimately laid the foundational stones for modern astronomy. In 1533, his heliocentric theory was presented to Pope Clement and several cardinals by Johann Albrecht Widmanstätter through a series of lectures in Rome. The theory suggesting that the Earth moved around the Sun piqued the interest of the Pope and the cardinals, indicating a rather surprising openness to scientific ideas within the upper echelons of the Catholic Church at the time, who were, of course, famed for their acceptance of new and exciting ideas, especially scientific ones. Cardinal Nicholas von Schönberg, impressed by rumors of Copernicus's astronomical proficiency, wrote a letter from Rome on the 1st of November 1536, expressing admiration and a keen interest in Copernicus's new cosmological theory. The cardinal urged Copernicus to publish his work and share his findings with the scholarly community, reflecting a significant endorsement from a high church official, too. Despite such high-level interest, Copernicus still hesitated to publish his complete works, likely due to apprehension about potential criticism from both scientific and religious communities. Well, the exact nature of his concerns remains a topic of debate, but it seems pretty obvious. Some do suggest that he feared backlash due to the revolutionary implications of his theory, which contradicted the then accepted geocentric model, which was endorsed by the Church. And it wasn't until 1539 that Copernicus's theories would begin to be formally readied for publication. This was largely prompted by the arrival of George Joachim Rheticus, a mathematician from Wittenberg, who became Copernicus's pupil. Rheticus was instrumental in furthering Copernicus's work, writing in the Narratio Prima, which summarized Copernicus's theory, and overseeing the initial phases of the publication of his works. Rheticus arranged for the printing of Copernicus's work in Nuremberg with Johannes Petrius. However, Andreas Osiander, who took over the final phases of the printing process after Rheticus had to leave, added a controversial, unsigned preface. This preface attempted to placate critics by suggesting that Copernicus's model was merely a mathematical tool for easier calculation rather than an assertion of physical reality. Osiander's preface implied that the hypothesis presented by Copernicus did not necessarily reflect the true nature of the cosmos, a move that sought to shield the work from theological criticism by simply detaching it from reality. This unauthorized preface later became a source of contention and confusion, as it was a contradiction of Copernicus's intentions of presenting a physically accurate description of the universe, not merely a computational model. Well, Copernicus passed away on May 24, 1543, at the age of 70, and according to legend, on the day of his death he was presented with the final printed pages of his seminal work. It is said that he awoke from a coma induced by a stroke, saw his completed book, and passed away peacefully, content with having seen his life's work reach its completion. He was initially buried in Frombork Cathedral in Poland, where his grave went unmarked for centuries, leading to speculation and extensive searches for his remains. Various attempts to locate his burial site in the cathedral throughout the 19th and 20th century were unsuccessful. However, in 2004, a new search began with renewed vigor, based on the research of the historian Jerry Sikorski. In 2005, the team located what they believed to be Copernicus's remains beneath the cathedral floor. But this discovery was only announced in 2008, after forensic analysis had been completed. Forensic experts from the Polish Police Central Forensic Laboratory contributed to the identification, reconstructing a face from the skull that matched a self-portrait of Copernicus, complete with a broken nose and a scar above the left eye. Forensic examination suggested that the skull was indeed that of a man who died around the age of 70, consistent with Copernicus's age of death. On May 22, 2010, Copernicus's remains were reburied in Frombork Cathedral with full honors. The new grave was marked with a black granite tombstone, highlighting his role as the founder of the heliocentric theory and his status as a church canon. The tombstone is adorned with a representation of Copernicus's model of the solar system, symbolically placing a golden sun encircled by 6 planets at its very center. Galileo Galilei, 1564 to 1642, an Italian astronomer, engineer, and physicist, often credited with founding modern science due to his pioneering use of experiments to validate physical theories. His significant contributions include the improvements of the telescope, through which he made many monumental astronomical discoveries. For example, the 4 largest moons of Jupiter, the phases of Venus, and of course the detailed observations of sunspots and the rugged lunar surface. Galileo's advocacy of the Copernican theory, which posits that the Earth and planets revolve around the Sun, brought him into an unwanted conflict with the Roman Catholic Church. Thus, in 1633, he was tried by the Inquisition and found vehemently suspect of heresy. This led to his house arrest, where he remained until his death. But despite these challenges, his work laid the foundation for modern physics and astronomy. He's often referred to as the father of modern physics and even the father of science. And if you want to learn all about him, you've certainly arrived in the correct place to do so. Welcome to the channel. If you are new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's great to see you again. As always, if you like what I do and you want to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in the description. Otherwise, if you want YouTube to push the video out to more people and share this glorious channel with others, a like, comment, and subscribe certainly pushes them in the correct direction. Now, with all that out of the way, I'd like you to get yourself comfortable as we go through the life of Galileo Galilei. Do keep in mind that while this is purely a biographical text, we are going to be interspersing it with a lot of different tidbits about his scientific experiments and discoveries and some inventions. So if it goes off course a little bit, please do remember that it will gradually drift back on track. Now, let us begin. Galileo Galilei's early life in Pisa and subsequent move to Florence set the stage for his future contributions to science and his questioning of the established authority. And that's where we're going to begin, from his education, which began under the care of Muzio Tedaldi and continued in Florence under Jacopo Borghini, emphasizing logic, a foundation that would significantly influence his methodological approach to scientific inquiry. Educated at the prestigious Vallombrosa Abbey, he was exposed to a rigorous curriculum that prepared him for his latter studies at the University of Pisa, where he would famously challenge Aristotelian physics, something deeply entrenched in the scientific mind at the time. Of course, his family had played a crucial role in shaping his character and career up to this point. His father, Vincenzo Galilei, was a musician and a critical thinker about music theory. From a young age, he instilled in Galileo a sense of skepticism toward established norms. This critical approach to knowledge would later manifest in Galileo's revolutionary scientific ideas, which, of course, we will get to later. Moreover, Galileo's relationship with his younger brother, Michelangelo, who was constant of financially burdening him, highlighted the practical aspects of Galileo's pursuits, seeking inventions that could provide a stable income. Now, Galileo's early life thus intertwined a rich cultural upbringing with the practicalities of financial responsibilities, nurturing both his intellectual curiosity but also his need for practical applications of his knowledge. If you're good at something, don't do it for free. Galileo knew this much. These dual influences are evident in his later work, where he not only developed theories that challenged the very foundations of contemporary scientific understanding, but also invented devices that had significant practical use, such as his improvements to the telescope. His formative years were thus a prelude to a life of intellectual rebellion and innovation, deeply influenced by the blend of musical creativity and logical rigor that he was exposed to from such an early age. Thus his personal life and family background are as fascinating as his scientific achievements. His choice to refer to himself simply as Galileo underscores a distinctive aspect of Italian cultural norms regarding names at the time. You see, the connection of his name to his notable ancestor, Galileo Bonaetui, and the biblical significance of Galilei link him to both a rich family history and a deeper cultural and religious heritage. This connection was famously highlighted in the sermon by Tommaso Cacciuni during the Galileo affair, using the biblical text to critique Galileo's astronomical pursuits in a pun that played on his name and activities, looking up to the heavens through the telescope. Galileo's membership in the Accademia dei Lincei was another point of pride and identifier that he sometimes used, reflecting his commitment to advancing science within an elite group that supported and encouraged his resources, along with sharing his intellectual curiosity. But what about Galileo in private? Well, of course, a private life is thusly so, private. But what we do know paints a picture of a man who, despite his religious faith and contributions to science, faced many personal and societal changes. His relationship with Marina Gamba and their 3 children were a major part of his life. The fate of his daughters, Virginia and Livia, entered a covenant due to their illegitimate birth, reflects a harsh reality of societal norms at the time concerning marriage and dowries. His son, however, Vincenzo, was later legitimized and integrated into Galileo's scholarly legacy, suggesting a reconciliation of his personal duties and his scientific career. Galileo's journey through academia and his eventual pivot from medicine to mathematics and natural philosophy was not just a personal choice for him, but a significant turn in the history of science itself. Who knows what would have happened if he had just continued on the original course? Initially enrolling at the University of Pisa for a medical degree, Galileo's curiosity and intrinsic interest in the natural world quickly redirected his path towards scientists. Influenced by encounters with the ideas of thinkers such as Girolamo Borro and Francesco Buonamici. The incident with the swinging chandelier around 1581 illustrates Galileo's early engagements with empirical observation, a hallmark of his scientific method. This insight into the pendulum swings, a discovery that paved the way for more accurate timekeeping, reflects his knack for connecting practical observations with theoretical implications. You know that thing inside the big grandfather clocks, swinging back and forth, keeping the time? Well, you can thank Galileo for that original theory. His accidental exposure to a geometry lecture sparked a lifelong passion for mathematics, which not only changed his career trajectory, but also his father's plans for him. Well, later on, Galileo's invention of the thermoscope and his design of hydrostatic balance show early prowess in both experimental and applied sciences, bringing him recognition among scholarly circles. His appointment as an instructor at the Accademia delle Arti del Disegno in Florence marked another significant phase in his life, where he had the opportunity to mingle with the artistic elite and infused his scientific pursuits with an aesthetic sensitivity learned from Renaissance art. His lectures on Dante's Inferno, a work by the renowned Dante Alighieri, reflect an interdisciplinary approach that combined his technical knowledge with cultural and literary analysis. By the year 1589, Galileo secured a more formal academic position as the chair of mathematics at the University of Pisa. His responsibilities expanded significantly after the death of his father in 1591, taking on the care of his younger brother Michelangelo. His move in 1592 to the University of Padua was another turning point. It was there where he expanded his research into mechanics and astronomy, laying the groundwork for future astronomical discoveries that would revolutionize our understanding of the cosmos. His subsequent engagement with astrology, not astronomy, astrology, a common scholarly pursuit at the time, tied his studies in mathematics and astronomy together quite nicely, and it highlights the period's integrated approach to science and the humanities. Now, on to his astronomical observations with his telescopes, which marked another pivotal point in the history of science, seeing things that people had never seen before, and challenging established views, adding key data to the debate about the structure of the universe. His observation of the supernova of 1604 and the novae of 1572 and 1601 were significant because they challenged the Aristotelian belief in the unchangeability and perfection of the heavens. The lack of detectable diurnal parallax in these new stars indicated that they were distant objects, and that contradicts the Aristotelian model that stars were fixed to a celestial sphere, and that all change was simply limited to the sub-lunar world. The development of the telescope, although not originally invented by Galileo, was significantly advanced and improved upon by him. By 1609, he had developed a telescope with about 30 times magnification, and this was huge for the time. His demonstrations of this technology to Venetian lawmakers not only provided him with a valuable source of income, as they were very excited to support this research, but it also enabled his pioneering astronomical observations. Thus his publication, Sidereus Nuncius, Starry Messenger, which detailed his telescopic observations of the moon, Jupiter's moons, and countless stars, came out and had profound implications on astronomy and physics. And also, as a side note, and just my personal opinion, what a beautiful name for a book, Starry Messenger, Sidereus Nuncius. Now, his discovery of the moons orbiting Jupiter in particular provided a robust challenge to the geocentric model of the universe, which suggested that all celestial bodies revolved around the Earth. He was very happy to make this discovery. What could possibly go wrong when he began explaining it to others? Well, the observation of Jupiter's moons, namely Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto, offered tangible evidence of a center of motion that was not centered on the Earth. This discovery was crucial in the gradual acceptance of the heliocentric model of the solar system, which was proposed by Copernicus. However, as you probably know, the revolutionary nature of his findings met with skepticism and outright resistance from the establishment, and not just scientific but also ecclesiastical. Well, the scientific part of it was partly due to the limitations of early telescopic technology, which made it difficult for others to confirm his observations. Of course, not everybody had the significantly advanced equipment that Galileo had. Well, Galileo's efforts to use the regular movements of Jupiter's moons to solve the longitude problem in navigation once more showed his penchant for applying scientific discoveries to the world's practical problems. Although the practical application to navigation at sea was limited due to the difficulty of making precise astronomical observations while on a moving ship, certainly tends to make things a little bit hard for the measurements. The method did, however, prove valuable for land-based applications, and was a precursor to more accurate timekeeping solutions that would eventually solve the longitude problem. Galileo's telescopic observations of Venus and its phases were very crucial in challenging this geocentric model of the universe. This model had, after all, been so deeply entrenched that people were not willing to let it go. In fact, it had been there since antiquity, and it was much like the concepts of Galenic medicine and the old ways of this sort of thing, when people were moving out into more modern medicinal theories. It's hard to change old habits. Well, the Ptolemaic model, which placed Earth smack bang at the center of the universe, could not accommodate the full range of phases of Venus that Galileo had observed. These observations supported the heliocentric model proposed by Copernicus, where both Earth and Venus orbit the Sun. allowing Venus to exhibit a full cycle of phases, quite similar to those of the Moon as viewed from Earth. This was a significant piece of evidence that helped shift the consensus from a geocentric to a heliocentric understanding of the universe. And the more time went on, the more people were convinced. Unfortunately, it's difficult to convince the people who are going to put you on trial for being a heretic, but, well, we'll get to that soon. Galileo's observations of Saturn and its rings further exemplifies his pioneering contributions to astronomy, although it also highlights the unfortunate limitations of early telescopic technology. Initially mistaking the rings for separate bodies due to their appearance, or as ears, as he called them, appendages on either side of Saturn, Galileo was puzzled when these features seemed to disappear in later observations. This was due, of course, to the rings being edge-on to Earth, making them virtually invisible with his telescope's resolution. His continued observations and the changes in appearance he noted laid the groundwork for future astronomers to better understand the complex ring system of Saturn. But for Galileo's time, it seemed to be a bit of a bridge too far, even for a genius such as himself. The sighting of Neptune in 1612 as a fixed star, not recognized as a planet, illustrates the nascent stage of telescopic astronomy, where even significant discoveries such as a new planet could go completely unrecognized. Galileo's recording of Neptune's position and motion, though he did not identify it as a planet, was part of the extensive celestial cataloging work that would be essential for the future celestial mechanics. Galileo's studies on sunspots were also revolutionary. They not only challenged the Aristotelian view of an unchanging and perfect heaven, but also provided empirical evidence against geocentric and geoheliocentric systems. His dispute with Christopher Scheiner over the nature and interpretation of sunspots reflected the scientific debates of the period, showing the shift from philosophical reasoning to empirical evidence in understanding not just celestial phenomena, but science in general. Furthermore, his detailed observations of the Milky Way galaxy, which resolved into countless individual stars, overturned the belief in its nebulous nature and suggested a more complex structure of the universe. His observations of stars' apparent sizes and his methods for measuring them, despite being influenced by atmospheric distortion, represented significant advances in observational astronomy. These measurements also provided arguments against the Tychonic system, which basically suggested that stars would appear much larger if they were as distant as heliocentric models suggested. Just a side note, I don't admit to understand much about astronomy, so I'm doing my best to explain things the best way that I can. Perhaps my understanding of astronomy will be a little bit more enlightened by the end of this video, but that remains to be seen. Now, Galileo's conflict with Father Orazio Grazi regarding the nature of comets spiraled into a broader debate about scientific methods and the principles underlying celestial phenomena in general. Galileo's engagement in this debate through publications such as the assayer, highlights his role not only as a scientist, but as a critical philosopher of science, who emphasized empirical evidence and rational argumentation over established authority, or simply speculative reason. He wasn't just doing science, but he was changing how science was done. Well, the dispute began with Grassi's assertion in 1618 that comets were celestial bodies following predictable paths, which contradicted the Aristotelian belief that comets were atmospheric phenomena. In comes Galileo to challenge Grassi's conclusions, initially via a proxy publication by Mario Guiducci, where he critiqued Grassi's methods and findings without offering a definitive explanation of his own, reflecting the uncertain state of comet science at the time. Galileo's critique escalated in The Assayer, published in 1623, where he argued that science should be a pursuit of observable truths and verifiable hypotheses. Sounds pretty fair, doesn't it? This work is often seen as his kind of a scientific manifesto, because it articulates his views on precisely how science should be practiced, emphasizing observation, mathematical description, and crucially, the independence of scientific discovery from philosophical or religious dogma. And I'm sure you can see how that became a problem for some people to deal with. In The Assayer, Galileo famously stated that mathematics is the language in which the universe is written, arguing that understanding the universe requires reading this language through scientific investigation. This represents a pivotal moment in the development of what we now consider the scientific method, moving away from reliance on Aristotelian philosophy and towards a more empirical approach that values observation and mathematical rigor. Believe me, it's much better that way. Well, Galileo's dispute with Grassi and his defense of his methodological approaches in The Assayer didn't just mark a significant development in the philosophy of science, but it was also playing a key role in the eventual acceptance of heliocentrism. By arguing that physical evidence gathered through observation should guide scientific understanding, Galileo set the stage for modern physics and astronomy. However, these controversies also sowed the seeds with a rather more powerful entity, that being the Roman Catholic Church, who were a little bit upset with Galileo. You see, while Galileo's ideas found favor with some, including Pope Urban VIII, they also alienated others, particularly among the Jesuit sect, who felt that Galileo's dismissive attitude towards traditional philosophical approaches undermined their own blend of science and philosophy. This alienation would contribute to the hostile environment that eventually led to Galileo's trial and condemnation in 1633 for defending the heliocentric model, which of course was seen as contrary to scripture based on the prevailing interpretations at the time. And I do say interpretations, because not everybody was on the same page. In fact, just like in our modern day, after Martin Luther's time at least, where everybody is allowed to read the Bible and we don't have heresy trials anymore, everybody holds different views on different things, and sometimes the views they held are either rigid views or somewhat flexible ones, especially regarding the Trinity, but that's for a different video, isn't it? Back to Galileo. In 1616, the Roman Inquisition officially condemned heliocentrism, citing it as being foolish and absurd in philosophy, and formally heretical since it explicitly contradicts in many places the sense of Holy Scripture. This decree was a significant blow to Galileo, who had been advocating for the Copernican system based on his astronomical observations. But what about this condemnation of heliocentrism? Well, it wasn't just based on theological grounds, but also it incorporated physical and mathematical arguments, largely derived from Tycho Brahe's geocentric model. Brahe's model cleverly amalgamated traditional biblical interpretations with new astronomical observations, without necessitating the Earth's motion. His primary argument against heliocentrism was the absence of observable stellar parallax, which he claimed would be evident if the Earth orbited the Sun. From a technical perspective, Brahe argued that if the stars were distant enough to make their parallax unobservable with the naked eye, then they would have to be unimaginably large to appear as bright as they do in the night sky, larger even than the Sun, which seemed absurd at the time. Well, Galileo's defense of heliocentrism extended beyond mere scientific assertion. He attempted to reconcile the system with Scripture by proposing that the Bible was not meant to serve as a scientific authority, but rather as a guide to spiritual salvation. Good luck with that. He articulated these views in his letter to the Grand Duchess Christina and in various other correspondences, arguing that scriptural texts were often written metaphorically and should not be taken as literal scientific explanations. Well, you can imagine how people took this. This position placed Galileo very much at odds with the Church's traditional view that Scripture was the ultimate authority on all matters, and that, of course, includes the natural world. The situation escalated with the publication of Galileo's dialogue concerning the two chief world systems in 1632, which ostensibly compared the Copernican system with the Ptolemaic, but was seen as openly favoring heliocentrism. Despite having received approval from the Roman censor, the dialogue led to Galileo being summoned to Rome by the Inquisition in 1633. You can imagine how that felt, sort of hearing your name announced over the school intercom, ASMR historian to the principal's office, in a very angry voice. This can't be good news. Now, the trial that followed resulted in Galileo being found, and this was the wording of the charge, vehemently suspect of heresy. Of course, he was then forced to recant his support for heliocentrism. And contrary to what a lot of people think, the Inquisition didn't just grab him and hand him over to secular authorities to burn him at the stake. No, he was just put under house arrest, which I understand is not good, but a lot of people tend to think that he was executed for heliocentric beliefs. This is simply not the case. Well, a little bit more about the trial. His trial and condemnation seem to highlight this critical period in the history of science, where observational science began to challenge more deeply the philosophical and theological underpinnings of the society at whole. Therefore, this conflict with the Church wasn't just about the placement of the Earth in the cosmos, but effectively it was about who held the authority to interpret reality, who decides what is real and what isn't, religion or science. Well, we can have a bit of both, can't we? Well, perhaps they shouldn't step on each other's toes. I think they both have a place, regardless of your beliefs, as long as we all take them and have a look at what each one has to offer. Anyway, Galileo's trial by the Roman Inquisition in 1633 is one of the most famous episodes in the history of science. It culminated after a series of events that began with Galileo's advocacy for the Copernican system, which suggested that the Earth and other planets orbit the Sun. And it was controversial because it contradicted this geocentric model, and the Catholic Church were definitely in support of that, matching it up with their scripture and basing it in the Aristotelian cosmology. Well, almost everyone. Pope Urban VIII, who had been an admirer and even a supporter of Galileo, asked him to write a book discussing the Copernican system and the traditional geocentric system, but he would prefer if he was to treat them as purely hypothetical. You see, the Pope didn't want to step on any toes either, and perhaps he was trying to give Galileo a little bit of a hushed warning. Well, in 1632, he published that work, the aforementioned Concerning Two Chief World Systems, which ostensibly presented the arguments for both sides, but, as we know, it was considered to be advocating heliocentrism through the character of Salviati, who effectively argued for Copernicanism. While the reaction to the dialogue was swift and severe, Galileo was summoned to Rome by the Inquisition. Despite his old age and health, well, he was deteriorating a little bit at this time. He faced a rather hostile tribunal that was reluctant to accept his claims that the book was written in a purely hypothetical context. It's just a prank, bro. The Inquisition found that Galileo's writings made him a heretic, and that is just too bad. Well, after being forced to recant his views under the threat of torture, he was placed under house arrest. His dialogue was then banned, and further publications of all of his work were simply prohibited. Don't talk about Galileo anymore. The sentence, while it was harsh, indeed spared him from more severe physical punishment, reflecting his previously high standing with the church officials, but also because he was rather an old man at this point, and it just would not have looked good. The legend that Galileo muttered the words, "and yet it moves," after his recantation epitomizes the view that personal conviction cannot be silenced by authority. And it's a nice little story, but it's a story that appeared only a century after his death and is considered apocryphal. Once again, sorry to ruin your fun. Now, despite his condemnation, Galileo continued his scientific work. Of course, when you're stuck in the house all day, you have to do something, and something was what he did. Under house arrest, he wrote 2 new sciences, which laid the foundations for modern kinematics and materials science. His work had a profound impact on the later science, too. Albert Einstein even praised his contributions to physics, and Galileo is often heralded as the father of modern physics, something that Albert Einstein certainly seemed to agree with. And if you've got Einstein on your side, well, can't be all that bad. Of course, the trial itself also had long-term implications for the relationship between science and religion. It became kind of a symbol of the conflict between free inquiry and religious orthodoxy. This affair reflects the broader themes of an intellectual authority and the freedom to explore and validate new ideas, even if they go against traditional beliefs. And don't get too ahead of yourself, because this is a conflict that continues in various forms to this very day. Well, Galileo's death on January the 8th, 1642, certainly marked the end of an era, not only for science, but also for his chaotic relationship with the Catholic Church. Despite his contributions to the scientific community, his condemnation for heresy profoundly influenced the circumstances surrounding his burial. Initially, there were indeed grand plans for Galileo's final resting place, reflecting the status he had. Ferdinando II, the Grand Duke of Tuscany, intended for Galileo to be buried in the main body of the Basilica of Santa Croce in Florence, right next to his ancestors. This was also to be accompanied by the erecting of a lavish marble mausoleum, a testament to his legacy. However, was there somebody you forgot to ask? The plans were swiftly curtailed by the objections from Pope Urban VIII and his nephew, Cardinal Francesco Barberini, highlighting the lasting impact of Galileo's conflict with the Church. Of course, they couldn't have a heretic with such a great monument, right? Instead of the prestigious burial that was initially planned, Galileo was interred in a much more modest location, a small little room next to the novices' chapel, at the end of the corridor from the southern transept of the basilica to the sacristy. This was a stark contrast to the recognition he had hoped to receive from posterity, and reflected the Church's continued disapproval after his death. In comparison, it's basically like throwing him in the broom closet. Not very nice at all. Now fast forwarding a little bit later, in 1737, almost a century after his death, his contributions to science were finally recognized in a manner that befitted his legacy. His remains were moved to the main body of the Basilica of Santa Croce, where a monument was erected in his honor. During this reburial, relics including 3 fingers and a tooth were removed from his remains, one of which is currently displayed at the Museo Galileo in Florence. This later ceremony did much to rectify the earlier understated burial, serving as a posthumous rehabilitation of his status as a pioneering scientist. After his death, the contentious issue surrounding his advocacy for heliocentrism gradually receded from the forefront of public discourse. The prohibition on reprinting Galileo's works, initially imposed by the Inquisition, was finally lifted in 1718, enabling the publication of his collected works, and I mean everything except the controversial dialogue. Well, in 1741, Pope Benedict XV sanctioned the publication of Galileo's complete scientific contributions, which included a modified version of the dialogue, and by modified I mean censored. A broad ban on heliocentric writings was somewhat eased in 1758, when the general prohibition was removed from the index of prohibited books, although the dialogue and the De Revolutionibus of Copernicus remained specifically banned. It wasn't until 1838 that all official opposition to heliocentrism was eliminated from the index, reflecting a significant shift in the Church's stance towards the scientific concept. The narrative of the Galileo affair experienced a resurgence in interest during the early 19th century, particularly among Protestant polemicists who utilized the incident to critique Roman Catholicism. In 1939, Pope Pius XII, in one of his initial addresses to the Pontifical Academy of Sciences, praised Galileo as a bold pioneer of scientific endeavor. His advisor, Professor Robert Lieber, noted that Pius XII was keen on maintaining an open dialogue with the scientific community, and expressed quite a bit of regret over the historical treatment of Galileo. The controversy was revisited in 1990 by Cardinal Ratzinger, later becoming Pope Benedict XVI, during a speech at Sapienza University of Rome. He referenced the philosophical views of poor Feyerabend, who argued that the Church's condemnation of Galileo was justified based on the standards of rationality and justice prevalent at the time. Ratzinger highlighted the complexity of forming an apologetic based on the modern perceptions of these historical events. Significant progress in rectifying this historical wrong was made on October 31, 1992, when Pope John Paul II officially acknowledged the Church's error in condemning Galileo's heliocentric theory. This acknowledgement was part of a broader discourse recognizing the need to distinguish the Bible's scriptural authority and its interpretations. Galileo's legacy is extensive and varied. He's credited with the discovery of the 4 largest moons of Jupiter, collectively known as the Galilean moons, being Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto. Beyond these celestial discoveries, his name has been commemorated in various scientific contexts. The Galileo spacecraft, notable for being the first to orbit Jupiter, and the Galileo Global Satellite Navigation System, which provides GPS services worldwide. Both honor his contributions to science. Additionally, the Galilean transformation in classical mechanics, which describes the transformation between inertial systems, and the Gal unit, a non-SI unit of acceleration, are also named after him, reflecting his broad scope of his influence and his lasting legacy. Furthermore, Galileo's name graces celestial features, such as planet Galileo and asteroid 697 Galileo, ensuring his legacy continues to be celebrated within and beyond the scientific community. I suppose we can say that he reached for the stars, but he flew a little bit too close to the sun. Well, thank you very much for listening. Galileo Galilei, What a topic, and what a man. If you've enjoyed the content, then, I don't know, maybe you should like and subscribe to the channel. Christopher Columbus, an Italian explorer whose 1492 voyage across the Atlantic Ocean led to the European awareness of the American continents. His expeditions, funded by Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand of Spain, marked the beginning of centuries of transatlantic colonization. He made a total of 4 voyages to the Caribbean and South America over the course of 12 years, mistakenly believing he had found a new sea route to Asia. And while he was not the first European to reach the Americas, Columbus's journeys were pivotal in opening up the New World to European exploration, trade, and eventual colonization, shaping the course of world history profoundly, and beginning the transatlantic slave trade. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, well, welcome. And if you are coming back, it's good to see you again. As always, if you want to support the channel, best thing you can do is like and subscribe. Those who want to go above and beyond will find the means to do so in the description of this video. Well, without further ado, let's all get nice and comfortable, relax, and we may begin. Christopher Columbus, who was born in the Republic of Genoa between the late August and late October of 1451, spent his early years immersed in a world of maritime trade and exploration. His father, Domenico Colombo, was a wool weaver and also managed a cheese stand where young Christopher often helped. His mother, Susanna Fortanarossa, alongside his siblings Bartholomew, Giovanni, and Giacomo, also known as Diego, and sister Bianchinetta, filled his early life with bustling, vibrant Genoese culture. Columbus was exposed to the sea from a young age, claiming to have gone to sea at just the young age of 14. Around 1470, his family moved to Savona, and Domenico took over operations of a tavern there. While some authors have speculated about Columbus's origins, suggesting he might have actually been from Spain or Portugal, these theories have largely been dismissed. By 1473, Columbus began working as a business agent for the prominent Genoese families of Spinola, Centurione, and Di Negro. His work took him to the Aegean Sea, specifically the island of Chios, which at that time was under Genoese control. In 1476, he participated in a significant convoy to deliver valuable cargo across northern Europe, which likely brought him to places like Bristol in England and Galway in modern-day Ireland. His possible journey to Iceland in 1477 is possible, but also debatable. Columbus settled in Lisbon, Portugal, from 1477 until 1485. During this period, he embarked on several trading voyages, including a sugar-buying trip to Madeira for the Centurione family in 1478, which I'm sure was no doubt a sweet deal. He then married Felipa Perestrelo e Moniz, a daughter of a Portuguese noble and governor of Porto Santo. The couple had a son, Diego, around 1479 or 1480. Well, unfortunately, Felipa did not last long. After the death of his wife, Columbus returned to Portugal to settle her estate and took his son Diego back with him. At the time when she had died, he was away on voyages to the coasts of West Africa, notably the Portuguese trading post of Elmina in present-day Ghana. Well, by 1485, he had left Portugal again for Castile, where he later became involved with Beatriz Enriquez de Arana, an orphaned 20-year-old. Beatriz and Columbus also had a son, Fernando, in 1488. Columbus was a man of diverse interests and quite a bit of self-taught knowledge. In fact, he studied Latin, Portuguese, and Castilian, and was well read in astronomy, geography, and history. His readings included works by Ptolemy, Marco Polo, and Pope Pius II, among others. And despite not being a scholarly man, at least by formal standards, Columbus's annotations and ideas about the world were profoundly influenced by his readings and experiences, and there were plenty of them. Under the dominance of the Mongol Empire, and the stability it brought through the Pax Mongolica, means the Mongolian peace, by the way, think of Pax Romana, Roman peace, Europeans enjoyed a secure overland path via the Silk Road, accessing India, China, and as far away as Southeast Asia, which was, of course, rich in valuable commodities. However, and if you've been paying attention to the dates, you would know that things were about to change in that regard. The fall of Constantinople to the Ottoman Empire in 1453 disrupted this route for Christian traders, compelling them to seek alternative paths to Asia. And if you can't go through it, you have to go around it. The Florentine astronomer Paolo dal Pozzo Toscanelli in 1474 proposed a bold plan to King Alfonso of Portugal, reaching the Maluku or the Spice Islands, China, Japan, and India by sailing west across the Atlantic, rather than the longer route around Africa. However, Alfonso dismissed this idea. Columbus did not. He was inspired by Toscanelli's theories and believed a western sea route to Asia was indeed feasible. He contacted Toscanelli in 1481, who encouraged him by sharing a map suggesting this shorter route. Columbus's plan gained complexity when Bartholomew Diaz rounded the Cape of Good Hope in 1488, demonstrating the southern route to Asia. Columbus, a Christian millennialist and apocalypticist according to some historians, sought gold and the conversion of all other races to Christianity as part of his broader religious and exploratory ambitions. You will find this kind of opinion among a lot of modern scholars. Is it a part of a demonization, or is it the truth? Well, you make up your mind by the end of the video. Some say that his desire for gold was tied to a grander vision of conquering the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, which of course aligned with biblical prophecy, Despite misconceptions, educated Europeans of Columbus's era were very aware that the Earth was spherical, based on knowledge from ancient times. Astronomical navigation techniques were evolving among mariners, using the positions of celestial bodies. Eratosthenes, in the 3rd century BC, had accurately calculated the Earth's circumference using basic geometry, a fact that was known among scholars, but misconstrued by Columbus due to Ptolemy's outdated metrics. Columbus's calculation of the Earth's size was based on several cosmographical parameters. 1. The distance between Europe and Asia, the Earth's circumference, and the length of a degree of longitude. Influenced by Pierre d'Ailly's Amigo Mundi, Columbus adopted Alfraganus's smaller unit of measurement, underestimating the Earth's size by about a third, and of course the westward distance from the Canary Islands to Asia by 58%. This is of course quite a problem when you have to estimate how much food and fresh water you have to bring on board for a journey. Kind of like a plane running out of fuel in the middle of the ocean. You can understand how that would cause issues. Columbus's navigation plans were influenced by historical and geographical misconceptions. He believed, based on Toscanelli and others, that Asia was larger and closer than it is, and that Japan, which they called Cipangu, lay much closer to the equator. His estimate of the distance from the Canary Islands to Japan was a significant underestimation, making the voyage seem a lot more feasible than it actually was in reality. While most navigators deemed a westward voyage from Europe to Asia as unworkable due to the vast distances and the need for extensive provisions, Columbus saw the trade winds as his path to success. He planned to sail to the Canary Islands, then continue west with the northeast trade wind. The return journey required navigating the westerlies that blow eastward to Europe. Columbus had learned about the Atlantic wind patterns, possibly from his marriage to Felipa Perestrello, and from his work in map-making, which he was quite good at. Despite his incomplete knowledge of the Atlantic winds, his first voyage successfully avoided hurricanes by sailing west from the Canary Islands during hurricane season. His ambitious plan, flawed by the miscalculations of distance and his underestimation of the Earth's circumference, was nevertheless a pivotal moment in history. His eventual voyage in 1492, backed by the Spanish crown after Portugal's rejection, changed the course of world exploration and opened up a new era of global interaction. By 1484, Columbus approached King John II of Portugal with his plan for a westward voyage to Asia, a proposal that was widely scrutinized by the king's experts, who accurately determined that Columbus had grossly underestimated the distance to Asia, believing it to be about a quarter of the actual distance. Despite this, Columbus tried again in 1488, but his timing was unfortunate, as Bartholomew Diaz's recent success in navigating the southern tip of Africa near the Cape of Good Hope suggested a more viable eastern route to Asia. Well, Columbus was undeterred. He sought support from Ferdinand II of Aragon and Isabella I of Castile, the Catholic monarchs of the newly united Spain. On May 1, 1486, Columbus presented his plans to Queen Isabella, who passed them to a committee of experts. Like their Portuguese counterparts, these scholars concluded that Columbus's estimations were significantly off, and deemed the plan to be quite impractical. However, recognizing potential future benefits, and to keep Columbus from taking his ideas to other European courts, the monarchs decided that it would be best to grant him a modest annual allowance. Columbus's brother, Bartholomew, took the proposal to England, seeking the sponsorship of Henry VII, but was delayed by pirates and arrived too late to effect the negotiations. Meanwhile, Columbus himself was sent by the Spanish crown to La Rabida Friere for a period of reflection and preparation. Here he received additional funds for new clothing and an invitation to return to court. The tide turned for Columbus after the fall of Granada in January of 1492, marking the end of the Reconquista. A subsequent council led by Queen Isabella's confessor, Hernando de Talavera, still found Columbus's route to Asia unlikely. As Columbus prepared to leave for France to seek support, Ferdinand intervened, sending emissaries to encourage Isabella to reconsider. She was finally persuaded, largely due to the efforts of Luis de Santangel, who emphasized the risk of Columbus offering his services to another European power. In the Capitulations of Santa Fe, signed in April of 1492, Ferdinand and Isabella promised Columbus the title of Admiral of the Ocean Sea, Viceroy, and governor of all new lands he could claim for Spain. He was granted a significant share of any wealth generated, and the authority to nominate candidates for governance in these new territories. Pretty good deal, don't you think? However, Columbus's fortunes changed dramatically during his third voyage to the Americas in 1500, when he was arrested and stripped of his titles due to accusations of mismanagement. Along with his sons Diego and Fernando, he initiated a lengthy series of legal battles against the Castilian crown. Well, these lawsuits claimed that the crown had not honored its contractual obligations to Columbus and his heirs. The initial litigation led to a 1511 judgment that confirmed Diego's position as viceroy, but with somewhat diminished authority. The litigation continued until 1536, with subsequent disputes by Columbus's heirs persisting all the way until 1790. Just can't let it go, can't they? Well, we'll get to the later voyages later. Columbus's persistent belief in his navigational theories and his relentless pursuit of royal support ultimately led to this historic 1492 voyage, setting the stage for the age of exploration. Now, between 1492 and 1504, he undertook 4 significant voyages from Spain to the Americas. It was indeed the beginning of European exploration, and that golden age of colonization of the American continents, foundational to the Columbian Exchange. His contributions are thus central to the age of discovery, and, well, that's the reason why the 54% American audience that watch this channel probably learned about him very early in school. At least, I hope you would be learning about him Well, let's get on to the actual voyages themselves. Of course, it's probably wise that we start with the first voyage. That would make sense, wouldn't it? So, the first voyage, beginning in 1492 to 1493. Columbus set sail on the evening of August 3rd, 1492, from Palos de la Frontera, commanding 3 ships. The largest was the carrack Santa Maria, with Columbus himself at the helm. Accompanying him were 2 smaller caravels, the Pinta and the Nina, piloted by the Pinzon brothers. He first headed to the Canary Islands for supplies and repairs, departing on September 6th for a 5-week voyage across the ocean. On the 7th of October, the crew observed vast flocks of birds, and on October the 11th, Columbus adjusted the fleet's course due west. Early October 12th, Rodrigo de Triana, the lookout on the Pinta, spotted land, which Columbus later claimed to have seen earlier, thereby securing a lifetime pension from the Spanish monarchy. That's a little cheeky, isn't it? He named this island San Salvador. It's the present-day Bahamas. The indigenous people called it Guanahani, which I probably haven't pronounced properly, but, you know. In his journal from October the 12th, 1492, Columbus noted his first impressions of the native people, observing their peaceful nature and envisioning their potential to be converted to Christianity and serve the Spanish crown. He called these inhabitants Los Indios. Columbus explored the northeast coast of Cuba on October the 28th, and on November the 26th was separated from the Pinta when its captain, Martin Alonso Pinzon, went in search of gold on another island. Columbus continued to Hispaniola's northern coast, landing on December the 6th. There the Santa Maria was wrecked on December 25th, and its timbers used to impress the locals. Columbus was welcomed by the native Cacique Guacanagari, who allowed him to leave some of his men behind. Columbus founded the settlement of La Navidad in present-day Haiti, leaving 39 men, including the interpreter Luis de Torres. But of course you can't go home empty-handed. Columbus captured a few natives and pressed on with his exploration. He reunited with Pinzon and the Pinta on January 6, 1493. On January the 13th he made his final stop in the Americas, at the Bay of Rinzon in northeast Hispaniola, encountering the Siguayos, who resisted the Spanish. After leaving Hispaniola, Columbus headed for Spain aboard the Nina, but a storm led him to take refuge on the island of Santa Maria in the Azores. After a confrontation with the local governor, Columbus set sail once again, only to be forced into Lisbon's port by another storm. Here he met with King John II of Portugal, who asserted that Columbus's voyage violated the Treaty of Alsacovas. Columbus finally returned to Spain, landing in Palos on March 15, 1493, where he received a hero's welcome and soon met with Ferdinand and Isabella in Barcelona. He presented them with the captured natives, plants, and other items collected on his journey. And just think about it for a moment. Those poor natives, how confusing this entire ordeal must have been. Was anybody there telling them exactly what was going on? What was the fate? Well, I suppose those sorts of people rarely get written down in the triumphant books, right? Well, Columbus's letter about the voyage sent from Lisbon helped spread the news across Europe, with most people initially believing that he had reached Asia. His discoveries led to the issuance of the Bulls of Donation by Pope Alexander VI in 1493, which were intended to grant new lands to Portugal and Spain, but were later superseded by the Treaty of Tordesillas in 1494. The widespread impact of this first voyage and his persistence in claiming he had found a route to Asia significantly influenced European exploration and the eventual recognition of the Americas as separate continents. On September the 24th, 1493, he embarked on his second voyage to the Americas from Cadiz, commanding a fleet of now 17 ships. Remember, the first voyage he only had 3. But this time, his mission was to establish permanent colonies, and he was accompanied by nearly 1,500 men. This diverse group included sailors, soldiers, priests, carpenters, stonemasons, metal workers, and of course farmers. Notable members of this expedition included Alvarez Chanco, a physician who documented the voyage, Juan Ponce de Leon, who would later become the first governor of Puerto Rico and explore Florida, the father of Bartholomew de las Casas, Juan de la Cosa, a cartographer credited with creating the first world map to include the New World, and Columbus's younger brother, of course, Diego. The fleet made a stop at the Canary Islands to replenish supplies, and set sail again on October the 7th, taking a more southerly course than the first voyage. On November the 3rd, they reached the Windward Islands. The first island that Columbus sighted was named Dominica, but due to lack of a suitable harbor, the fleet anchored off a nearby smaller island that he named Maria Galante, now part of the Guadeloupe and called Marie Galante. Other islands Columbus named Montserrat, Antigua, St. Martin, and the Virgin Islands, among others. On November the 17th, Columbus sighted Puerto Rico's eastern coast, known to the native Taino as Boriquen. He sailed along the island's southern coast before making landfall on its northwestern coast at the Bay of Añasco on November the 19th. Columbus named the island San Juan Bautista in honor of John the Baptist, and stayed there from November 20th to the 21st to resupply his ships. Continuing to Hispaniola, Columbus arrived at the La Navidad in present-day Haiti on November the 22nd. There he discovered that the fort left from his previous voyage was destroyed by the Tainos after the Spaniards had antagonized them with their relentless search for gold. The pursuit of women did not help either. Tends to disenfranchise the local men a little bit. He then founded a new settlement, La Isabela, obviously named after the Queen, which is in what is now the Dominican Republic. But this settlement was poorly located and quite short-lived. From April to August of 1494, he explored Cuba and Jamaica, then returned to Hispaniola. By the end of 1494, disease and famine had decimated 2/3 of the Spanish settlers. Columbus implemented the system encomienda, which coerced labor from the indigenous people and led to widespread abuse. Thus, Columbus punished even the most minor of crimes among the colonists with execution or dismemberment. The native people were enslaved, beaten, abused, and tortured in the pursuit of gold. Many chose to take their own lives over the subjugation. Well, that took a dark turn, didn't it? Well, we'll talk a little more about that later, but let's continue on in a more biographical sense. In February of 1495, Columbus organized a massive slave raid, rounding up about 1,500 Arawaks, including some that had previously rebelled. Approximately 500 of the strongest were sent to Spain to be slaves. Around 200 of these died en route. Despite these atrocities, the need for more supplies and provisions continued on. It was never enough. In June of 1495, the Spanish crown sent additional ships and supplies to Hispaniola. Florentine merchant Giannato Berardi, responsible for provisioning Columbus's fleet and supplying the colony, succeeded in sending almost 40,000 maravedis worth of enslaved Indians to Columbus, before dying suddenly in December of 1495. On the 10th of March 1496, after being away for about 30 months, Columbus departed from La Isabela. The fleet sighted land between Lisbon and Cape St. Vincent on June the 8th and disembarked in Cadiz on June the 11th. Despite the hardships and moral controversies of this voyage, it marked a significant step in the European exploration of the New World, setting the stage for further expeditions and the eventual widespread colonization of the Americas by Europeans. On May 30th, 1498, after a 2-year break, Columbus embarked on his third voyage from Sanlúcar in Spain, this time with a fleet of about 6 ships. After a stop at Madeira and the Canary Islands, the fleet split up. 3 ships headed for Hispaniola to bring supplies to the settlers there, while Columbus, commanding the other 3, sailed south to the Cape Verde Islands before steering westward across the Atlantic. This voyage aimed to explore rumors of a large continent south of the Caribbean, which of course today is known as South America. By July 31st, they sighted Trinidad, marking the most southerly of the Caribbean islands they had encountered. On August 5th, Columbus dispatched small boats on the southern side of the Paria Peninsula in present-day Venezuela, near the mouth of the Orinoco River. This landing was significant, as it was the first recorded time Europeans set foot on the mainland of South America. Columbus correctly surmised that this landmass was indeed a continent, not just another island. The fleet then navigated to the islands of Margarita and Chacacare, sighting Tobago and Grenada from a distance. On August the 19th, Columbus returned to Hispaniola, only to find the settlers in rebellion against his rule, due to the unfulfilled promises of riches. Columbus responded in typical fashion by having some of the rebels tried for their insubordination, with at least one leader being executed. In October of 1499, facing growing unrest and accusations of tyranny, Columbus sent 2 ships back to Spain to request the appointment of a royal commissioner to assist in governing. The Spanish court, already informed of Columbus's harsh and frankly incompetent rule, dispatched Francisco de Bobadilla, a relative of an influential patron of Columbus, to try and figure out what was going on. Upon arrival in Santo Domingo, Bobadilla found immediate complaints against all 3 Columbus brothers, and took over Columbus's house and property, declaring himself the new governor. Bobadilla's report to Spain detailed brutal governance practices by Columbus, including the punishment of a man who stole corn by mutilating his ears and nose and then selling him into slavery. Other testimonies described Columbus congratulating his brother Bartholomew for having a woman stripped of her clothes and then paraded through the streets before being mutilated. Her crime? Speaking ill of the Columbus family. The report also highlighted Columbus's approach to quelling native unrest, involving suppression through violence and intimidation, including parading dismembered bodies to discourage further rebellion. Despite Columbus's vehement denials of pretty much all of the charges laid against him, the evidence and testimonies collected by Bobadilla led to Columbus and his brother Diego being arrested and returned to Spain in chains aboard the caravel La Gorda. They remained in jail for 6 weeks, until King Ferdinand ordered their release and summoned them to the Alhambra Palace in Granada. The sovereigns expressed their dismay at Bobadilla's actions and restored the Columbus brothers freedom and wealth. After much persuasion, they agreed to fund Columbus's 4th voyage, although Nicolas de Ovando was appointed the new governor of the West Indies, replacing Bobadilla. Recent discoveries, including a manuscript found by the archivist Isabel Aguirre in the archive of Simancas, Spain, shed new light on the accusations against Columbus and his brother. These documents, published in The Fall of Christopher Columbus, The Judgment of Bobadilla, by Aguirre and Consuelo Varela in 2006, include testimonies gathered by Bobadilla and others in Santo Domingo in 1500, providing a deeper understanding of the events leading to the downfall of Columbus's administration in the New World. A bit of further reading for those inclined. Now, on the 9th of May 1502, Columbus embarked on his 4th and final voyage from Cadiz, Spain. His fleet consisted of his flagship, the Santa Maria, and 3 other vessels, crewed by a total of 140 men, including his brother Bartholomew as second in command, and his son Fernando. Their first destination was Asila on the Moroccan coast, intending to rescue Portuguese soldiers who were reportedly besieged by the Moors. By the time Columbus's fleet arrived, the siege had already been lifted, so they stayed only briefly before continuing on to the Canary Islands. On June the 15th, the fleet reached Martinique in the Caribbean. Columbus stayed there for several days, but as a hurricane began to form, he sailed westward, seeking shelter on Hispaniola. He reached Santo Domingo on the 29th of June, but was denied port by the new governor, Francisco de Bobadilla. Columbus had warned Bobadilla about the approaching hurricane, but his warnings were ignored. When Columbus's ships sheltered at the mouth of the Rio Jana, the first Spanish treasure fleet sailed directly into the hurricane. Columbus's fleet survived with only minor damage, while Bobadilla's fleet lost 20 of its 30 ships, with 500 lives lost, including Bobadilla himself. Only a few ships made it back to Santo Domingo, and only the Aguja, carrying Columbus's belongings and his share of the gold from Hispaniola, managed to return to Spain. How convenient. Columbus then made a brief stop in Jamaica before sailing to Central America, arriving on the coast of Honduras on July 30th. Here his brother Bartholomew encountered native merchants and a large canoe. By August the 14th, Columbus landed on the continental mainland at Punta Caxinas, now Puerto Castilla in Honduras. And over the next 2 months, he explored the coasts of Honduras, Nicaragua, and Costa Rica, looking for a strait that would lead him through the western Caribbean to the Indian Ocean. Sailing south along the Nicaraguan coast, he discovered a channel that took him into the Almirante Bay in Panama on October the 5th. Upon anchoring in Almirante Bay, Columbus encountered the Ngabe people, who wore many gold ornaments. In January of 1503, he established a garrison at the mouth of the Belen River. On April the 16th, he departed for Hispaniola, and by May 10th, he finally sighted the Cayman Islands, which he named La Tortugas, due to the abundance of sea turtles. However, his ships were damaged in a storm off the coast of Cuba, and by June the 25th, 1503, they were beached in St. Anne Parish, Jamaica. Stranded for 6 months, Columbus and his 230 men were marooned. Diego Mendez de Segura, along with Bartholomew, Flisco, and 6 natives, paddled a canoe to Hispaniola to get help. However, the governor, Nicolas de Ovando y Cacares, who reportedly had a foaming-at-the-mouth hatred for Columbus, decided to delay their rescue. No big rush. Let them suffer for a little while longer. To maintain his cooperation of the local natives for food and support, Columbus used his knowledge of astronomy to predict a lunar eclipse on February the 29th, 1504. This demonstration of knowledge successfully gained their favor, or more like tricked them into believing he had some kind of godlike foresight. Well, despite Ovando's efforts to hinder them, Columbus and his crew were eventually rescued on June the 28th, 1504. They then returned to Sanlúcar, Spain, on November the 7th, marking the end of Columbus's final voyage. This voyage, fraught with challenges and opposition, further expanded European knowledge of the Americas, and underscored the complexities and difficulties of exploration during this era. His later years were marked by a growing sense of religious fervor and an unyielding pursuit of the honors and rewards he believed were due to him by the Spanish crown. Thus he spent much of his time writing and compiling works that would both document his achievements and frame them within a religious context that was, of course, deeply personal to him. Toward the end of his life, he produced two significant works, the first of 1502 being the Book of Privileges, detailing the rewards he believed he and his heirs were entitled to, based on agreements like the capitulations of Santa Fe made with the Spanish crown. The book was a compilation of documents, letters, and other writings that Columbus used to assert his rights and privileges. His second work in 1505 was the Book of Prophecies, which reflected his deep religious sentiment and his belief in the role of Christian eschatology. He compiled biblical passages that he saw as foretelling his discoveries and missions, viewing him as an instrument of God's plan for the end times. This work also included interpretations of his role in spreading Christianity, bringing about the conversion of all peoples, a mission he saw as paving the way for the second coming of Christ. Well, as Columbus entered his later years, his health continued to decline. He suffered from attacks that were initially thought to be gout, but later suggested to be reactive arthritis, a condition possibly triggered by intestinal infections or even STDs. Very naughty. That's not very Christ-like, isn't it? Well, this condition would have caused severe joint inflammation, alongside other symptoms like eye bleeding, fever, and temporary blindness. Certainly not a good way to go. And it didn't help that while he continued to get sicker and sicker, the legal battles with the Spanish crown kept coming. His heirs continued these legal challenges well after his death, seeking to enforce the terms of the capitulations of Santa Fe, which promised Columbus and his descendants a tenth of all profits from the lands he discovered. However, after being relieved of his governorship, the crown felt it was simply not bound by these promises, leading to protracted litigation. Columbus died on May 20th, 1506, in Valladolid, Spain, at the age of 54. His death marked the end of a life that had changed the course of world history. Voyages that led to the widespread awareness of the Americas and Europe, and set the stage for the widespread exploration and exploitation that followed. Despite the controversies surrounding his governance and the treatment of indigenous people, he's still a pivotal figure in the age of discovery. This legacy is complex. It's intertwined with both the opening of new horizons and the darker aspects of European expansion. So before we go, let's just talk a little bit about the controversy. Now, before we do, I'm not one of those people who's saying we need to start ripping statues down and burning books and all the rest of it. But we do need to confront the historical realities. Well, Columbus has been criticized for his role in initiating the widespread colonialism and for his brutal treatment of native populations he encountered. Accounts from his friend, Michel de Cuenio, describe Columbus's cruelty, such as the R-word of an indigenous woman which he had captured and then gifted to da Cuenio. This act is part of a broader pattern of abuse observed that Columbus and his men inflicted upon the native populations. Bartholomew de las Casas, a Spanish historian and friar, also detailed the harsh treatment of indigenous people. For those aged 14 and over who failed to pay a tribute of gold every 6 months, Columbus and his men had a rather unique punishment. They would cut off their hands, something we would see later on in the Belgian rulers in the Congo. This, of course, would often lead to death by bleeding. But we must also mention that some modern historians challenge these accounts, suggesting they may be exaggerated as part of the Black Legend, a historical narrative that paints the Spanish Empire in an unfavorable light due to anti-Spanish and anti-Catholic sentiment. Despite all of these controversies, a lot of historians simply agree that Columbus was a product of his times, engaging in practices that were common among European colonizers. He may have been brutal, of course, but the whole system was brutal. It was a brutal world. No matter where you went, no matter where you were from, the whole thing was pretty horrible. Well, some historians have also referred to Columbus as the father of the slave trade, noting that he initiated the large-scale enslavement and shipment of Africans to the Caribbean. But I think that this label of the father of the slave trade is a little bit of a misnomer. In fact, the slave trade had been going since the dawn of time. It's kind of like saying the person who came up with factory farming was the father of animal cruelty. No. Maybe just one who had came up with a more time-efficient system. And, of course, we will be doing videos that extensively go into the African slave trades, whether that be the domestic African slave trade, the one that went to the Middle East, or the transatlantic slave trade, all equally as horrible, so we will get to them. Now, depopulation of indigenous populations was, of course, an issue. The arrival of Columbus and subsequent European colonizers led to a catastrophic decline in the native populations of the Americas. Diseases brought by Europeans, such as smallpox, combined with occasional warfare and harsh enslavement and treatment, continued to contribute to this depopulation. Now, the pre-Columbian population of Hispaniola was estimated to be between 250,000 and 2 million, which is quite a gap in estimations. But even if we go with the smaller number of 250,000, by the 16th century it had dwindled to just a few hundred. This dramatic decline was not only due to disease, but also due to the enslavement and the brutal treatment by the colonizers. It's been emphasized that the policies initiated by Columbus led to widespread dyings and a significant reduction in the indigenous population pretty much everywhere they stood foot. Despite the controversies surrounding his treatment of the indigenous people, pretty much the only thing that gets him praise is his navigational skills. Credit where it's due, I suppose. He expertly utilized the trade winds to make his voyage across the Atlantic possible. His understanding of wind patterns and ocean currents, combined with his use of celestial navigation, was crucial in his successful navigation of the Atlantic Ocean. But once again, opinions on his navigational experience do vary. Some biographers view him as one of the most skilled navigators of all time, while others argue that he simply benefited from good fortune, and that his successes were more due to luck than skill. Well, either way, I suppose it's all up to people's interpretations. I don't like to give my opinions too much on here. I just like to present the information in a way that you can all argue in the comments about it. Michelangelo Buonarroti, born in 1475 in Caprese, Italy, stands among the titans of the Italian Renaissance, renowned for his profound influence across multiple artistic disciplines, including sculpture, painting, architecture, and poetry. His iconic works, such as the sculptures David and Pieta, display an unparalleled mastery of human form and emotion, embodying the Renaissance ideal of humanistic expression. And perhaps his most famous achievement, the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, painted between 1508 and 1512, continues to draw admiration worldwide to this very day. Thus his life's work, marked by a relentless pursuit of artistic perfection, not only elevated him as a quintessential Renaissance man, but also as a symbol of the era's spirit, blending technical skill with a profound exploration of what it means to be human. Hello there and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, great to have you back with me again. As always, for those who want to support the channel, a like and subscribe certainly helps. And if you want to go above and beyond, there are a few links in the video description. Now, without further ado, I will invite you to get nice and relaxed as we go on another exploration into that fascinating past. Michelangelo was born on the 6th of March, 1475, in the small town of Caprese, now known as Caprese Michelangelo, located in Valtiberina near Arezzo, Tuscany. His family, originally small-scale bankers in Florence, had at this time fallen on, well, let's just say, hard times, leading his father, Ludovico de Leonardo Buonarroti Simone, to accept government post in Caprese. At that time, Ludovico was serving as the town's judicial administrator and podesta of Chiusi della Verna. Michelangelo's mother was Francesca di Neri del Miniato di Siena. The family claimed descent from the Countess Matilde di Canossa, a lineage Michelangelo believed in, though it's yet to be verified. Shortly after his birth, Michelangelo's family returned to Florence. His early years were marked by his mother's illness and death in 1481, when he was merely 6 years old. Consequently, he was raised partly by a nanny and her husband, who was a stonecutter, in Settigano, where his father actually owned a marble quarry and a small farm. Of course, being around all that marble certainly influences a young lad, and this environment sparked his lifelong affinity for marble. His education began in Florence under the humanist Francesco da Urbino, but he was somewhat disinterested in formal studies, drawn to art instead, no pun intended. He spent his time copying church paintings and mingling with local artists, and there were plenty of them. Florence, a vibrant center of the arts and learning during the Renaissance, provided a fertile ground for his early artistic development. Influential figures such as Filippo Brunelleschi and Lorenzo Ghiberti were pivotal in shaping the artistic landscape of the city. At the age of 13, he apprenticed with Domenico Ghirlandaio, a prominent painter of frescoes and portraits, and his talent was very evident from early on. By the age of 14, he was already earning an artist's wage, which is of course extremely uncommon, even back in those days for somebody so young. Especially in Florence too, where you had plenty of artists around. Even at such a young age of 14, he was already sticking out among them. Now in 1489, Michelangelo was recommended by Ghirlandaio to Lorenzo de' Medici, leading to his study at the influential Platonic Academy, which was founded by the Medici family. Here he was exposed to the foremost thinkers of the day, like Marsilio Ficini and Pico della Mirandola. During this period, Michelangelo created two significant reliefs, the Madonna of the Stairs and the Battle of the Centaurs, the latter inspired by a suggestion from the scholar Poliziano and commissioned by Lorenzo de' Medici. His time at the Academy was also marred by an incident with a fellow student, one Pietro Torrigiano, who struck him, causing a noticeable disfigurement to his nose. It seems that Michelangelo could not paint his way out of that one. Well, his early years were thus a blend of rigorous training, profound artistic development, occasional fistfights, and personal hardships, all set against the backdrop of Renaissance Florence intellectual and artistic ferment. What a time to be alive! Now the death of Lorenzo de' Medici on April 8, 1492, marked a turning point for Michelangelo, who left the Medici court and returned to his father's house. During this period, he carved a polychrome wooden crucifix in 1493 as a gesture of gratitude to the prior of Santo Spirito in Florence, who had permitted Michelangelo to study anatomy through the dissection of corpses from the church's hospital. This study of cadavers was the first of many that would profoundly influence his understanding of the human form. Michelangelo soon purchased a large block of marble and sculpted a Herculean statue that was eventually sent to France and later lost in the 18th century. In January of 1494, amidst heavy snowfall, Piero de' Medici, Lorenzo's heir, commissioned Michelangelo to create a temporary snow statue, marking his brief return to the Medici fold. However, later that year, the Medici were ousted from Florence due to the rise of the Savonarola, prompting Michelangelo to leave Florence for Venice, then Bologna. In Bologna, he was commissioned to complete several small figures for the shrine of St. Dominic. During his stay, he studied the reliefs of Jacopo della Quercia at the Basilica of St. Petronius, which influenced his later work on the Sistine Chapel ceiling. He then returned to Florence in late 1495, when things had stabilized a little after Charles VIII's defeats in Italy, but he found no work under the new government led by Savonarola. Back in Florence, Michelangelo sculpted two statues, a child St. John the Baptist and a sleeping Cupid. Following an intriguing suggestion by Lorenzo di Pierfrancesco de' Medici, Michelangelo aged the statue of Cupid to make it appear ancient, allowing it to be sold under the guise of an antiquity in Rome. That's one way of making money. But unfortunately, the ruse was eventually uncovered by Cardinal Raphael Riario, the buyer. But he was so impressed by the work anyway that he invited Michelangelo to Rome. Thus he arrived in Rome on the 25th of June, 1496, and soon began work on a statue of Bacchus for Cardinal Riario. Although the cardinal ultimately rejected the finished piece, it was purchased by banker Jacopo Galli for his garden. Michelangelo's Roman career took a decisive turn in November of 1497, when he received a commission from the French cardinal Jean de Belliers-la-Grolla to sculpt the Pietà. This sculpture, which depicts the Virgin Mary giving over the body of Jesus, was completed when Michelangelo was 24, and exemplifies his capacity to portray human emotion and form. The Pietà achieved critical acclaim, epitomized by Giorgio Vasari's praise for its unprecedented perfection. This masterpiece, now housed in St. Peter's Basilica, solidified Michelangelo's reputation, illustrating his mastery in capturing both physical detail and emotional depth, carving it straight into the marble. Some years later, in 1499, Michelangelo returned to a now transformed Florence, shaken by the fall of the anti-Renaissance priest Girolamo Savonarola, who was actually executed in 1498, and of course the rise of a new Piero Soderini. Michelangelo was soon commissioned by the Guild of Wool to complete an unfinished project initiated 40 years earlier by Agostino di Duccio, a colossal statue of David, which was meant to symbolize Florentine freedom. Michelangelo's completion of the David in 1504 marked a pinnacle in his career, showcasing his unrivaled skill and imaginative power. The masterpiece was originally intended for the Florence Cathedral, but was instead placed in the Piazza della Signoria, in front of the Palazzo Vecchio, with a replica now standing in its original spot, while the original is housed in the Accademia. Around the same time, Michelangelo might have contributed to the sculptural work on the facade of the Palazzo Vecchio, known as the Importuno di Michelangelo, an attribution supported by similarities between the facade's profile and a drawing by Michelangelo which is now in the Louvre. With the placement of David, another significant commission came to Michelangelo. In 1504, he was commissioned to paint the Battle of Cascina on the council chamber walls of the Palazzo Vecchio, opposite Leonardo da Vinci's work, The Battle of Anghiari. Michelangelo's fresco, depicting soldiers ambushed while bathing, contrasted with Leonardo's portrayal of a cavalry battle. Neither masterpiece was completed, and both were eventually lost when the chamber was renovated, though they remained influential and were copied by artists such as Rubens and Bastiano da San Gallo. During this period, Michelangelo also painted the Donitondo, a vibrant depiction of the Holy Family commissioned by Angelo Doni for his wife Maddalena Strozzi. This work, which still hangs in the Uffizi Gallery, is famed for its unique frame, possibly designed by Michelangelo himself. Additionally, he likely painted the Manchester Madonna, which is now housed in the National Gallery of London. In 1505, he was summoned to Rome by Pope Julius II and commissioned to create the Pope's elaborate tomb, a project fraught with interruptions that continued sporadically over 40 years, but was never completed to Michelangelo's ultimate satisfaction. During this time, Michelangelo's relationship with Julius II was tumultuous to say the least, marked by frequent disputes and a temporary departure from Rome in 1506. Although he worked on the tomb until 1545, it remained unfinished. Today, the tomb is located in the church of San Pietro in Vincoli in Rome, and includes the renowned statue of Moses and the sculptures Rebellious Slave and Dying Slave, which are now in the Louvre. Now, his painting of the Sistine Chapel, completed between 1508 and 1512, is of course arguably his most renowned work, executed over approximately 4 years. That's one hell of a project. The commission was originally involved a simpler concept proposed by others, who, according to Condivi's biography, hoped that Michelangelo would fail, as painting was not his primary medium. The initial plan was for Michelangelo to paint the 12 apostles on the chapel's triangular pendatives, and to adorn the central ceiling with decorative motifs. However, Michelangelo successfully persuaded Pope Julius II to allow him greater creative freedom, which of course led to a more and more ambitious design. The resulting masterpiece now extends across about 500 square meters and features over 300 figures, encapsulating a complex narrative of biblical and theological themes. The artwork is structured around 9 central panels, grouped into 3 thematic sequences, starting with the creation of the earth, the creation and fall of humankind, and the stories of Noah and his descendants, illustrating the human condition post-fall of man. Supporting the ceiling structure are pendatives adorned with figures of 12 prophetic personalities, comprising 7 Hebrew prophets and 5 sibyls from classical antiquity, who foretold the coming of Christ. These comprehensive iconography serves not only as a visual recounting of foundational Christian stories, but also as an embodiment of the Catholic Church's teachings. Among the ceiling's numerous iconic images are the creation of Adam, where God breathes life into Adam. This section is particularly celebrated. Other notable frescoes include scenes of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, the Great Flood, the sombre visage of the prophet Jeremiah, and the enigmatic Cumaean Sibyl. Michelangelo's work on the Sistine Chapel not only reaffirmed his artistic genius, but also enriched the cultural and spiritual heritage of the Vatican. It was also a massive slap in the face to all the haters who said he couldn't do it. So, there's that too. Well, in 1513, following the death of Pope Julius II, Michelangelo found himself under the patronage of Pope Leo X, Lorenzo de' Medici's second son. Leo encouraged Michelangelo to resume work on Julius II's tomb. However, in 1516 their relationship soured when Louis X attempted to annex the duchy of Urbino from Julius's nephew, leading to renewed enmity between the families. Subsequently, Leo diverted Michelangelo's efforts from the tomb to a new project, that being the facade of the Basilica of San Lorenzo in Florence. Thus, Michelangelo dedicated 3 years to designing the facade, and even attempted to establish a new marble quarry for it at Pietrasanta. But despite his efforts, the project was terminated in 1520 due to financial constraints from his patrons, and the basilica remains without a facade to this very day. In the same year, the Medici family approached Michelangelo with a proposal. They wanted him to design the Medici chapel within the same basilica. This project was to honor the family, including tombs for the younger Medici, Giuliano, Duke of Nemours, and his nephew Lorenzo. Michelangelo had creative freedom on this project, which was realized more fully than the earlier facade project. He created a series of sculptures for the chapel, including the famous allegorical figures of night and day, dawn and dusk, as well as the Medici Madonna. In fact, in 1976, a hidden corridor filled with Michelangelo's sketches for the chapel was discovered. All the rough drafts and little bits and pieces he was trying to work out. How fascinating. Well, Pope Leo X died in 1521, and after his death and the brief papacy of Adrian VI, Giulio de' Medici became Pope Clement VII. Michelangelo was then commissioned to design the Laurentian Library at San Lorenzo, which he did with a pioneering architectural style that prefigured the Baroque movement. However, Michelangelo would not see this project completed in his lifetime, as it was not finished until long after his death. But once again, back in Florence, politics were becoming turbulent, and in 1527, after the sack of Rome, Florentines expelled the Medici and restored the Republic. Michelangelo supported this cause, contributing to the city's defenses. However, the Medici regained power 3 years later in 1530, and Michelangelo was sentenced to death by Pope Clement VII, also a Medici. He supposedly hid during this time in a small secret room under the Medici chapels, where he made numerous drawings. Of course, discovered in 1975, this room was later opened to public viewings in 2023. Ultimately, Michelangelo was pardoned, likely due to his invaluable artistic talent, allowing him to return to his significant commissions in Rome, including the completion of the Medici Chapel and his continued work on the Sistine Chapel. This reconciliation allowed Michelangelo to leave Florence for Rome in 1534, where he spent the remainder of his life, despite previous allegiances to the Florentine Republic. Thus Michelangelo settled near the church of Santa Maria di Loreto in Rome, where he formed a significant friendship with the poet Vittoria Colonna, Marchioness of Pescara. Their friendship lasted until her death in 1547, deeply influencing Michelangelo's life and work. Now in 1534, shortly after Pope Clement VII died, He commissioned Michelangelo to paint the Last Judgment on the altar wall of the Sistine Chapel, a monumental task that commenced under Pope Paul III's patronage. Michelangelo worked on this massive fresco from 1534 until 1541. The work depicts the second coming of Christ and the divine judgment of souls, where Christ is represented as a powerful, muscular figure, youthful and devoid of a beard, completely surrounded by saints. Notably, St. Bartholomew is depicted holding his own flayed skin, which features a self-portrait of Michelangelo. Little Easter egg there for you. Now, the portrayal, particularly the nudity of Christ and the Virgin Mary, sparked a bit of controversy in its day and was deemed sacrilegious by some within the church. Although there was a push led by Cardinal Carafa and Monsignor Cernini, the ambassador from Mantua, to have the frescoes censored or removed, the Pope simply rejected these pressures because he liked it. But eventually, after Michelangelo's death and during the Council of Trent, a decision was made to cover the nudity depicted in the frescape. Daniel de Volterra, a student of Michelangelo, was tasked with this modification, earning him the nickname Il Bragatone, the breeches maker. A faithful and uncensored copy by Marcello Venusti exists and is housed in the Capodimonte Museum in Naples. Now, besides his painting, Michelangelo engaged in several architectural projects during this period. He was tasked with designing part of the Capitoline Hill, which included a trapezoidal piazza designed to frame the equestrian statue of Marcus Aurelius. And what a statue that is! It's gorgeous. He also worked on the upper floor of the Palazzo Farnese and reimagined the interior of the Church of Santa Maria degli Angeli, ingeniously incorporating the structure of an ancient Roman bathhouse. His architectural contributions extended to San Giovanni de Fiorentini, the Sforza Chapel in Santa Maria Maggiore, and the design of Porta Pia, one of the gates in the walls of Rome. While Michelangelo was completing the Last Judgment, he was commissioned to undertake another significant project at the Vatican, the painting of two large frescoes in the Cappella Paolina. These frescoes, finished in 1550, depict pivotal moments in the lives of key saints of Rome, the conversion of St. Paul, and the crucifixion of St. Peter. Both pieces, like the Last Judgment, feature complex compositions with numerous figures, demonstrating Michelangelo's mastery in handling dynamic and crowded scenes. The more you look, the more you see. The same year he finished these frescoes, Giorgio Vasari published his Vita, which included a biography of Michelangelo, celebrating his achievements and contributions to the art world. In 1546, Michelangelo took on significant architectural roles as the architect of St. Peter's Basilica in Rome. The project had been ongoing for 50 years, with little progress since the initial foundations were laid in 1506, following Bramante's plans. Thus, Michelangelo revitalized the project, drawing inspiration from Bramante's original designs for a centrally planned church. He made substantial enhancements to the structure's physical and visual strength. Although the iconic dome of St. Peter's was only completed posthumously, it is regarded by architectural historians as one of the greatest creations of the Renaissance. As the construction of St. Peter's progressed, concerns grew that Michelangelo may not live to see the completion of the dome. Nevertheless, once the lower part of the dome and its supporting structures began construction, the completion of Michelangelo's designs became an inevitability. On the 7th of December 2007, a red chalk sketch believed to be one of Michelangelo's final designs for the dome was discovered in the Vatican archives. This rare sketch, thought to be a partial plan for one of the radial columns of the cupola drum, is particularly valuable, as Michelangelo was known to have destroyed many of his sketches later in his life. He was also deeply committed to his Catholic faith, particularly as he aged, and at this time he was well and truly aging, and he was also a member of the secular Franciscan order. His spirituality, of course, profoundly influenced his art and writings, and that includes his poetry. One of his poems from the 1554 poignantly reflects this deepening faith with the lines, "Neither painting nor sculpture will be able any longer to calm my soul, now turn toward that divine dealing with love that opened his arms on the cross to take us in." And in his personal life, Michelangelo was known for his asceticism. Despite his considerable wealth, i.e. his net worth was worth around 50,000 gold ducats, he lived quite frugally, claiming to his apprentice Ascanio Condivi, "However rich I may have been, I have always lived like a poor man." His approach to food and sleep was similarly Spartan. He ate sparingly, out of necessity rather than pleasure, and he often slept fully clothed, including his boots. His biographer, Paolo Giovio, depicted him as a rugged and solitary man, stating that his lack of concern for comfort possibly deterred potential students. Now, Michelangelo's sexuality, much discussed by scholars, is most prominently reflected in his extensive body of poetry, which includes over 300 sonnets and madrigals, with about 60 of them directed at men. This body of work represents a significant early collection of poetry expressing affection from one man to another. His relationship with the young nobleman Tommaso de Cavalieri, whom he met when Cavalieri was 23 and he was 57, is particularly noted for its depth of feeling. His affection for Cavalieri inspired him to produce several exquisite drawings and poems. Giorgio Vasari noted Michelangelo's special affection towards Cavalieri, for whom he created drawings described as divinely beautiful. Despite some scholars suggesting that the relationship was purely platonic, the poems to Cavalieri suggest a profound affection, and are considered among the first major expressions of male-male romantic love in modern literature. Michelangelo's poem eloquently expresses this sentiment. "I feel as lit by fire a cold continent, that burns me from afar and keeps itself ice chill, a strength I feel two shapely arms to fill, which without motion moves every balance." Cavalieri reciprocated Michelangelo's deep affection, reportedly vowing, "I swear to return your love. Never have I loved a man more than I have loved you. Never have I wished for a friendship more than I wish for yours." He remained devoted to Michelangelo throughout the artist's life, exemplifying a significant emotional bonds that Michelangelo formed despite his generally solitary demeanor. In 1542, Michelangelo formed a significant relationship with Cecchino de Bracci, who tragically passed away a year later, deeply affecting Michelangelo and inspiring him to write 48 funeral epigrams. Michelangelo's interactions with others often left him vulnerable. For example, the model Febo di Poggio demanded money in exchange for a response to a love poem, and another model, Gerardo Perini, also exploited Michelangelo's generosity. While the content and nature of Michelangelo's poetry have stirred controversy over the centuries, in 1623 his grandnephew, Michelangelo Buonarroti the Younger, altered the original genders in the pronouns of the poems which he published them, advocating for an allegorical and philosophical interpretation rather than a literal one, a perspective that is still maintained by some modern scholars. However, it wasn't until John Addington Symonds translated the poems into English in 1893 that their original intent was restored, recognizing them as expressions of personal affections towards young men, challenging societal norms of the time. Toward the end of his life, he developed a close and spiritually enriching friendship with one Vittoria Colonna, a poet and noble widow whom he met in Rome between 1536 and 1538. Their relationship was characterized by a deep mutual respect and emotional connection, which was reflected in the sonnets they had exchanged that primarily discussed spiritual and existential themes. Despite his strong connections to men, Michelangelo's regret, as noted by his biographer Condivi, was not seizing the chance to express his affection more openly to Colonna, lamenting that he only kissed her hand and not her face. Michelangelo's early marble work, the Madonna of the Stairs, shows his budding mastery in shallow relief, a technique that was also favored by the early Renaissance sculptor Donatello. The Madonna is depicted in profile, a typical pose for shallow reliefs, while the Christ child is portrayed with a twisting motion, a dynamic element that Michelangelo would continue to explore throughout his career. This work already hints at the innovation that Michelangelo brought to the portrayal of human figures, an approach that would become more pronounced in his later works. And one of these later works, the Taddei Tondo, created in 1502, captures the child Christ in a moment of animated motion, startled by a bullfinch, symbolizing the crucifixion. This lively depiction of the child influenced Raphael's Bridgewater Madonna. Michelangelo's Madonna of Bruges broke away from traditional representations of the Virgin and Child. Instead of presenting her Son, Mary is seen restraining Christ as he steps forward, symbolizing his impending journey into the world. Another significant work, the Donitondo, features a complex interplay of figures and forms within a circular frame, echoing the dynamism found in the Taddei Tondo. This painting also serves as a precursor to the vibrant colors and energetic forms Michelangelo would later use in the Sistine Chapel's ceiling. He also created a series of sculptural works for the Arca di San Domenico in Bologna. Among these is a robust, muscular, kneeling angel with classical drapery, contrasting sharply with Niccolò dell'Arca's more delicate angel in Gothic robes. Michelangelo's Bacchus sculpture, commissioned for a specific portrayal of the youthful god of wine, is depicted realistically with attributes such as a vine wreath and a cup of wine, yet with an added touch of inebriation in the god's stance and expression. In the Louvre, his sculptures, The Dying Slave and Rebellious Slave, initially intended for Pope Julius II's tomb, depict figures caught in a struggle, representing awakening and resistance respectively. These works, along with the latter Atlas Slave, part of the series known as The Captives, exemplify Michelangelo's ability to convey this intense emotion and physical states through the medium of marble, showing figures seemingly trying to free themselves from the very stone in which they were carved from. Now the Sistine Chapel ceiling, painted by Michelangelo between 1508 and 1512, is one of the most renowned artworks of the High Renaissance, and indeed one of the most famous artworks of all time. The ceiling's architecture, a flattened barrel vault supported by 12 triangular pendentives between the chapel's windows, was originally intended to feature the 12 apostles. However, Michelangelo, who was initially reluctant to accept the project, convinced the Pope to give him complete creative freedom. And thus the Pope, after some negotiations and some flattering conversation, I'm sure, had pretty much said to Michelangelo, "Fine, do whatever you want with it, as long as it looks good." It's kind of like when you don't know what haircut to get. If you trust the barber, you let him have free rein. Of course, this decision led to a more ambitious design that has left a lasting impact on art history. Of course, doing the 12 Apostles would have been great, but everybody does the 12 Apostles, don't they? Now the final layout consists of 9 central panels framed by architectural elements, each depicting a scene from the book of Genesis. Michelangelo began the project with the narrative's latter events, starting with the drunkenness of Noah, and initially included detailed backgrounds and multiple figures within these scenes. As he progressed, particularly after the initial scaffolding was removed, Michelangelo increased the scale of the figures, enhancing their dramatic presence. One of the most iconic images from the ceiling is the creation of Adam, celebrated for its profound expressiveness and dynamism. It has indeed become one of the most replicated images in the history of art. The last panel he painted, the separation of light from darkness, is stylistically broader and was completed in just a day. Intriguingly, Michelangelo inserted his own likeness into the depiction of the creator, symbolizing his personal investment and perhaps his view of the artist's divine-like role in creation. And he also created the entire artwork, so, well, I think it's fair enough. Now the pendentives, initially designated for the apostles, instead feature figures of prophets and sibyls who prophesy the coming of the Messiah. The alteration integrates Old Testament themes within the chapel's New Testament decoration, reinforcing the theological continuity between the two testaments. Surrounding the central panels are 20 figures known as the ignudi, whose precise symbolic meanings remain subjects of interpretation. They are variously described as angels, muses, or simply decorative elements. Michelangelo himself referred to these figures in that same word, ignudi. Throughout the process, he dedicated significant effort to the anatomical correctness of his figures, as seen in surviving studies like that of the Libyan Sibyl. These drawings highlight his meticulous approach to hands and feet, ensuring that each detail contributed to the overall impact of the work. The profound thought that he gave to each figure is also reflected in his portrayal of the prophet Jeremiah, which he crafted as a self-portrait. Jeremiah's contemplative pose, mourning the destruction of Jerusalem, mirrors Michelangelo's own introspective nature, and perhaps his personal reflections on his creative and spiritual struggles during the arduous process of painting the chapel ceiling. His Battle of the Centaurs, a relief crafted during his youth under the influence of the Medici Academy, showcases an energetic melee that diverges from the Florentine norm of depicting chaotic scenes solely in contexts, like the Massacre of the Innocents or Hellish Torments. The bold projection of figures might reflect Michelangelo's exposure to Roman sarcophagus reliefs, as well as dynamic figures seen in works by Nicola and Giovanni Pisano, and on Ghiberti's baptistry doors. His architectural contributions include several uncompleted projects, like the facade of Brunelleschi's Church of San Lorenzo in Florence, which remains in rough bricks, as Michelangelo's ambitious designs, including a wooden model, were simply never realized. However, his design for the Medici Chapel and the innovative Laurentian Library vestibule, featuring dramatically recessed columns and a flowing staircase, showcase his mastery of architectural form and his influence on the Mannerist style. In his later years, Michelangelo took on significant architectural projects, like the redesign of Campidoglio's pavement, the addition to the Farnese Palace, and ultimately the completion of St. Peter's Basilica. He also turned his artistic focus towards reflecting on mortality, a theme that was evident in his series of Pietà sculptures. Among these, the Victory is notable, potentially intended for Pope Julius II's tomb, but remaining unfinished. This work features a youthful figure triumphing over an older, hooded man, with the defeated figure bearing Michelangelo's own features. Another significant piece, the Pietà of Vittoria Colonna, exists as a chalk drawing, typical of presentation drawings Michelangelo would give to friends or patrons. This drawing shows the Virgin Mary with arms raised in a prophetic gesture, a pose reminiscent of Masaccio's depiction of the Holy Trinity. The Florentine Pietà reveals a deeper personal connection, portraying Michelangelo himself as Nicodemus, who assists in lowering Christ from the cross, supported by Mary Magdalene. Michelangelo famously damaged this statue, breaking Christ's left arm and leg in a moment of frustration, but it was later repaired by one of his students, one Tiberio Calsagni. His final work, the Rondanini Pietà, remains unfinished, its form reduced so drastically that parts of the original marble block, the legs and the arm, were left completely detached. This last sculpture embodies a stark and almost abstract quality that aligns with modern sculptural aesthetics. Michelangelo passed away in Rome on February the 18th, 1564, at the ripe old age of 88, a very good innings for the 16th century. Now, true to his wishes, he was buried in Florence at the Basilica of Santa Croce, a city that had long fueled his creative spirit. His tomb, a grand affair designed by Giorgio Vasari and financed by Michelangelo's nephew, Leonardo, no, not that Leonardo, was generously supported by Cosimo de' Medici, the Duke of Tuscany. And this wasn't a quick build either. In fact, it took them over 14 years to complete it, and it involved considerable expense. But this just reflects the high esteem in which Michelangelo was held, and there was plenty of donations coming in from all sides. It didn't matter how long it was going to take, they were going to get it done, and to a standard that would make Michelangelo happy. The state even organized a funeral in Florence to honor the legacy of this unparalleled artist, in which many people showed up to mourn. Perhaps they would never see another Michelangelo again, at least in their lifetimes. But the Renaissance is certainly not short of its interesting figures. I think there's plenty more of them left to talk about. And of course, if you want to hear about stuff like that, well, you're in the right place, aren't you? Sir Francis Drake, born around 1540 in Devonshire, England, a renowned seaman and privateer whose circumnavigation of the globe from 1577 to 1580 established him as a pivotal figure in English naval history. These daring exploits included the successful raid on the Spanish silver train at Nombre de Dios, significantly enriching England and disrupting the Spanish maritime supremacy. Knighted by Queen Elizabeth in 1581 for his services, Drake's strategic skill was instrumental in the defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588. Thus, his legacy as a master navigator and privateer endures to this day, symbolizing the rise of the British Maritime Empire and the fall of the Spanish dominance in the New World. Hello and welcome to the channel. Is it your first time here? If it is, hello, good to meet you. And if you are coming back, it's good to see you again. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, the best way to do that is by liking, subscribing, and leaving your comments down below. Those who want to go above and beyond may refer to the Patreon link in the description. Now, with that being said, let's all get nice and relaxed. Take a deep breath. We may begin our biography of Sir Francis Drake. Francis Drake was born at the rustic Crowndale farm near Tavistock in Devon. His exact date of birth remains unconfirmed, but it is around the aforementioned date. This birth year is deducted from various contemporary texts, one of which notes that Drake was 22 when he obtained the command of the Judith in 1566, which suggests that he was born around or before 1544 at the latest. But most people settle on the date of 1540. Now, 1549, that was a difficult year for the family. The Drakes were compelled to flee their home in Devon all the way to Kent, mainly due to the severe religious persecution that erupted during the Prayer Book Rebellion, a topic for another video. All you need to know is that it was something that you would definitely want to run away from if you were on the pointy end of it. Now, it was in Kent that Francis's father found a brand new calling, that being ministering to the sailors in the King's Navy. After being ordained as a deacon, he was appointed as the vicar of Upchurch on the Medway. This period marked a significant chapter in young Francis's life and set the stage for his future maritime adventures. Now, from an early age, Francis was immersed in the world of maritime adventure, beginning his seafaring career as an apprentice under the guidance of his relative, the sea captain William Hawkins of Plymouth. His talent and diligence were evident from the start, and by the age of 18 he had already advanced to the position of purser, as noted by English chronicler Edmund Howes. In the 1550s, Drake's father secured him a position with the master of a small bark, which was a vessel that was part of the bustling trade network between the Medway River and the Dutch coast. Here, Drake likely engaged in commerce, traversing the coasts of England, the Low Countries, and even as far as France. The ship's master was thoroughly impressed with Drake's conduct, and, having no suitable heirs of his own, bequeathed the bark to Drake upon his death. Now that's lucky. Now, something a little bit less pleasant. When we look at the historical context of 1562, the West African slave trade was largely controlled by the Portuguese and the Spanish. Sir John Hawkins, seeing an opportunity, formulated a strategy to infiltrate and capitalize on this lucrative trade. Now, Drake, while not among the financiers of this venture, is believed to have served as a common seaman on Hawkins' initial slaving voyages, while anecdotal evidence suggests Drake's involvement in the first two voyages. Stronger evidence confirms his presence in the last two of the 4 slaving voyages conducted by Hawkins between 1562 and 1569. Hawkins' first venture in 1562 involved capturing Portuguese slave ships off the coast of Sierra Leone and selling the captured Africans in the Spanish Indies, yielding substantial profits. Encouraged by this success, Hawkins embarked on a second slave-trading voyage in 1564, this time with the explicit backing of the Queen, that being Queen Elizabeth II, of course, who lent him the ship Jesus of Lubeck. This time, Hawkins aggressively captured many inhabitants of an African town and sold them at Spanish ports in the Caribbean, again turning a significant profit for himself, the Queen, and their consortium of investors. Though not a member of the consortium, Drake, as part of the crew, would have received a share of the profits, albeit probably not much of a share. The Spanish and Portuguese were not pleased, of course, with the English foray into the slave trade, a market that they had considered their own. They didn't want anybody else muscling in on their business. Well, under diplomatic pressure to avoid conflict, Queen Elizabeth eventually prohibited Hawkins from undertaking a third expedition. But Hawkins was undeterred. He arranged for a voyage under the command of his relative, John Lovell, in 1566, and of course he wanted Drake to come with him. This venture did not meet with success, however, as over 90 of the enslaved Africans were released without payment. Drake's next notable adventure was in 1567, joining Hawkins on what would be their final joint voyage. The crew attempted to capture slaves around Cape Verde, but met with little success. They then allied with local kings in Sierra Leone, capturing several hundred prisoners, although the kings retained a larger share of the captives. This voyage faced numerous challenges, including storms, Spanish hostility, and of course a devastating hurricane that separated one ship from the rest of the fleet. The remaining ships, well, they were forced into the port of San Juan de Ulua, near Veracruz. Quite a lot of repairs needed to be done. Well, soon after they were attacked by the Spanish, under the newly appointed Viceroy of New Spain, Martin Enrique de Almanza, leading to the disastrous Battle of San Juan de Ulua. The English suffered a significant defeat, and they lost all but 2 of their ships. In the chaos, Drake, who was now captain of the Judith, made the difficult decision to flee, leaving Hawkins and the others behind. Hawkins, however, escaped on the Minion, returning to England with a mere 15 of his original crew, leaving hundreds of English sailors abandoned. Upon his return, Hawkins was a little bit upset. He accused Drake of desertion and the theft of treasure. Drake, of course, refuted these accusations, maintaining that he had distributed all profits fairly among the crew, and had believed Hawkins to be lost when he made the decision to retreat. Well, this contentious end in their voyage marked a turning point for Drake's career. From then on, he abandoned trading and slaving in favor of direct confrontations with Spanish holdings. This change in focus was partly fueled by the animosity towards the Spanish that Drake developed after the Battle of San Juan de Ulua and its aftermath. The 1567–69 voyage marked his final involvement in anything to do with the slave trade. Well, over these last 4 voyages, approximately 1,200 Africans were enslaved, with estimates suggesting that up to 3 times as many may have perished. Well, in 1572, a little while later, Francis Drake embarked on his first significant independent venture, targeting the Isthmus of Panama, an area that the Spanish referred to as part of the Tierra Firme, and the English as the Spanish Main. This region was crucial, as it was where the immense wealth of Peruvian silver and gold was unloaded and transported overland to the Caribbean Sea. From there, Spanish galleons would ship it to Spain from the town of Nombre de Dios, departing Plymouth, on May 24, 1572, with 73 men aboard 2 small vessels, the Pasha and the Swan. Drake set his eyes to seize Nombre de Dios. Drake's initial assault on Nombre de Dios occurred in late July of 1572. He managed to capture the town, but was severely wounded by the arriving Spanish forces from Panama, who were understandably angry, forcing his retreat without securing the treasures stored in the royal treasury. Well, he decided not to attack Nombre de Dios again, but shifted his focus to simply raiding the Spanish galleons along the coast where he could find them. He also, along with the help of his allies, the Cimarrons, who were escaped African slaves, somewhat ironic, raided the mule trains carrying gold, silver, and goods from Panama City. Among these men was Diego, who later earned his freedom after many years serving under Drake. And here we find one of Drake's most notable exploits. During this period, it was the capture of the Spanish silver train at Nombre de Dios on April the 1st, 1573, which of course significantly enriched him and increased his fame. Near Cabo de Cativas, he encountered a French privateer, Guillaume le Testu, commanding the 80-ton warship called the Havre. The two joined forces, and Drake planned to intercept the mule train at Campos River, 2 leagues from Nombre de Dios. He instructed his captains to rendezvous at the Francisca River on April 3rd to extract them after the raid. The combined English and French forces, along with the Cimarron scouts, surprised the mule convoy. The following morning seized over 200,000 pesos worth of treasure. After attacking the train, Drake and his cohorts discovered that they had captured around 20 tons of silver and gold, a lot more than they thought was going to be there. So, they couldn't carry it all. It's a good problem to have. They buried much of this treasure, way too heavy to take back, and fled with a significant amount of more carryable gold. This incident may have inspired many later tales of pirates and buried treasure. Tragically, during the retreat, however, Le Testu was captured and executed. The adventurers struggled to carry as much gold and silver as they could across approximately 18 miles of jungle-covered mountains to their raiding boat's location. Arriving at the coast, they found that the boats were missing, leaving them demoralized, exhausted, and stranded with the Spanish close behind. Drake, where are the boats? Well, at this critical juncture, Drake took to inspiring his men. He then buried the treasure on the beach and got to work constructing a raft. With this, he and 4 other sailors sailed 12 miles in heavy swells to where they had left 2 other boats. Now, when Drake finally reached the boats, his crew, shocked by his disheveled appearance, feared the worst. Well, Drake, playing along with their fears before revealing a large amount of Spanish gold, and happily declaring, "Our voyage is made." By the second week of August 1573, Drake returned triumphantly to Plymouth. An exceptional moment during this expedition was on February the 11th, when Drake and his lieutenant, John Oxenham, became the first Englishmen to sight the Pacific Ocean. They climbed a high tree in Panama's central mountains, a feat first achieved by the Spaniard Vasco Núñez de Balboa in 1513. The Cimarrons had carved steps into the tree, leading to a platform where Drake, Oxenham, and the Cimarron leader Pedro viewed the vast ocean. They vowed that one day they would sail these waters, a promise Drake fulfilled during his later world circumnavigation. Upon his return, Drake was celebrated as a hero in England, and of course vilified as a pirate in Spain. Although the British government had signed a temporary truce with Spain's King Philip II, it could not officially recognize Drake's accomplishments. You know, politics. In 1575, Drake was involved in the Rathlin Island massacre in Ireland. Under the directives of Sir Henry Sidney and the Earl of Essex, Robert Devereux, Sir John Norris and Drake laid siege to Rathlin Castle. Following its surrender, Norris's troops killed all 200 defenders and several hundred civilians, which of course included women and children of the clan MacDonald. Meanwhile, Drake's task was to prevent any reinforcements from reaching the island from the Gaelic Irish or Scots. This left Sorley Boy MacDonald, yes, his actual name, a leader of the Gaelic resistance against the English power, stranded on the mainland. The devastating attack led Essex to report to Queen Elizabeth's secretary that Sorley Boy was likely to have run mad for sorrow, having lost everything he ever valued in the assault. Yeah, feel a little bit sorry for him, don't you? Well, after the successful raid on the Panama Isthmus, Drake planned a significant expedition, which was later known as the Famous Voyage, targeting the Spanish territories along the Pacific coast of the Americas. This ambitious journey was backed by a consortium including influential figures such as Francis Walsingham, Robert Dudley, the first Earl of Leicester, John Hawkins, Christopher Hatton, and of course, Drake himself. The original idea, authored by Sir Richard Grenville, received a royal patent in 1574 for such an expedition. However, Queen Elizabeth rescinded this patent a year later upon learning of Grenville's aggressive intentions towards the Spanish. Despite this, in 1577, Elizabeth likely provided financial backing for Drake's voyage to South America, though she stopped short of giving him an official commission. Well, this voyage aimed to be the first circumnavigation in almost 6 decades, so you can see how it was more than a big deal. Once again, Diego, returning character, was part of Drake's crew. His bilingual abilities in Spanish and English making him an invaluable interpreter for encounters with Spanish or Portuguese speakers. Employed as Drake's servant, Diego was compensated like the other crew members. Setting out from Plymouth on November the 15th, 1577, Drake and his fleet faced immediate challenges from severe weather, forcing them to seek refuge in Falmouth, Cornwall. After repairs, they departed again on December the 13th, aboard the flagship Pelican, with 4 additional ships and 164 men. Drake soon expanded his fleet by capturing the Portuguese merchant ship Mary, originally Santa Maria, off the coast of Africa near the Cape Verde Islands, and he also took its experienced navigator Nuno da Silva captive. As they crossed the Atlantic, Drake's fleet dwindled. He had to scuttle the Christopher and the flyboat Swan due to the loss of men. The fleet made landfall eventually at the forbidding Puerto San Julian in present-day Argentina, a site where Ferdinand Magellan had executed mutineers half a century earlier. Drake's crew encountered the eerie sight of bleached skeletons on Spanish gibbets. Echoing Magellan, Drake held a trial and executed his own mutineer, Thomas Doherty. The ship Mary was found to be rotting and was stripped and abandoned. Choosing to overwinter in San Julian, Drake delayed his push through the Strait of Magellan. The execution of Thomas Doherty. Drake's journey was marred by internal strife, particularly with co-commander Thomas Doherty. On June 3, 1578, Doherty was accused by Drake of witchcraft, of all things, and faced charges of mutiny and treason in a ship trial. Drake, asserting he had a royal commission, which he didn't, it was never produced, denied Doherty a trial back in England. Key evidence against Doherty came from the ship's carpenter, Edward Bright, whose testimony was crucial. Well, after the trial, Bright was promoted to master of the ship Marigold, and Doherty, having disclosed the voyage's purpose to Lord Burghley, a critic of provoking the Spanish, was found guilty. The night before his execution, Doherty and Drake shared communion and dined together, maintaining a show of camaraderie. Francis Fletcher, the ship's chaplain, described this last meal as both sharing cheerfully, as if some journey only had been in hand. On July 2nd, 1578, Drake executed Doherty by cutting his head off, which usually does the trick. The voyage continued to face hardships, and by January 1580, Drake found himself stranded on a reef in the Celebes Sea. When Fletcher suggested that their misfortunes were divine retribution for Doherty's unjust death, Drake furiously chained him to a hatch cover and declared him excommunicated. Well after this execution of Thomas Doherty, Drake and his reduced fleet of 3 ships set sail for the Strait of Magellan at the southern tip of South America. By September 1578, Drake had navigated through the strait and had entered the Pacific Ocean. It was here that violent storms led to the loss of the Marigold, captained by John Thomas, and forced Elizabeth, under John Winter, to turn back to England. This left Drake with only his flagship, the Pelican. Upon reaching the Pacific, Drake renamed Pelican to Golden Hind to honor Sir Christopher Hatton, whose crest featured a golden hind. Drake's journey along the Chilean coast led him approximately 55 degrees south, as recorded in Richard Hakluyt's The Principal Navigations, Voyages and Discoveries of the English Nation. Here, he and his crew engaged in skirmishes with the indigenous peoples of southern Patagonia, marking the first European conflict with the native inhabitants of this region. During their time in the straits, the crew learned that an infusion made from the bark of Drimys winteri was effective against scurvy, which led to the scientific naming of the plant. The more you know. Historian Matteo Martinic has noted that Drake's explorations were pivotal in identifying the southern extremity of the Americas and the adjacent oceanic regions. Initial reports of Drake's findings south of Tierra del Fuego emerged after the explorations of William Schouten and Jacob Lemaire in 1616. raids on the Spanish-American west coast. Continuing north along the Pacific coast of South America in the Golden Hind, Drake attacked various Spanish ports and got busy with the plundering of various towns. He captured several Spanish ships, using their more accurate navigational charts, as the English hadn't quite caught up to them just yet. Near Mocha Island, which is now part of modern-day Chile, hostile Mapuche injured Drake and his servant Diego with arrows. Further north, in Valparaiso, also modern-day Chile, Drake seized a ship loaded with Chilean wine. Near Lima, in Peru, Drake captured a Spanish ship carrying 25,000 pesos of gold, equivalent to about 7 million pounds in today's currency. That's British pounds. He also learned of the Nuestra Señora de la Concepción, sailing west towards Manila. He pursued and captured this treasure ship, later named Cacafuego, which was his most lucrative prize. Not just a ship, but a ship filled with treasure. Aboard the Cacafuego, Drake found 36 kilograms of gold, also a golden crucifix, jewels, 13 chests of silver reals, and 26,000 kilograms of silver. Of course, he was quite delighted with this fortune. Drake dined with the captured ship's officers and passengers, later releasing them with gifts and letters of safe conduct. He then continued his northern journey, raiding more Spanish settlements. His final significant stop was in Huatulco, where his crew looted from April 13th to the 16th. It was here that Drake began to be a little bit homesick and wanted to return to England. He had a few options. The options were to sail back along the Spanish-dominated coast, or to seek a northern passage through the rumored Strait of Anian. He ruled out the dangerous southern return, considering either continuing north to the Strait of Anian or just crossing the Pacific towards the East Indies. In May, Drake's ship bypassed the Baja California Peninsula, continuing north. This part of the journey was into largely uncharted territory, as the western coast of North America had only been partially explored by Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo in 1542 for Spain. Or to avoid further Spanish conflict, Drake sought a discreet location to prepare for the return journey. On June the 5th, 1579, Drake made a brief landfall at South Cove, Cape Arago, just south of Goose Bay in Oregon. Then he moved southward. By June 17th, he found a protected cove along the coast of what is now Northern California. There, he claimed the land for Queen Elizabeth, naming it Nova Albion, or New Albion. To solidify this claim, he posted an engraved brass plate marking the sovereignty for Elizabeth and her successors. The crew set up a fort and worked for weeks to repair the Golden Hind, including careening the ship to clean and repair the hull. Drake had friendly interactions with the local coastal tribes, the Miwok, and he explored the region. Well, it couldn't all be a holiday. He left New Albion on July the 23rd, and the ship stopped at the Farallon Islands the very next day, where the crew hunted for provisions, mainly for food. Seals and sea lions were reportedly particularly tasty. Drake then set a course southwest to catch the trade winds across the Pacific. Months later, he reached the Moluccas, part of modern-day Indonesia. It is suggested that Drake actually careened his ship on the shores of Magdalena Bay in Lower California due to challenging winds and currents before sailing to the Moluccas and the Spice Islands. Well, either way, it was here that Diego succumbed to wounds that he had sustained earlier. Poor old Diego. Well, the Golden Hind was also nearly lost on a reef, but was saved after the crew waited for favorable tides and dumped some cargo to lighten the ship. Drake also befriended Sultan Babula of Ternate in the Moluccas. The crew became entangled in local conflicts with the Portuguese before making stops along the African coast, rounding the Cape of Good Hope, and reaching Sierra Leone by July 22, 1580, on their journey back to England. This marked the final leg of Drake's epic circumnavigation, which had significantly disrupted Spanish dominance and expanded English maritime knowledge. You know, the first time's the worst time, right? On September 26, 1580, the Golden Hind sailed into Plymouth, marking the triumphant return of Francis Drake, and 59 of the crew members, the ones that remained. And don't forget about the rich cargo of captured Spanish treasures and spices, ready to spice up that famous English cuisine. The value of the Queen's share of this cargo exceeded the total income of the English crown for that entire year, so she was quite happy as well. Drake's achievement as the first Englishman to circumnavigate the earth was celebrated, his voyage being the second ever to return with at least one ship intact after Elcano's voyage in 1520. Thus, Queen Elizabeth took a keen interest in maintaining the secrecy of Drake's voyages, declaring all written accounts to be the, and I quote, Queen's secrets of the realm. Drake and his fellow participants were sworn to secrecy, and if they told anyone, the Queen would kill them. So that was a good motivation to not tell anybody, especially the Spanish. Yes, the Queen aimed to keep these details very hidden from the Spanish, their rival in global exploration and conquest. In a gesture of gratitude, and to commemorate the successful circumnavigation, Drake presented Queen Elizabeth with a jewel token. This piece, seized off the Pacific coast of Mexico, was crafted from enameled gold and featured an African diamond and a miniature ship with an ebony hull. In return, the Queen bestowed upon Drake what is known as the Drake Jewel, an ornate pendant encircled with diamonds, rubies, and pearls. Now this gift was extraordinary, especially for a commoner. Remember, he wasn't Sir Francis Drake yet, but he was certainly about to be. And Drake was depicted wearing this jewel in a 1591 portrait by Marcus Gerards. The pendant featured a portrait of Elizabeth by miniaturist Nicholas Hilliard on one side, and on the reverse a sardonyx cameo depicting double portrait busts, a regal woman and an African male. The Drake jewel remains a rare survivor among 16th century jewels, and is preserved at the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. Go and see it while you can. April the 4th, 1451. Queen Elizabeth bestowed a knighthood on Francis Drake aboard the Golden Hind docked in Deptford. Interestingly, the knighthood was actually performed by the French diplomat Monsieur de Marchemont, who was the negotiating party for Elizabeth to marry Francis, the Duke of Anjou, the brother of the King of France. Involving the French diplomat was a bit of a strategic move by Elizabeth, as it subtly garnered French political support for Drake's actions. During the Victorian era, nationalist sentiment reshaped this story, promoting the idea that Elizabeth herself had knighted Drake. But that is just not the case. Following his knighthood, Drake adopted the coat of arms of the ancient Devon family of Drake of Ash, claiming a distant kinship. This claim led to a legal dispute over the right to use these arms, prompting Queen Elizabeth to award Drake his very own coat of arms. His heraldic achievement is inscribed with the motto Sic Parvis Magna, which means great achievements from small beginnings. I might write that and put it on the wall. The coat of arms features a hand emerging from the clouds, labeled Auxilio Divino, signifying by divine aid. This symbolized the belief that Drake's successors were supported by divine providence, a common view in an era that saw national destiny and divine will as closely intertwined. In 1585, as tensions between England and Spain escalated, the signing of the Treaty of Nonsuch precipitated an open conflict. Queen Elizabeth, through her principal secretary, Francis Walsingham, tasked Sir Francis Drake, and yes, it's Sir now after his knighthood, with leading a preemptive strike against the Spanish colonies. Thus Drake set sail from Plymouth in September of the same year, commanding an impressive fleet of 21 ships and about 1,800 soldiers under the leadership of Christopher Carleill. The expedition's first target was Vigo in Spain, where Drake held the town for 2 weeks to ransom supplies. He then moved to plunder Santiago in the Cape Verde Islands. The fleet crossed the Atlantic, where Drake sacked the port of Santo Domingo and captured the city of Cartagena de Indias in present-day Colombia. Notably, while in Cartagena, Drake released about 100 enslaved Turks, which of course made the Turks very happy. On June the 6th, 1586, during the voyage's return leg, he attacked the wooden fort at San Agustin in Spanish Florida, burning the entire town to the ground. After these successful raids, Drake proceeded to Sir Walter Raleigh's Roanoke settlement, where he replenished supplies and took all of the original colonists back to England, before the arrival of Sir Richard Grenville with additional supplies and settlers. Drake finally returned to England on July 22nd of 1586, entering Portsmouth to a hero's welcome, naturally. While the aggressive nature of Drake's actions and those of other English and Dutch privateers certainly was not received well by the Spanish. Thus Philip II of Spain prompted an invasion of England, plans had to be made. Drake accepted a new commission on March the 15th, 1587, with multiple objectives, including disrupting Spanish supply lines to Lisbon, the capital of Portugal, and attacking the Spanish Armada if it had set sail. Arriving at Cadiz on April 19th, Drake found the harbor filled with ships preparing for the Armada. Launching a daring attack, Drake inflicted heavy damage, claiming to have sunk 39 ships, though Spanish reports admittedly only to 24 losses. Well, who do you believe? Either way, this assault, known as the singeing of the king's beard, delayed the Spanish invasion for over a year. Drake continued his disruptions along the Iberian coast, capturing significant quantities of supplies and making a total profit of around £140,000 for England, with 18,000 of that going to Drake himself. When the Spanish Armada set sail for England in the May of 1588, the English fleet, led by Lord Howard of Effingham, with Drake as Vice Admiral aboard the Revenge, met the Spanish off the Cornwall coast on July the 29th. Drake famously captured the disabled Nuestra Señora del Rosario, including its significant monetary cargo, which was intended for the Armada. As the Armada attempted to regroup near Calais, Drake and the other English commanders launched fire ships against the Spanish fleet, which of course forced them into the open sea. The decisive battle occurred off Gravelands, where Drake, Frobisher, and Hawkins inflicted significant damage on the Spanish fleet, leading to the loss of 5 ships. Drake, in a letter to Admiral Henry Seymour, dated the 31st of July 1588, noted the fierce engagement, expressing that the Spanish seemed determined to fight to the death and would not give up without a significant beatdown. Somewhat paraphrased, of course. While the damaged Armada, unable to return via the English Channel, was forced to sail around the British Isles, encountering devastating storms off the Irish coast. The fleet returned to Spain, with a grand loss of 63 ships. One of the most enduring anecdotes about Drake is his legendary composure during the imminent Spanish invasion. It is said that upon being warned of the approaching Spanish fleet while playing bowls in Plymouth Hoe, Drake remarked that there was plenty of time to finish the game and still defeat the Spaniards. This story, though lacking contemporary eyewitness accounts and first recorded 37 years later, reflects that mythos of Drake's calm demeanor in the face of danger, possibly influenced by the adverse winds that delayed the English fleet's launch as the Armada approached. In 1589, following the defeat of the Spanish Armada, England mounted its own offensive against Spain. Sir Francis Drake and Sir John Norris were tasked with 3 main objectives. Firstly, to destroy the Spanish Atlantic Fleet, which was under repair in northern Spain. Second, to land at Lisbon in Portugal, incite a revolt against King Philip II and also Philip I of Portugal, and support the installation of the pretender Dom Antonio, Prior of Crato, to the Portuguese throne. And thirdly, to attempt the capture of the Azores, to establish a permanent English base there. Thus the campaign began with an attempt to engage the Spanish fleet in the port of A Coruña. Drake and Norris managed to destroy several ships, but faced strong resistance, and were ultimately repelled. This setback delayed their plans by 2 weeks, forcing them to abandon the pursuit of the remaining Spanish ships and proceed directly to Lisbon. Norris led his troops on a challenging march along the rocky Portuguese coast to Lisbon, while Drake, with the fleet, sailed around the peninsula. By the time Norris's troops reached Lisbon, they were exhausted, not only from the journey itself, but by plague and all sorts of other illnesses. Norris relied on Dom Antonio to rally local support, demanding provisions and reinforcements, or else threatening to retreat. And contrary to their agreed strategy, Drake anchored his fleet at the mouth of the Tagus River, avoiding the risk of sailing past Lisbon's well-defended approaches to deliver the needed artillery and heavy ordnance. The anticipated local uprising in support of Dom Antonio, however, did not materialize, and the land campaign ultimately faltered. Norris, his army, and Antonio re-embarked, attempting instead to intercept the Spanish treasure fleet. However, it was thwarted by bad weather, compelling them to simply sail back to England, where the weather is always good and sunny. On their return, Drake sought to salvage some measures of success from the campaign. He made a brief stop in the Galician Rias, where he pillaged the defenseless town of Vigo for 2 days, burning it to the ground. However, this raid proved costly, as Drake lost hundreds more men to combat and sickness, with around 200 being wounded. Not bad for a defenseless town. While the strengthening local defenses and arriving Portuguese militias forced Drake's fleet to retreat once more. During their return through the Bay of Biscay, 2 of the English vessels were captured by a squadron of Zabras led by Captain Diego de Aramburu. The failed expedition was disastrous, to say the least, with estimated losses ranging from 8 to 20,000 English soldiers and sailors. Well, upon his return to England, Drake faced scrutiny over his conduct during the expedition. The Privy Council charged him with various failings and mishandling of his command, although he was never publicly admonished for these charges. The episode led to a significant decline in his favor at court. It was not until 1595, 6 years later, that Drake was given command of another naval expedition. These series of events marked a downturn in a previously illustrious career. It's a harsh reality of the Elizabethan era. You can win 100 battles, but as soon as you lose one, all of a sudden, nobody wants you. Poor Drake. Well, Drake's final expeditions and battles went thusly. His attempts to conquer the port of La Palmas ended in failure, and his fortunes did not improve as he continued his campaign. His efforts to capture San Juan de Puerto Rico also met with defeat in the Battle of San Juan. During this engagement, the Spanish defenses proved all too much for him. gunners from El Morro Castle managed to fire a cannonball directly through Drake's storeroom on the expedition's flagship. Remarkably, Drake survived this direct hit, but the incident underscored the intense resistance he faced. With his second-in-command, Thomas Baskerville, Drake captured and burned Nombre de Dios. They then attempted an ambitious overland crossing of the isthmus to attack Panama City. However, the Spanish were very well prepared, having barricaded the road, and the English forces were unable to break through these defenses. Suffering heavy casualties, Drake and Baskerville were forced to abandon their attempt to take the city. Well, a few weeks after the failed attack on Panama, on January 28, 1596, Drake succumbed to dysentery while anchored off the coast of Portobello, where some Spanish treasure ships had sought refuge. This disease, of course, was very common and deadly among sailors during this period, so it wasn't anything surprising, and no one expected foul play. At the time of his death, Drake was 56 years old. Not old, but certainly not young for the time. Well, in a poignant final request, Drake asked you to be subscribed to ASMR Historian. No, I'm just kidding. He asked to be dressed in his full armor before he died, a most dignifying end. He was then buried at sea in a lead-lined coffin near Portobello. His burial place is believed to be near the wrecks of two British ships, the Elizabeth and the Delight, which were earlier scuttled in Portobello Bay. Following his death, the English fleet, demoralized and defeated, shrugged their shoulders and simply returned home. Now, this exact location of his final resting place is still a bit of a mystery, and it's a subject of ongoing interest. Efforts by marine archaeologists, researchers, and various treasure hunters to locate his sealed coffin continue to this day. Divers have explored the seabed around Portobello Bay, hoping to uncover the site where one of the most famous English seafarers was laid to rest. It's still out there somewhere. Perhaps even by the time you're watching this video, we will have discovered it. Who knows? But as of this time in 2024, we have not. Well, his death certainly marked the end of an era, a life characterized by bold ventures and the substantial impact he had on naval warfare and exploration. Definitely up there with others like, let's say, Horatio Nelson and Ferdinand Magellan. Certainly up there, for sure. The Magellan Expedition, led by the Portuguese explorer Ferdinand Magellan under the Spanish crown, a groundbreaking voyage that marked the first circumnavigation of the globe from 1519 to 1522. They set out to find a western sea route to the Spice Islands of Indonesia, proving in the process that the Earth is round and that the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans were indeed connected. Magellan himself did not complete the entire journey, as he was killed in the Philippines at the Battle of Mactan in 1521. However, the expedition, under the command of Juan Sebastian Elcano, successfully returned to Spain in 1522, albeit with only 18 of the original 270 crew members aboard the last remaining ship. thus completing the first known voyage around the entire Earth and dramatically expanding the understanding of the world's geography. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's great to meet you, and if you're coming back, good to see you again. If you want to support the channel, you're already doing the right thing, but like, comment and subscribe certainly goes a long way. Those who want to go above and beyond may refer to the links in the description of this video. Now, with that being said, let us all get nice and relaxed, and we can begin. Christopher Columbus embarked on a series of voyages to the west between 1492 and 1503, driven by the ambition to establish direct trade routes between Spain and the lucrative markets of the Asian kingdoms, particularly aiming to reach the fabled Indies. However, the explorations led by Columbus revealed that the newly discovered lands of the Americas were indeed distinct from Asia, constituting an entirely separate continent. This realization prompted geopolitical negotiations, culminating in the 1494 Treaty of Tordesillas, which effectively allocated the eastern exploration routes to Portugal. Consequently, Portugal, under the leadership of Vasco da Gama, successfully navigated around Africa and reached India in 1498. Meanwhile, the Kingdom of Castile, later unified with the Kingdom of Aragon to form Spain, recognized the economic significance of establishing alternative trade routes to Asia, given the lucrative nature of the spice trade. This urgency was underscored by the Junta de Toro Conference in 1505, during which the Spanish crown authorized expeditions to explore potential western passages to Asia. This directive led to various exploratory ventures, including Vasco Núñez de Balboa's historic crossing of the Isthmus of Panama in 1513, making him the first European to gaze upon the vast expanse of the great Pacific Ocean. Tragically, Juan Diaz de Solís met his demise in 1516 while exploring the Rio de la Plata region of South America under the sponsorship of Spain. The genesis of Ferdinand Magellan's expedition to the Spice Islands, also called the Moluccas, in the early 16th century, is intertwined with his prior experiences as a Portuguese sailor and a career as a formidable soldier to match. Magellan's acquaintance with Francisco Serrao, who participated in the first Portuguese expedition to the Moluccas in 1511, proved to be a pivotal factor. Serrao's first-hand accounts of the richness and allure of the Spice Islands deeply captivated Magellan's imagination, thus igniting his determination to organize an expedition to these mysterious and distant lands. Historians speculate about Magellan's persistent appeals to King Manuel I of Portugal for financial backing, likely commencing around 1514. However, the historical records regarding these petitions remain ambiguous. Notably, King Manuel consistently rebuffed Magellan's request for a salary increase, prompting Magellan to seek permission to offer his services to another monarch. This decision ultimately led to his collaboration with the cosmographer Ruy Faliero, who shared his grievances against King Manuel. Together, Magellan and Faliero devised a plan to propose their ambitious expedition to the King of Spain. Thus, in 1517, Magellan and Faliero made the significant decision to relocate to Seville, signaling their intent to seek sponsorship from the Spanish monarchy. This relocation marked the beginning of a new chapter in their quest to find a western passage to the Spice Islands, and set the stage for one of the most renowned maritime expeditions in all history. Upon their arrival in Seville, Magellan wasted no time in contacting Juan de Aranda, the factor of the Casa de Contratación. With the subsequent arrival of his partner Faliero, and under supportive guidance of Aranda, they presented their ambitious project to King Charles I of Spain, who, by the way, would later become the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V. But that's for a different video, isn't it? Magellan's vision, if realized, would fulfill Columbus's original plan of establishing a westward spice route without straining any relations with Portugal. This concept resonated with the prevailing sentiments of the era, and had been previously discussed following Vasco Núñez de Balboa's momentous discovery of the Pacific Ocean. On March 22, 1518, King Charles appointed Magellan and Faliero as captains, and granted them the authority to embark on their expedition in search of the Spice Islands by July of that year. Additionally, the monarch elevated them to the esteemed rank of Commander of the Order of Santiago. The agreement reached with King Charles encompassed several key provisions: exclusive monopoly on the newly discovered route for a period of 10 years, a fifth of the share of profits generated from the expedition, appointment as governors of the lands and islands discovered, with an entitlement of 5% of the resultant net gains to be inherited by their partners or heirs, permission to transport goods worth 1,000 ducats annually from the Moluccas to Spain, exempt from most taxes, and, in the event of discovering more than 6 islands, a 15th of the trading profits from 2 islands of their choosing, and a 25th from the others. Pretty good deal, right? While the financing of the expedition predominantly relied on support from the Spanish crown, which provided ships stocked with supplies for a 2-year voyage. However, despite the king's initial commitment to fund the fleet, his financial difficulties led him to seek assistance from the House of Fugger. Through the intermediary of Archbishop Juan Rodriguez de Fonseca, who headed the Casa de Contratación, the crown secured the involvement of the merchant Cristobal de Haro, who contributed a quarter of the necessary funds and supplies for barter. The expedition's preparation, well, that was not without its own challenges. Financial constraint, opposition from the King of Portugal, suspicion towards Magellan and other Portuguese members among the Spanish, and the complex personality of Faliero all posed significant hurdles. Nonetheless, the involvement of expert cartographers, such as Jorge Reynel and Diego Ribeiro, the latter being a Portuguese employed by King Charles since 1518, facilitated the development of crucial maps for the voyage. Despite these obstacles, Magellan and his team persevered, driven by their unwavering determination to navigate the uncharted waters and unlock the mystery and riches of the distant lands. The fleet assembled for the expedition, known as the Armada del Maluco, in reference to the Indonesian name for the islands they were trying to reach, comprised 5 ships, provisioned for a 2-year-long journey. These vessels, predominantly blackened by tar by covering most of their surfaces, represented a substantial investment, as indicated by the official accounting of the expedition, which totaled over 8 million maravedis, encompassing the costs of the ships, provisions, and of course the salaries of the crews. Provisioning the fleet was a crucial undertaking, with food accounting for a significant portion of the expense, totaling over 1.2 million maravedis, nearly equaling the cost of the ships themselves. The bulk of the food supply consisted of wine and hardtack. Hardtack's a kind of dried-up biscuit kind of thing. It's terrible. Well, that was 4/5 of the provisions, so definitely not much variety. Additional provisions included flour, salted meat, and livestock such as 7 cows and 3 pigs. The ships also carried a variety of other foodstuffs, including cheese, almonds, mustard, figs, and carne de membrillo, which was a delicacy popular at the time made from preserved quince that may have inadvertently contributed to preventing scurvy among the crew. The fleet initially comprised of 5 carrack ships, with the Trinidad serving as the flagship. However, details of the ship's configuration remain unknown due to the absence of contemporary illustrations. The Casa de Contratacion's official records indicate that the ship's cost amounted to 1.3 million maravedis, with an additional 1.3 million allocated for outfitting and various transportation expenses. Each of the 5 ships was commanded by a designated captain and carried a crew of varying sizes. The Trinidad, captained by Ferdinand Magellan, with a crew initially numbered 62, later reduced to 61, departed Seville on August 10, 1519. The ship encountered mechanical issues in the Moluccas and ultimately broke down in December 1521. The San Antonio, led by Juan de Cartagena, with a crew of 55, deserted in the Strait of Magellan in the November of 1520 and returned to Spain in May of 1521. Conception, commanded by Gaspar de Quesada, with a crew of 44 later increased to 45, scuttled in the Philippines in the May of 1521. And the Santiago, under the leadership of João Serrao, with a crew of 31 initially, later augmented to 33, wrecked in a storm at the Santa Cruz River on May 22, 1520. The Victoria, initially captained by Luis Mendoza, with a crew of 45 later expanded to 46, successfully completed the circumnavigation under the command of Juan Sebastian Elcano, returning to Spain in September of 1522. Mendoza was killed during a mutiny attempt. The crew assembled for Magellan's expedition consisted of approximately 270 men, and pretty much all of them were Spaniards. Initially, Spanish authorities harbored suspicions towards Magellan, nearly obstructing his voyage by insisting on replacing his predominantly Portuguese crew with Spanish sailors. Ultimately, the crew comprised about 40 Portuguese individuals, including notable figures such as Magellan's brother-in-law Duarte Barbosa, João Serrao, Estevão Gomez, and Magellan's indentured servant Enrique of Malacca. Additionally, the crew boasted a diverse array of nationalities, with recorded numbers hailing from various countries, including 29 Italians, 17 French, and a smaller contingent of Flemish, Greek, Irish, English, and Asian sailors. Among the Spanish contingent were at least 29 Basques, including Juan Sebastian Elcano, some of whom were not fluent in Spanish. Rui Falero, initially designated as co-captain alongside Magellan, encountered mental health issues prior to departure, although some sources suggest he opted to remain behind after predicting through horoscope readings that the voyage would be fatal for him. Others indicate his removal from the expedition due to his mental condition. Consequently, Juan de Cartagena assumed the role of joint commander, while André de San Martin replaced Falero as the fleet's cosmographer and astrologer. Elcano, a Spanish merchant ship captain based in Seville, sought the king's pardon for past transgressions and joined the expedition. Antonio Pigafetta, an esteemed Venetian scholar and traveler, requested to accompany the voyage, assuming the title of supernumerary and receiving a modest salary. Pigafetta became a close assistant to Magellan, meticulously documenting the journey in his journal. Another crew member, Francisco Albo, maintained a formal nautical logbook throughout the voyage. On August 10, 1519, Magellan's fleet, comprising of the aforementioned 5 ships, departed Seville and navigated down the Guadalquivir River to reach Sanlúcar de Barrameda at the river's mouth. Here they remained for over 5 weeks, before finally setting sail on September 20th, 1519, embarking on their journey from Spain. Shortly after departing, on September 26th, the fleet made a stop at Tenerife in the Canary Islands to replenish their supplies. Among the items acquired were vegetables and pitch, which were more cost-effective to procure on the island rather than back home in Spain. During this stopover, Magellan received a clandestine message from his father-in-law, Diego Barbosa, warning him of an imminent mutiny being plotted by certain Castilian captains, with Juan de Cartagena, captain of the San Antonio, identified as the ringleader. Additionally, Magellan learned of the Portuguese king's dispatching of 2 fleets of caravels to apprehend him. On October the 3rd, the fleet resumed its journey, sailing south along the African coast. Disagreements arose regarding the course direction, with Cartagena advocating for a more westerly route. In a strategic move to evade pursuit by the Portuguese caravels, Magellan chose to follow the African coastline, deviating from the traditional route. As the Armada approached the equator towards the end of October, they encountered a series of fierce storms, characterized by intense squalls that forced them to take down their sails at times. Pigafetta noted the appearance of St. Elmo's fire during these storms, which served as a comforting omen for the crew amidst the chaotic weather conditions. While following the 2 weeks of turbulent weather, the fleet encountered a period of calm in the equatorial waters before being propelled westward by the south equatorial current, ultimately reaching the vicinity of the trade winds. Now, during this ocean crossing, a sodomy trial took place aboard the Victoria, involving the ship's Sicilian master, Salomon Anton, and a Genoese apprentice sailor, Antonio Varese. Now, at the time, homosexuality was punishable by death in Spain, and upon being found guilty, Anton was executed by strangulation on December the 20th, 1519, upon the fleet's arrival to Brazil. Varese, on the other hand, met his demise by drowning after being thrown overboard on April 27th, 1520. Following the trial, a confrontation occurred among Magellan's captives, led by Cartagena, who accused Magellan of jeopardizing the fleet's safety by choosing the African coast route. Despite tensions running high, Magellan managed to maintain control and subdue the mutinous actions, opting to relieve Cartagena of his command rather than sentencing him to death, as urged by some of his advisors. Antonio de Coca replaced Cartagena as the captain of the San Antonio, restoring a semblance of order within the fleet amidst the challenging circumstances. By the 29th of November, the fleet had reached the approximate latitude of Cape St. Augustine, marking their arrival at the Brazilian coastline, which Pigafetta refers to as Verzin in his diary, deriving from the Italian term for Brazilwood. This region had been familiar to both Spanish and Portuguese explorers since around 1500, with European powers, in particular Portugal, exploiting its valuable Brazilwood resources. Equipped with a map of the Brazilian coastline, known as the Livro de Marinharia, and aided by João Lopes Carvalho, the pilot of the Conception who possessed prior experience in Rio de Janeiro, the fleet navigated towards their destination. On December the 13th, the fleet reached Rio de Janeiro, though it lacked any permanent Portuguese settlement at the time. Noticing the absence of Portuguese ships in the harbor, Magellan deemed it safe to make a stop. Pigafetta noted a fortuitous weather event upon their arrival, as rain began to fall after a prolonged dry spell. This coincidence led the indigenous people to believe that the fleet had brought rain from heaven, fostering a warm reception and facilitating their conversion to the Christian faith. The fleet spent 13 days in Rio, during which they undertook ship repairs and replenished their supplies of water and food, including yam, cassava, and pineapple. They also engaged in trade with the locals, exchanging trinkets such as mirrors, combs, knives, and bells for food, and local goods like parrot feathers. Additionally, the crew discovered they could procure favors from the native women. Historian Ian Cameron characterized this period in Rio as a saturnalia of feasting and lovemaking, reflecting the relaxed atmosphere and indulgent activities enjoyed by the crew. On December 27th, the fleet bid farewell to Rio de Janeiro, with Pigafetta noting the disappointment of the natives, who attempted to persuade them to stay by following in canoes. Sailing south along the South American coast, the fleet aimed to locate El Paso, the mythical strait believed to offer passage through South America to the Spice Islands. On the 11th of January, they encountered a headland marked by 3 hills, which they mistook for Cape Santa Maria. Venturing around the headland, they encountered a vast body of water extending westward, leading Magellan to believe they had indeed found El Paso. However, it was later revealed to be the Rio de la Plata. Magellan dispatched the Santiago under Juan Serrano's command to explore the perceived strait, while the other ships continued southward in search of Terra Australis, the southern continent believed to exist south of South America. However, they failed to find the southern continent, and upon regrouping with the Santiago, Serrano reported that the supposed strait was, in fact, simply a river mouth. Magellan, initially incredulous, led the fleet back through the area, confirming Serrano's observation when they encountered fresh water. Continuing their quest for the strait, the fleet pressed southward along the coast on February the 3rd. Despite Magellan's belief that they would soon find the strait, or the southern terminus of the continent, they sailed for another 8 long weeks, without any success, facing the challenges of shallow waters, squalls, storms, and dropping temperatures as the winter approached. Conditions grew increasingly dire by late March. Magellan decided to seek refuge for the winter. On March 31st, a break in the coast led them to Point St. Julien, a natural harbor where they anchored. There they spent 5 months waiting out the harsh winter before resuming their search for the elusive strait. Upon landing at St. Julien, another mutiny attempt unfolded within the course of a day, orchestrated by Juan de Cartagena, Gaspar de Quesada, and Luis Mendoza, former captains of the San Antonio, Conception, and Victoria respectively. The mutineers, dissatisfied with Magellan's leadership, accused him of endangering the fleet. Unlike the previous incident during the Atlantic crossing, this mutiny was quite a bit more calculated. In the early hours of Easter Sunday, on the 1st of April, Cartagena and Quesada led 30 armed men, their faces masked with charcoal, onto the San Antonio. They attacked Alvaro de Mesquita, the ship's newly appointed captain and Magellan's cousin, who resisted alongside Juan de Elorriaga, the boatswain. Quesada fatally wounded Elorriaga in the ensuing struggle. With the San Antonio now under their control, the mutineers now commanded 3 of the fleet's 5 ships, with only the Santiago and the Trinidad, led by Magellan, remaining loyal. Although the mutineers aimed the San Antonio's cannons at the Trinidad, they made no further aggressive moves that night. The following morning, April 2nd, as the mutineers consolidated their position on the San Antonio and the Victoria, a group of sailors inadvertently drifted towards the Trinidad. Magellan seized the opportunity to gather intelligence on the mutineers' plans. Launching a counter-offensive, Magellan devised a clever strategy. Disguised marines boarded the Victoria, while his alguacil, Gonzalo de Espinosa, approached the ship under the guise of delivering a confidential message. It was then when Espinosa fatally stabbed Mendoza, the captain of the Victoria, and the disguised marines provided reinforcement. Quickly realizing they were outmatched, the remaining mutineers surrendered. Cartagena pleaded for mercy, while Casado attempted to flee, but was apprehended by local sailors who had severed the San Antonio's cables, causing it to drift towards the Trinidad. Ultimately, the mutiny was quelled, and Magellan's authority was well and truly reaffirmed. The trial of the mutineers, presided over by Magellan's cousin Alvaro de Mesquita, lasted 5 days. On the 7th of April, Gaspar de Casado was executed by beheading, carried out by his foster brother and secretary, Luis Molina, in exchange for clemency. Quesada and Mendoza's bodies were then quartered and displayed on gibbets for 3 months. Andres de San Martin, suspected of complicity in the mutiny, endured torture by Strappado, but was ultimately allowed to continue serving as cosmographer. By the way, Strappado, that's from the Inquisition's playbook. What they would do is they would tie your hands behind your back and then hoist you up on this large rope so that your arms behind your back would contort and twist and dislocate. Then they would violently pull the rope back and forth. It's pretty terrible. Well, Juan de Cartagena and the priest Pedro Sanchez de Reina were sentenced to be marooned. That's when you just leave somebody on an island somewhere. On August 11th, 2 weeks prior to the fleet's departure from St. Julian, they were left on a small nearby island to perish. Over 40 other conspirators, including Juan Sebastian Elcano, were shackled and tasked with laborious ship maintenance throughout the winter. In late April, Magellan dispatched the Santiago, led by Juan Serrano, to scout southward for a strait. They reached the estuary of a river called Santa Cruz on May the 3rd, where they found shelter and abundant resources. However, upon attempting to return to St. Julian on the 22nd of May, the Santiago was caught in a storm and ran aground. Most of the crew managed to reach the shore before the ship capsized. 2 men journeyed on foot to St. Julian for help, while the others survived on shellfish and local vegetation until rescued by a party sent forth from St. Julian. Upon learning of the favorable conditions at Santa Cruz, Magellan relocated the fleet there for the remainder of the austral winter. Departing St. Julian around the 24th of August, they spent 6 weeks at Santa Cruz before continuing their quest for the strait. October the 18th, 1520, the fleet left Santa Cruz and resumed its southward journey in search of a passage. Just 3 days later, on October the 21st, they sighted a headland approximately 52 degrees south latitude, which they named Cape Vergennes. Beyond the cape, they discovered a vast bay, and while exploring this bay, a storm suddenly struck. The Trinidad and Victoria managed to navigate out to open seas, but the Conception and the San Antonio were pushed deeper into the bay towards a promontory. After 3 days, the fleet managed to reunite, and the Conception and San Antonio reported being drawn through a narrow passage not visible from the sea, which extended for some distance. Hoping that they had finally discovered the sought-after strait, the fleet followed the path taken by the Conception and San Antonio. Unlike at Rio de la Plata earlier, the water did not lose its salinity as they progressed. and surroundings indicated consistently deep waters. This was indeed the passage they sought, which would later become known as the Strait of Magellan. Well, at the time they didn't call it the Strait of Magellan, that was a bit later. They used to call it, and this is what Magellan dubbed it, the All Saints Channel, because the fleet passed through it on November the 1st, which is actually All Saints' Day. Well, by October the 28th, the fleet had reached an island within the strait, likely Isabel Island or perhaps Dawson Island, which could be navigated in two directions. Magellan instructed the fleet to split up to explore both parts. They intended to regroup within a few days, but the San Antonio never rejoined them. While waiting for the San Antonio, Gonzalo de Espinosa led a small ship to explore the furthest reaches of the strait. After 3 days, they reached the end of the strait and the mouth of the Pacific Ocean. 3 more days passed before Espinosa finally returned. Picafetta recounts that upon hearing Espinosa's discovery, Magellan wept tears of joy. The fleet's remaining 3 ships completed the passage to the Pacific by November 28th, after weeks of fruitless searching for the San Antonio. Magellan named the waters the Mar Pacifico, or Pacific Ocean, because of the serene and calm nature of the sea, especially in contrast to the challenging straits. The San Antonio's failure to reunite with Magellan's fleet in the strait marked a significant setback for the expedition. Instead, the ship reversed course and sailed back to Spain. The officers of the San Antonio claimed they arrived early at the rendezvous point, but there is uncertainty regarding the truth of this assertion. Alvaro de Mesquita, the ship's pilot and Magellan's cousin, attempted to rejoin the fleet by firing cannons and setting off smoke signals. However, he was overpowered in another mutiny, orchestrated by one Esteval Gomez, the ship's pilot who harbored animosity towards Magellan. Gomez argued for a return to Spain to gather more supplies, contrary to Magellan's plan to continue to the Moluccas. The San Antonio did eventually reach Seville on the 8th of May 1521, with only 55 of its crew members remaining. Upon their return, there was a 6-month trial of the San Antonio's crew. Despite Mesquita's loyalty to Magellan, the majority of the testimony portrayed Magellan in a negative light, justifying the mutiny at St. Julian by alleging that Magellan had tortured Spanish sailors. These claims tarnished Magellan's reputation and led to repercussions for his family. Mesquita endured a year of imprisonment following the trial, while Magellan's wife, Beatriz, faced financial difficulties and was thus placed under house arrest along with her son. Magellan's lack of understanding regarding the vastness of the Pacific Ocean led to significant challenges for the expedition. Although, let's be fair, no one really understood the vastness of the Pacific Ocean in those days. Well, initially expecting a short journey of 3 or 4 days, the fleet spent over 3 months at sea before reaching Guam and then the Philippines. Initially sailing north along the coast of Chile, they later altered their course to west-northwest by mid-December. Their route across the Pacific was unfortunate. as they missed encountering several islands that could have provided fresh food and water. Instead, they only sighted two small uninhabited islands, which they named the Islas Infortunadas, the Unfortunate Islands. The conditions on board, of course, were dire, with inadequate food and hardly any water left. Much of their seal meat had gone off due to the equatorial heat, and they resorted to eating old infested biscuits and drinking foul-smelling water. The journey across the Pacific was further compounded by the onset of scurvy among the crew, a disease whose cause was not really understood at the time. Picafetta reported that many men fell ill, and 19 actually died during the crossing. Magellan and other officers, however, remained unaffected, possibly due to their consumption of preserved quince, which contained more than enough vitamin C. On the 6th of March 1521, the fleet reached the Mariana Islands, likely spotting the island of Rota first, but unable to land there. They anchored on Guam 30 hours later, where they encountered native Chamorro people in proas, a type of outrigger canoe that was unfamiliar to Europeans. The Chamorros boarded the ships, taking rigging, knives, and iron items. A physical confrontation ensued, resulting in the death of at least one of the Chamorro. The remaining natives fled with the goods, including Magellan's Bergantina. In retaliation, Magellan sent a raiding party ashore the next day, looting and burning Chamorro houses and killing 7 of them. They recovered the Bergantina and departed Guam on the 9th of March, continuing westward. Arriving in the Philippines on the 16th of March, the fleet made first contact with Samar before landing on Homonhon, an uninhabited island. There they encountered friendly locals from Suluan, traded supplies, and rested for nearly 2 weeks. On the 27th of March, they left Homonhon and, the next day, approached Limasawa. Natives in canoes alerted the Balangay warships of local rulers from Mindanao on a hunting expedition. Magellan's slave, Enrique of Malacca, communicated with the natives in Malay for the first time, indicating familiar territory. They exchanged gifts, and Magellan met Raja Colambu and Raja Siawi, later becoming blood brothers with Colambu in a local ritual. The Rajas displayed golden ornaments and served food on golden plates, revealing the abundance of gold in Butuan and Calagan. The locals eagerly traded this gold for iron, impressed by Spanish armor and weaponry demonstrated by Magellan. On Sunday, the 31st of March, Easter Day, Magellan and 50 of his men landed on Limasawa to hold the first Catholic Mass in the Philippines, conducted by the Armada's chaplain. Local leaders, including Colambu and his brother, participated in the ceremony and expressed curiosity about the Catholic faith. After the Mass, Magellan's men erected a cross on the island's highest hill, formally claiming Limasawa and the entire Philippine archipelago as possessions of Spain. On the 2nd of April, Magellan convened a conference to determine their next move. While his officers advocated sailing southwest towards the Moluccas, Magellan opted to explore further into the Philippines. Setting sail on the 3rd of April, they were guided to Cebu by Colombus' men. Arriving on the 7th of April, Magellan negotiated with Raja Humabon, who typically demanded tribute from traders. Magellan persuaded him, with a good bit of charisma, to forego this requirement. Following the pattern in Limasawa, Magellan showcased his armada's weapons to impress the locals, and taught them all about Catholicism. By the 14th of April, Humabon and his family were baptized, receiving an image of the Holy Child, later known as Santo Niño de Cebu. Over the following days, thousands of locals, including chiefs from nearby islands, embraced Christianity, totaling 2,200 conversions. Upon learning of resistance to Christian conversion on nearby Mactan Island led by Lapu-Lapu, Magellan ordered his men to do the Christian thing and burn down all of their homes. When this failed to deter them, he resolved to subdue them by more force, planning an armed expedition to Mactan. Thus Magellan assembled a force of 60 armed men to confront Lapu-Lapu's warriors. Although some Cebuano men accompanied Magellan, he instructed them not to engage in the battle, but to observe. Watch how the pros do it. Before the fighting began, Magellan sent an envoy to Lapu-Lapu, offering a chance to submit to the rule of the King of Spain and avoid any unnecessary bloodshed. But Lapu-Lapu refused. With 49 men, Magellan approached the shore, while 11 remained to guard the boats. Despite their superior armor and weaponry, Magellan's men were vastly outnumbered, with Pigafetta estimating the enemy's strength at 1,500. The battle was fierce, and Magellan and several of his companions, including Cristobal Rebello, Magellan's illegitimate son, were killed. This was, of course, quite devastating for the expedition. I mean, it's called the Magellan Expedition, and now there is no Magellan. Well, following his death, the surviving men had to get a new leader, so they held an election. Duarte Barbosa, Magellan's brother-in-law, and Juan Serrano were elected as co-commanders. However, tensions arose over the fate of Magellan's slave, Enrique. While Magellan's will called for Enrique's freedom, Barbosa and Serrano insisted that he continue to serve as an interpreter and be under their commands. Enrique's secret communications with Humabon led to his betrayal of the Spaniards, and no wonder. I don't really blame him after that. What a raw deal. On the 1st of May, Humabon invited the Europeans ashore for a feast, attended by around 30 men, mostly officers. Well, towards the end of the meal, when everybody was well and truly satiated, armed Cebuanos entered the hall and attacked the Europeans, killing 27 men, including Serrano and Barbosa. Serrano, the newly elected co-commander, was spared and brought to the shore to negotiate for ransom, but the Spanish ships departed, leaving his fate a little uncertain. Pigafetta suggests that João Carvalho, who assumed command in the absence of Barbosa and Serrano, may have abandoned Serrano to consolidate his power over the fleet. With just 115 survivors out of the 227 who had embarked from Seville, it became evident that the fleet lacked the manpower to operate 3 ships. Consequently, on the 2nd of May, the Conception was emptied and lit on fire. Carvalho assumed the role of the new Captain General, and the remaining 2 ships, the Trinidad and the Victoria, continued their journey through Southeast Asia in search of the Moluccas. Along the way they made stops at various islands, including Mindanao and Brunei, engaging in acts of piracy such as robbing a junk bound for China from the Moluccas. On the 21st of September, Carvalho was replaced as Captain General by Martin Mendez, with Gonzalo de Espinosa and Juan Sebastian Elcano taking command of the Trinidad and Victoria respectively. During their voyage, Elcano's crew faced an attack off the southeastern tip of Borneo by a Bruneian fleet commanded by a Luzon commander, likely Prince Aceh of Manila. Despite the assault, Elcano managed to defeat and capture Aceh. Eventually, Aceh was released after a ransom was paid, but not before leaving a Spanish-speaking Moor named Pazek Kulan with Elcano's crew to assist them on their journey back home to Spain. The expedition finally reached the Spice Islands of the Moluccas on the 8th of November, landing on the island of Tidore, where they were warmly welcomed by the island's leader Al-Mansur. A trading post was established, and the men traded goods for cloves. However, around the 15th of December, as they attempted to set sail from Tidore with their cargo of cloves, the Trinidad was found to be taking on water due to disrepair. While attempts to repair the leak failed, it was decided that the Victoria would sail for Spain via a western route, while the Trinidad would remain behind to be refitted before attempting to return to Spain via an eastern route, involving an overland passage across the American continent. Unfortunately, Trinidad's attempt to return via the Pacific route was thwarted when it was captured by the Portuguese. Eventually, the ship was wrecked in a storm while under Portuguese control. The Victoria embarked on its journey home via the Indian Ocean route on the 21st of December 1521 under the command of Juan Sebastian Elcano. By the 6th of May 1522, the ship had rounded the Cape of Good Hope, but food shortages led to the death of 20 crew members from starvation by the 9th of July 1522. At that point, desperate for provisions, Elcano decided to put into Portuguese Cape Verde. To their surprise, upon arrival on 10th of July 1522, they discovered that their meticulous records were a day behind the actual date. The crew initially managed to make purchases by claiming they were returning to Spain from the Americas, but their subterfuge was discovered when Portuguese authorities found the Victoria was carrying spices from the East Indies. As a result, 13 crew members were detained. Despite the setback, the Victoria escaped with its precious cargo of 26 tons of spices, including cloves and cinnamon. On the 6th of September 1522, Elcano and the remaining crew of Magellan's expedition arrived in Sanlúcar de Barrameda, Spain, aboard the Victoria, almost precisely 3 years after they had set out. They then sailed upriver to Seville, and proceeded overland to Valladolid, where they appeared before the emperor as heroes. Well, that was a little bit more of an easier one to get through than the Christopher Columbus video. If you've watched the Christopher Columbus video, I'm sure you'll know what I mean. Hernan Cortes, born in 1485, Medellin, Spain, the Spanish conquistador who led the expedition that toppled the great Aztec Empire and brought large parts of Mexico under Spanish rule in the early 16th century. Utilizing a combination of military prowess, strategic alliances with indigenous tribes like the Tlaxcalans, and ruthless tactics, Cortes captured the Aztec city of Tenochtitlan in 1521 after taking Emperor Moctezuma II as a hostage. Actions that not only expanded Spanish territory significantly, but also initiated the cultural and genetic blending that would define the future of Central America. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's great to meet you, and if you're coming back, great to see you again. If you want to support the channel, you're already doing it, but a like and subscribe goes a little further. For those who want to go above and beyond, take a look at the video description. You'll find where you need to go. Now, without further ado, let's get started. I'll invite you to relax, take a deep breath, and we can begin our full biography of Hernan Cortes. Hernan Cortes was born in 1485 in the town of Medellin, located in the Kingdom of Castile, which is part of the modern-day province of Badajoz in Extremadura, Spain. He was the son of Martin Cortes de Monroy and Catalina Pizarro Altamirano. And before we go on, I do apologize to Spanish speakers. I will do my best with the pronunciations. His father, born in 1449, was an infantry captain who came from a distinguished family with noble lineage, but only a modest financial resource. Hernan's mother, well, she brought more notable connections into his early life, as through her Hernan was the second cousin, once removed, of Francisco Pizarro, the future conqueror of the Inca Empire in modern Peru. The intricate web of his family history reveals his maternal grandmother, Leonor Sanchez Pizarro Altamirano, was the first cousin of Pizarro's father, Gonzalo Pizarro y Rodriguez. On his father's side, Hernan was related to Nicolas de Ovando, who was the third governor of Hispaniola. His paternal great-grandfather, Rodrigo de Monroy Almaraz, held the title of 5th Lord of Monroy. Now as for Hernan, his early years were unfortunately marked by frailty and illness. It was not an easy ride. In fact, his biographer and chaplain, Francisco Lopez da Gomara, noted that Cortes appeared pale and sickly during his childhood. And when he was 14 years old, he was finally sent to study Latin under an uncle who lived in Salamanca. This phase of his education is often misconstrued by later historians, by the way, who sometimes incorrectly state that he was enrolled at the University of Salamanca. In reality, his studies were conducted under the private tutelage of his uncle, who was a formidable scholar. Well, despite this education, Cortes returned to Medellin after only 2 years, frustrating his parents' hopes that he would pursue a legal career, which was indeed a very profitable choice. However, the knowledge that he acquired in Salamanca, combined with his subsequent training and experience as a notary in Valladolid and then in Hispaniola, provided him with a thorough understanding of Castilian legal codes. This knowledge would later become crucial, as Cortes used it to help justify his controversial and unauthorized conquest of Mexico. Of course, we'll get to that later. At the age of 16, Cortes was already showing signs of the ruthlessness, haughtiness, and a little bit of mischief that would characterize his later behavior. Gomara's descriptions paint a picture of a young man who felt stifled and constrained by the provincial life in his small town. During this period, the news of Christopher Columbus's discoveries in the New World was beginning to captivate the imagination of many young Spaniards, and among the thousands of captivated youths was Cortes. The tales of adventure and the promise of new lands filled with wealth and wonders fueled his ambition and desire for exploration. As he grew into a young man, his restless spirit and ambitious nature became more pronounced. Drawn to the stories of wealth, power, and lands yet to be discovered across the Atlantic, the growing fascination with the New World, combined with his strategic mind and understanding of legal and military tactics, set him on that path that would eventually lead him to become one of the most significant figures in the conquest of the Americas. He had initially planned to sail to the Americas with Nicolas de Ovando, that distant relative and newly appointed governor of Hispaniola, a Caribbean island now split into Haiti and the Dominican Republic, a long, long way from home. However, an injury had delayed his departure, leading Cortes to spend the following year traveling around Spain, likely frequenting the southern ports of Cadiz, Palos, Sanlúcar, and Seville. By 1504, Cortes was ready to embark on his journey and became a colonist in the New World. Upon reaching Hispaniola, Cortes traveled aboard a vessel captained by Alonso Quintero. Quintero was somewhat famous or infamous for his duplicitous nature, attempting to outmaneuver his superiors to gain personal advantages out there in the new colonies. This behavior possibly influenced Cortes, and may have been a blueprint for his future actions and approach to leadership. In 1504, upon his arrival in Santo Domingo, the capital of Hispaniola, the young Cortes, at just 18 years old, signed up and registered as a citizen of the colony. This registration granted him a plot of land for building and farming, marking the beginning of his new life as a colonist. If only it were that easy in our modern time. Just show up, okay, sign your name here, here is your free plot of land. Have a good day, sir or madam. Well, shortly after his arrival, Governor Nicolas de Ovando recognized Cortes's potential and awarded him an encomienda, that was indeed a grant of land, but also indigenous labor. And we all know what that means. Well, he was also appointed as the notary of Azua de Compostela, a position that would leverage his legal knowledge and administrative skills. Over the next 5 years, his role in the colony began to grow more and more prominent. In 1506, he participated in the military conquests of Hispaniola and Cuba. His contributions to these campaigns certainly did not go unnoticed. The expedition leader rewarded him with a significant estate and a number of slaves from the Taino tribe. This period was crucial for Cortes, as it helped establish him as a formidable and resourceful figure in the colonial administration. People were starting to recognize his name, even at such a young age. Well, in 1511, he had turned 26, and he joined up with Diego Velázquez de Quelar, an aide to the governor of Hispaniola, on an expedition to conquer the island of Cuba. Velázquez, recognized for his leadership and military skill, was subsequently appointed as the new governor of Spain. In this burgeoning colony, Cortes was assigned the role of clerk to the treasurer, a position that entrusted him with the crucial responsibility of ensuring that the Spanish crown received its customary fifth of the profits from the expedition. Impressed by Cortes's capabilities and potential, Velázquez helped secure a high-ranking political role for him within the colony. Thus, Cortes quickly rose to become the secretary to Governor Velázquez, and was appointed municipal magistrate of Santiago, not once, but twice. His growing influence was further cemented by an encomienda that allowed him to utilize indigenous labor, as they call it, for his mining and cattle operations. This rise in status transformed Cortes into a pivotal figure in the colony, attracting those who sought an alternative leadership to Velázquez, and there were a few of them to be found. Well, by 1514, some 3 years later, his ambition and assertiveness became evident, as he led a faction demanding an increase in the allocation of indigenous workers to the settlers. His burgeoning prominence in the colony's affairs, however, led to strained relations with Governor Velázquez. During this period, Cortes became romantically involved with Catalina Juarez, who was Velázquez's sister-in-law. While Velázquez perceived Cortes's actions as a trivial pursuit of Catalina's affections, straining their relationship further. Under pressure from Velázquez, Cortes married Catalina, but he was reportedly reluctant to do so, hoping that this alliance would appease the governor and solidify his own position within the colonial hierarchy. Despite his substantial roles and influence in Cuba, it wasn't until nearly 15 years after his arrival in the Indies that Cortes began to look beyond his already well-established status. He missed the first 2 expeditions to Mexico, led by Francisco Hernández de Córdoba and Juan de Grijalva, under Velázquez's orders in 1518. However, When the news of Grijalva's successful establishment of a colony on the mainland, rich in silver and gold, by the way, reached Velasquez, the governor decided to send reinforcements. Cortes was appointed captain general of this new venture in October 1518, but he was warned, you best act swiftly before Velasquez changes his mind. Utilizing his administrative experience, which was admittedly quite extensive, knowledge from previous expeditions, and of course skilled rhetoric, Cortes quickly assembled a fleet of 6 ships and 300 men within the space of 4 weeks. Not bad. Velasquez was growing jealous, and this jealousy led him to contemplate reassigning the expedition to another leader. Cortes, however, was undeterred, rapidly expanding his fleet and forces in other Cuban ports, demonstrating his readiness and determination to explore and claim new territories for the Spanish crown. In 1518, Hernan Cortes was appointed by Diego Velázquez to lead the expedition into Mexico and explore and potentially colonize the region. However, the long-standing rift led to a last-minute revocation of Cortes's charter. Well, despite this, Cortes decided to just ignore the governor's orders completely. That's right, he basically scrunched up and threw it in the bin, proceeding with his expedition in February 1519. And this was indeed a clear act of mutiny. Well, Cortes first made a stop in Trinidad, Cuba, to recruit additional soldiers and acquire more horses. His fleet by then consisted of 11 ships, 500 men, which did include quite a large number of experienced slaves, 13 horses, and they even had a few cannons with them. With this force, Cortes landed on the Yucatan Peninsula, in territory controlled by the Maya. Upon his arrival, Cortes encountered Geronimo de Aguilar, a Spanish Franciscan priest who had survived a shipwreck and a subsequent period of captivity among the Maya before a daring escape. Aguilar, who had learned the Chontal Maya language during this ordeal, became an invaluable interpreter for Cortes. Talk about a coincidence. Though Cortes at this time had somewhat limited military experience, he proved to be an adept and strategic leader. Natural talent, or perhaps beginner's luck, depending on who you ask. Well, in March of 1519, he formally claimed the land for the Spanish crown, and then moved to confront the natives in Tabasco. Here, after a fierce battle, in which he overcame local resistance, Cortes received a significant gift: 20 young indigenous women. Well, these women were promptly baptized into Christianity. Among these women was one called La Malinche, also known as Malintzin or Doña Marina, who would become not only Cortes's mistress, but the mother of his son, Martin. And Malinche was, by the way, fluent in both Nahuatl and Chontal Maya, enabling Cortes to communicate with the Aztecs through Aguilar's translations. A bit of a chain of linguistics, but they'll get there eventually. By Easter Sunday of 1519, Cortes and his men were at San Juan de Ulua, where they encountered governors Tendile and Pitalpitoque from Moctezuma II's Aztec Empire. The meeting marked the beginning of significant interactions between Cortes's forces and the Aztec leadership. In a bold move to solidify his position and authority, Cortes and his men took control of Veracruz in July of 1519. By doing so, he effectively rejected the authority of the governor of Cuba, positioning himself directly under the command of King Charles of Spain. In a dramatic gesture to ensure the commitment and focus of his men towards their new mission in the New World, Cortes scuttled his ships, making any possibility of retreat impossible. Well, upon arriving in Veracruz, Hernan Cortes sought to establish relations with the local indigenous groups, many of whom were vassals of the mighty Aztec Empire, and many of whom who did not like being vassals of the mighty Aztec Empire. Well, eager to make direct contact with Moctezuma, the powerful Tlatoani, or ruler of the Aztecs, Cortes sent out emissaries to arrange a meeting. Now, Moctezuma, cautious and perhaps apprehensive about the intentions of these foreign visitors, declined the invitation, and not just once, multiple times. But once again, Cortes was very good at ignoring people telling him not to do things, so he was resolute and refused to be deterred. In mid-August 1519, Cortes made the bold decision to march directly towards Tenochtitlan, the heart of the Aztec Empire, leaving behind a contingent of 100 men in Veracruz to secure the rear, and proceeded with a force that included 600 soldiers, 15 horsemen, 15 cannons, and a large number of indigenous porters and warriors. Well, during his journey to Tenochtitlan, Cortes demonstrated strategic skill by forming alliances with various indigenous groups who were subjugated by or hostile to the Aztecs. This included the Totonacs of Cempoala and the Nahuas of Tlaxcala. The Tlaxcalans, in particular, were initially hostile, engaging the Spaniards in a series of fierce battles between September 2nd and 5th of 1519. Bernal Diaz, a soldier under Cortes, vividly recounted how they were completely surrounded at times. However, Cortes, through a mix of military pressure and diplomatic gesture, a carrot and stick method, if you could say so, including the release of prisoners with the messages of peace, gradually convinced the Tlaxcalans of the advantages of an alliance, particularly given their shared hatred of Moctezuma and the Aztecs. Well, of course the Spanish were saying what they needed to say, just to get some people on their side. Politics. Everyone's playing their own game. Well, by October 1519, Cortes had cemented his alliance with the Tlaxcalans, who provided him with about 1,000 warriors as he continued his march. His next major stop was Cholula, the second largest city in central Mexico. It was here that Cortes's approach took I suppose we can say, a darker turn. Now, under circumstances that still remain debated by historians, we must mention, whether as a preemptive measure against suspected treachery, or as a deliberate act of terror to intimidate the Aztecs, Cortes orchestrated a mass-scale slaughter of unarmed Cholulan nobles, and subsequently set part of the city ablaze. The rightly named Fall of Cholula marked a significant point on the campaign, as Cortes continued his advance towards the Aztec capital. November the 8th, 1519, Cortes and his now sizable force entered Tenochtitlan, receiving a surprisingly peaceful reception from Moctezuma. The Aztec ruler adopted a strategy of cautious hospitality, allowing the Spaniards into the city, possibly to better understand their weaknesses and ultimately plan their destruction more effectively. Not a bad plan. Let's see how it works out. Montezuma's approach involved lavishing the Spaniards with gifts of gold, which, far from assuaging them, only inflamed their lust for plunder, effectively giving them a little gold as a gift, to which the Spaniards would reply, "You have gold?" Well, Cortes, sensing the complexities of his position, and after hearing of attacks on Spaniards along the coast, took the audacious step of simply grabbing Moctezuma and seizing him as a hostage, a move that allowed Cortes to exert control over Tenochtitlan, indirectly through the Aztec emperor. The situation escalated even more when Cortes received word that another Spanish force, sent by Velázquez, and led by Panfilo de Narváez, had arrived to arrest him for his mutiny and insubordination. Leaving behind 200 men in Tenochtitlan, Cortes marched with his forces to confront Narváez. In a testament to his leadership and persuasive powers, he defeated Narváez's superior numbers, and even convinced most of the defeated soldiers to simply change sides and join his cause. And that's exactly what they did. Looks like the pen is mightier than the sword in this case. Well, back in Tenochtitlan, tensions reached a boiling point when Pedro de Alvarado, left in command by Cortes, committed a massacre, and he decided to commit this massacre in the Great Temple. One can imagine how much of an insult this was. Out of all places he could have chosen, well, he shouldn't have massacred anybody, but you know what I mean. This, of course, sparked a massive uprising. The whole city was in chaos. Cortes rushed back and found the entire city in full revolt. Well, under somewhat murky circumstances, Moctezuma was killed. Spanish accounts claim that he was stoned by his own people. Well, that's what the Spanish say, while others suggest that he was slain by the Spaniards when his role as a mediator failed. Effectively, they did not need him anymore. Well, perhaps we will never know. A very sad percentage, I believe it's somewhat around 98% of Mesoamerican literature is lost. Yes, they had writing, by the way. Don't let anyone tell you that they didn't. Well, confronted with an untenable situation, Cortes and his men were forced to flee Tenochtitlan in the harrowing escape known as the Noche Triste on the night of June 30th to July 1st, 1520. During this desperate exodus across the Tlacopan causeway, the Spaniards suffered heavy losses, and much of the gold that they had stolen was abandoned. This marked a low point for Cortes, but it was far from the end of his campaign to conquer the Aztec Empire. He'd certainly lost the battle, but, well, you know how the rest of the saying goes. Following the devastating defeat at Noche Triste, Hernan Cortes and his diminished band of adventurers, demoralized and rather upset with themselves being defeated by what they thought was an inferior enemy, together with their indigenous Tlaxcalan allies, faced a grueling battle at Otumba. There, against overwhelming odds, they did manage to secure a critical victory over the pursuing Aztec forces, and this victory was pivotal, allowing them to retreat to the safety of Tlaxcala, though they suffered significant losses. 870 Spaniards fell in the battle. While back in Tlaxcala, Cortes received much-needed reinforcements from Cuba, bolstering his forces for the formidable challenge that lay ahead. Recognizing the need for a strategic approach to conquering Tenochtitlan, Cortes embarked on a campaign of attrition. He systematically cut off supplies to the city and worked to bring under control the cities allied with the Aztecs. This strategy was aimed at weakening Tenochtitlan's support base and making it more vulnerable to direct assault. In a masterstroke of military engineering, Cortes ordered the construction of several brigantines. These ships were brought in Tlaxcala and then transported in pieces to be reassembled on Lake Texcoco. The vessels allowed him to control the lake and approach Tenochtitlan from different angles, giving him a crucial tactical advantage. The use of brigantines also meant that Cortes could avoid the deadly close-quarters combat of urban warfare, instead opting to systematically dismantle sections of the city to secure a slow but steady advance. The Aztecs, led by their fierce ruler Cuauhtémoc, mounted a spirited defense, especially in the district of Tlatelolco, where they even managed to ambush the Spanish forces and inflict heavy casualties. Despite these efforts, this area would be the final stronghold to fall to the Spaniards, marking the end of organized resistance. The siege of Tenochtitlan, marked by months of fierce combat, finally ended with the city's fall. The once mighty Aztec capital was left a smoldering ruin, a testament to the brutal effectiveness of Cortes's campaign. On August the 13th, 1521, with the capture of Cuauhtémoc, the last Tlautani of Tenochtitlan, the Aztec Empire capitulated. Cortes, with no little audacity, claimed the vanquished city for Spain, renaming it Mexico City. Yeah, spoiler alert, right? A symbolic act that marked the beginning of a new era. Well, from 1521 to 1524, Cortes assumed personal governance of Mexico, setting about the task of rebuilding the shattered city and laying the foundations for Spanish colonial rule. And his was a rule that was marked by efforts to stabilize and expand Spanish influence, but also by the complexities of administering a vast and diverse new territory. In the early months of 1521, even as military plans unfolded, Cortes faced internal dissent and conspiracies against his leadership. One notable plot was led by Antonio de Villafana, who was accused of plotting Cortes's assassination. The conspiracy was swiftly quelled, and Villafana was hanged, a clear message that Cortes would brook no threat to his authority. Despite his monumental role in establishing New Spain, as they would call it, he often felt underappreciated and under-rewarded by the Spanish crown, a sentiment that is evident in the narrative he presented in his letters, and is echoed in Francisco López de Gamora's later biography. However, a deeper examination suggests that Cortes's own ambitions, entitlement, and overt self-promotion contributed significantly to his increased strained relationship with King Charles, who would suffer no such thing. It's in poor taste, you know. But Cortes was indeed rewarded by King Charles, who appointed him governor, captain general, and chief justice of the newly conquered territories, collectively known at this point as New Spain of the Ocean Sea. However, the appointment was not without its constraints. To Cortes's dismay, the king also appointed 4 royal officials to work alongside him. These officials were not mere assistants. They served as overseers, ensuring Cortes's adherence to royal policies and mitigating his autonomous control. In a letter to Emperor Charles V, dated October 15, 1524, Cortes candidly expressed his dissatisfaction, emphasizing that the conquest of Mexico was solely his doing, and openly admitted his disregard for the crown's directives. This bold declaration was documented in the History of Mexico in 1858. Now, Cortes's unguarded comments in this correspondence were likely to, and indeed did, create a negative impression at the court. Not a good way to win friends, that's for sure. But despite the tensions, and tense they were, Cortes's influence was initially significant. He led the construction of Mexico City on the smoldering ruins of the Aztec capital, strategically demolishing Aztec temples and edifices to replace them with European structures that were more to the Spanish taste, thereby cementing, no pun intended, the city's status as a Central European hub in the Americas. Cortes was proactive in expanding Spanish control over New Spain. He founded new cities and assigned men to enforce Spanish rule across the territory, implementing the encomienda system in 1524. He and his close allies kept many encomiendas for themselves, viewing them as just rewards for their roles in the conquest. Well, in all fairness, they did do the heavy lifting. However, this allocation led to grievances among later arrivals and those from opposing factions, who felt excluded from these rewards due to Cortes's favoritism. Well, the tensions between Cortes and the crown were further exacerbated by the actions of his adversaries. In 1523, influenced perhaps by Cortes's enemy Bishop Fonseca, the crown dispatched a military force under Francisco de Garay to conquer and settle the northern part of Mexico, particularly the Panuco region. While this move was a direct challenge to Cortes, who viewed it as a conspiracy against him, involving his well-known enemies, Diego Velázquez de Quesada, Diego Colombus, Bishop Fonseca, and now Francisco Garay. In his fourth letter to the king, Cortes portrayed himself as the victim of an expansive conspiracy. His strategic appeal to the king proved to be effective, and the monarch issued a decree that curtailed Garay's interference in New Spain's affairs. This intervention by the crown allowed Cortes to maintain his position, as Garay retreated without initiating a conflict. Despite Cortes's defiance of Diego Velázquez's authority by leading the controversial expedition to the mainland, his remarkable success in the conquest of Mexico was acknowledged by the Spanish crown with the award of a coat of arms, a significant honor. I'm sure that Velázquez was seething when he was hearing about that. Can't really blame him. Well, the royal decree granting this coat of arms praised Cortes's, and I quote, many labors, dangers, and adventures. It aimed to ensure that his achievements and those of his descendants were honored and remembered. And, well, we're still talking about him, aren't we? So, seems that came to pass. The coat of arms features a black two-headed eagle on a white field, symbolizing the empire, and a golden lion on a red field representing Cortes's efforts and success in the conquest. Additionally, it included imagery of the three Aztec emperors, Moctezuma, Cuauhtémoc, and Cuauhtémoc, all very poorly pronounced. Sorry about that. Also, it had an image of the city of Tenochtitlan. The design also encompassed symbols of the 7 city-states around the lake, depicted with their lords as prisoners, emphasizing Cortes's victories over these regions. Around the summer of 1522, Cortes's wife, Catalina Suárez, arrived in New Spain with her siblings. Well, by this point their marriage was strained, to say the least. Not least because Catalina was related to Cortes's rival Diego Velázquez. Lacking the noble title of Doña, Catalina could no longer elevate Cortes's social standing. Moreover, their union had not produced any children, and Cortes had fathered several with other women, including a son named Martin with Doña Marina, his translator. Well, his wife was not very happy about this revelation. Don't really blame her for that. Well, this son, often referred to as El Mestizo, was Cortes's only male heir at the time, albeit illegitimately. Now, the mysterious death of Catalina Suárez on the night of November 1st to the 2nd, 1522, of course led to rumors and accusations that Cortes had been involved in her demise. An investigation was conducted, involving interviews with various members of the household and others. The records of this investigation, discovered centuries later, did not conclusively prove Cortes's involvement. Well, following Catalina's death, which caused a significant scandal, Cortes was free to marry anybody he liked, but he was pretty much having to marry somebody who was more suited to his elevated status and wealth. That's just the way it is. Well, in 1526, he constructed the Palace of Cortes in Cuernavaca, a testament to his wealth, located near his extensive encomienda holdings. In 1529, Cortes was not only given the noble designation of Don, but was also titled the Marquess of the Valley of Oaxaca. He married Doña Juana de Zúñiga, a Spanish noblewoman, and they had 3 children, including another son named Martin, who, as the firstborn legitimate son, became Cortes's heir and successor to his titles and estates. Cortes also had 3 daughters, Doña Maria, Doña Catalina, and Doña Juana, further securing his family's legacy and influence. He recognized the critical role that the Christianization of indigenous peoples played in cementing Spanish control over these newly conquered territories, and he was particularly aware that the impact of the clergy could have on the newly subjugated populations. Early efforts by the Catholic Church, especially through the mendicant orders in the Caribbean, had shown potential but also highlighted challenges. Cortes, therefore, specifically requested that Franciscan and Dominican friars be sent to Mexico. He believed that these orders, because of their dedication and lifestyle, were better suited to this task than diocesan priests, whom he viewed as potentially negative influences on the Indians due to their vices and profanities common in Spain at the time. Of course, send the guys who never party, never drink, never have any fun, and live a life of celibacy. That ought to get everybody excited to convert to Christianity. Well, Cortes wrote to King Charles V, expressing his concern that if the indigenous people were exposed to the less disciplined clergy, it could significantly harm the faith. He argued that the mendicants should be the main evangelists, and proposed that the Pope grant extensive powers to the leaders of these religious orders due to the geographical distance of the New World to Rome. This, he reasoned, was crucial for providing spiritual support to the settlers and ensuring effective ministry among the indigenous populations. The arrival of the Franciscans in Mexico, especially the symbolic group of 12, known as the 12 Apostles of Mexico, led by Fray Martin de Valencia in May 1524, marked a significant moment in the evangelization efforts. Cortes's reception of these friars was reported to demonstrate his deep piety and humility. According to Franciscan Geronimo de Mendieta, Cortes meeting the friars and kneeling at their feet as they approached the capital was a potent symbol of his submission to spiritual authority, aimed at showing all, including the indigenous people, that his power was subordinate to that of the Church. Despite some accounts, such as that of Fray Toribio de Benavente Motolinia, not mentioning Cortes' dramatic greeting, the alliance between Cortes and the Franciscans was strong. Franciscans viewed Cortes as a figure akin to Moses, opening Mexico to Christian teaching. in defense against criticisms by figures like Dominican Bartholomew de las Casas. Montolinia praised Cortes for his dedication to the spread of Christianity and his respectful treatment of indigenous people. His words, not mine. Well, Fray Bernardino de Sahagún's revision of the conquest narrative in the Florentine Codex further underscores the evolving view of Cortes. Sahagún added commendations of Cortes in his later texts, contrasting his earlier accounts that ended with the Spaniards' search for gold. Between 1524 and 26, they embarked on an expedition to Honduras to confront one Cristobal de Olid, who had declared himself ruler of Honduras under the influence of Diego Velázquez. Concerned about potential rebellions back in Mexico, particularly fearing that Cuauhtémoc, sorry about my Aztec pronunciation, fearing that Cuauhtémoc could incite an insurrection, Cortes brought him along on the expedition. However, in a move that sparked quite a bit of controversy, Cortes executed Cuauhtémoc during the journey. Certainly raised a few eyebrows, that's for sure. Angered by Olid's betrayal, and convinced that Velázquez was the orchestrator of the treason, Cortes issued a decree to arrest him. This action only served to deepen the mistrust of the Crown of Castile and the Council of Indies, both of which were increasingly weary of Cortes's growing influence and power, getting a little bit too big for his boots, it seems. Well, in his 5th letter to King Charles, Cortes attempted to justify his actions, and criticized his, and I quote, various and powerful rivals and enemies for clouding the king's judgment. That's right. It's not him who's bad, it's just everybody's convinced the king that he's doing the wrong thing. It's the king's fault for being taken in by these swindlers. Well, Charles, who was also the Holy Roman Emperor, was preoccupied with numerous other issues during his reign. And, well, Central America was a long, long way away. Well, he was mainly preoccupied with conflicts with France, German Protestant states, and, of course, the Ottoman Empire. In 1521, the year of the Aztec Empire's fall, Charles was dealing with affairs in his German domains, with Bishop Adrian of Utrecht acting as regent in Spain. Well, perhaps, if he wasn't so preoccupied, he may have treated the situation a little differently. But he was preoccupied, so we find ourselves in this modern situation. Now, Diego Velázquez, with the help of Bishop Juan Rodriguez de Fonseca, chief of the Spanish colonial department, convinced the regent to appoint a commissioner, Luis Ponce de Leon, to investigate Cortes's actions and, fingers crossed, arrest him. Cortes remarked that contending with his own countrymen was more challenging than battling the Aztecs. Soon after Cortes returned from his expedition, Ponce de Leon suspended him from his position as governor of New Spain. However, de Leon fell ill and died soon after his arrival, and Marcos de Aguilar was appointed as the new alcalde mayor. However, Aguilar too fell ill, so they subsequently appointed Alonso de Estrada as governor, a position confirmed by royal decree in August of 1527. Amid suspicions that Cortes was behind these illnesses, he chose not to assume control of the government. Estrada sent Diego de Figueroa south to raid graveyards and extort contributions, but Figueroa met his demise when a ship laden with these ill-gotten treasures sank. After an incident where one of Cortes's supporters was maimed, Estrada exiled Cortes. Frustrated and seeking justice, Cortes sailed for Spain in 1528 to appeal directly to King Charles. In 1528, he travelled back to seek redress and support from his sovereign, and during this period, Juan Altamirano and Alonso Valiente were appointed to represent his interests back in Mexico. Cortes appeared before Charles V's court in a display of considerable grandeur. By then the emperor had returned to Spain, and Cortes boldly addressed the accusations against him. He refuted claims that he had withheld gold owed to the crown, demonstrating that he had, in fact, contributed more than the required 1/5 share. Furthermore, he had invested significantly in constructing the new capital, Mexico City. His efforts were recognized by Charles, who welcomed him with high honors and bestowed upon him the prestigious Order of Santiago. In 1529, as a reward for his contributions to expanding the Spanish Empire, Cortes was elevated to the nobility, receiving the title of Don and being named the Marquess of the Valley of Oaxaca. This period saw him marrying the Spanish noblewoman Donna Juana Zúñiga, following the death of his first wife Catalina Suarez in 1522. The Oaxaca Valley, one of the most affluent regions in Spain, New Spain rather, became part of his extensive estate, with Cortes overseeing 23,000 vassals, distributed across 23 named encomiendas. Well, despite these honors and the confirmation of his landholdings, Cortes was never reinstated as governor, and did not receive any significant administrative role in New Spain thereafter. His properties suffered under the management of neglectful colonial administrators during his absence in Spain. He aligned himself with local natives in legal disputes, supporting their cases against colonial abuses as documented in the Huexotinco Codex. After his return to Mexico in 1530, Cortes was greeted with new honors and titles, but he found that things back in the colonies had significantly changed. Despite retaining military authority and the right to continue conquests, the civil governance of New Spain was now under Don Antonio de Mendoza, the newly appointed viceroy. This division of power between Cortes and Mendoza led to constant conflict, and was a factor in the failure of several of Cortes's ventures. Upon his return, Cortes discovered that Mexico was in a state of disorder, with rampant suspicions of a potential rebellion that he was accused of plotting. Well, after reasserting his authority and restoring some measure of stability, Cortes withdrew to his estate in Cuernavaca, located about 30 miles south of Mexico City. Here he focused on constructing his palace and on further exploration in the Pacific. Between 1530 and 41, while still based in Mexico, Cortes found himself in frequent disputes, notably with Nuño Beltrán de Guzman. He also contested with Antonio de Mendoza, the viceroy, over the right to explore what is today known as California. Cortes's interests were not confined to exploration, however. In 1534 he acquired several silver mines in Zumpango del Rio, and by the early 1540s he owned numerous mines across the region, 12 in Taxco, 20 in Sultepec, and 3 in Zacualpan. He had previously staked claims to silver in the Tamazula area, marking his significant involvement in the mining sector. In 1536, Cortes led an expedition to explore the northwestern parts of Mexico, during which he discovered the Baja California Peninsula. His explorations along the Pacific coast of Mexico continued, with the Gulf of California being named the Sea of Cortes by Francisco de Ulloa in 1539, in honor of its first European discoverer. This exploration was among the last major expeditions undertaken by Cortes, marking the final chapter of his career as a conquistador and explorer before his eventual return to Spain and subsequent activities in Europe. He returned back to Spain in 1541, amidst a storm of legal controversies and challenges from civilians who accused him of abuses and financial mismanagement. In Spain, he sought to defend his reputation and secure his legacy by directly appealing to Emperor Charles V. His audacious approach to the emperor is captured in his bold statement, "I am a man who has given you more provinces than your ancestors left you cities." Can't argue with that. Cortes joined the fleet of Andrea Doria as part of the emperor's grand expedition against Algiers in 1541, part of the Ottoman Empire at the time. The campaign faced severe challenges, including a violent storm that nearly drowned Cortes as he pursued the Pasha of Algiers, showcasing his enduring, adventurous spirit. In 1544, however, he found himself in financial dire straits. Having invested much of his personal fortune in expeditions, he made a significant claim against the royal treasury, which went unaddressed for 3 years, leaving him deeply frustrated and disillusioned. Deciding to return to Mexico in 1547, he fell ill with dysentery and journeyed to Seville, where his condition worsened, leading to his death on December 2nd, 1547, at the age of 62. Cortes meticulously provided for his numerous mestizo and European descent children in his will, ensuring that each was cared for equally alongside their mothers. He expressed desire for his body to be buried in Mexico, and posthumously his children, including Martin Cortes, his son with Doña Marina, were legitimized by the Pope. After his death, Cortes's remains were moved multiple times. Initially buried in the mausoleum of the Duke of Medina in Seville, his remains were relocated several times due to various circumstances. In 1566, fulfilling his wishes partially, his remains were sent to New Spain and buried in the church of San Francisco de Texcoco, alongside his mother and one of his sisters. Cortes's remains faced the risk of desecration, however, following Mexican independence, prompting their secret removal. For a long time, they were lost, until they were rediscovered on November 24th, 1946, by the National Institute of Anthropology and History in Mexico, authenticated and placed in the Hospital of Jesus with a bronze plaque and his coat of arms. This marked the final resting place for a man whose life was as turbulent and controversial as the lands that he conquered. Well, thank you very much for listening. That was a longer one, wasn't it? Not too long, I don't think. Francis Bacon was an English philosopher, statesman, scientist, and prolific author who played a pivotal role in the development of modern scientific methodology and philosophical empiricism. His advocacy for empirical methods of scientific inquiry laid the foundations for what would later become the scientific method. He served as both Attorney General and Lord Chancellor of England, but despite this great political career, he is most celebrated for his intellectual contributions. His work proposed an inductive approach to science, collecting data, analyzing it, and then formalizing a hypothesis, which was a significant departure from the largely deductive reasoning of the time. Thus, his ideas would have a lasting impact on the development of science, making him a key figure in the transition from the Renaissance to the early modern period. His call for a new science based on empirical and inductive principles helped pave the way for future generations of scientists and thinkers, influencing a wide array of fields beyond just science, including law and literature. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, good to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's great to see you again. As always, the best way to support the channel is just by enjoying the content. Those who want to go above and beyond may refer to the description of this video. You'll find where you need to go. And now, without further ado, please allow yourself to become relaxed, and we can begin our biography of Francis Bacon. Francis Bacon, the future luminary of scientific method and philosophy, was born on the 22nd of January, 1561, at York House near the Strand in the city of London. He was the son of Sir Nicholas Bacon, the esteemed Lord Keeper of the Great Seal, and his second wife, Anne Cook Bacon. Yes, I know, not a joke. Her name is Cook Bacon. Herself the daughter of the renowned Renaissance humanist Anthony Cook. This connection made Francis part of an influential network, and his aunt was married to William Cecil, the first Baron of Burghley, one of the most powerful men in England, and uncle to Francis. From an early age, things were not easy. Francis's health was fragile at the best of times, which led to his education being primarily an affair conducted at home. But he was not short of tutors, with those including John Walstall, an Oxford-educated man with very strong Puritan beliefs. Well, despite all of his health challenges, Bacon embarked on a more formal education at the age of 12, when he entered Trinity College at the University of Cambridge on April 5, 1573. He spent 3 years there alongside his older brother Anthony, studying all sorts of topics. The boys were under the watchful eye of Dr. John Whitgift, the future Archbishop of Canterbury. Their studies were pretty normal for the day, steeped in Latin and followed by the traditional medieval curriculum that one would expect from an institution such as Oxford. It was during the time at Cambridge that Bacon had his first encounter with Queen Elizabeth I, who was apparently impressed by his precocious intellect and famously referred to him as the young Lord Keeper. Remember that his father was the esteemed Lord Keeper of the Great Seal. It's quite a compliment. While Bacon's academic pursuits led him to question the established scientific methods and results of his time, finding them flawed and unproductive. Now, this isn't to say that we throw out the baby with the bathwater. In fact, like everybody at the time, he rather admired Aristotle and the old world thinkers. How could you not? But he found that Aristotelian philosophy to be barren and misguided in its objectives, his words, not mine. His studies at Gray's Inn, which he joined with his brother in June of 1576, were interrupted when he travelled abroad with Sir Amias Powlett, the English ambassador to Paris. While Francis was absorbing political lessons in France under the reign of Henry III and travelling through Blois, Poitiers, Tours, Italy, and Spain, Anthony continued his studies back home in England. Francis's European tours enhanced his understanding of language, statecraft, and civil law, and he occasionally undertook diplomatic tests, such as delivering letters to significant figures, such as Walsingham, Burleigh, Leicester, and at one point, even the Queen. In February of 1579, the death of his father, Sir Nicholas, brought an abrupt end to this period of his life. Sir Nicholas had intended to purchase an estate for Francis, but his untimely death meant that Francis inherited only a fraction of the planned sum. This financial blow forced Bacon into debt, leading him to reside at Gray's Inn to study law and support himself. His financial situation was somewhat alleviated by a grant from his mother, who gave him the manor of Marks near Romford in Essex, which provided him with an annual rent of £46. It doesn't sound like much, but at the time, not bad. This period marked the beginning of Francis's long and distinguished, though at times troubled, career in law, philosophy, and science. He dedicated his life to three main objectives, that being serving the church, serving his country, and uncovering truth. To fulfill these aspirations, he sought a more prominent position. In 1580, he applied for a court post through the influence of his uncle, Lord Burleigh, hoping it would allow him to pursue a scholarly life. Unfortunately, his application was unsuccessful. So, for the next 2 years, Francis quietly worked away at Gray's Inn until he was admitted as an outer barrister in 1582. His political career had already commenced in 1581, when he was elected as a Member of Parliament for Boseney, Cornwall, in a by-election. He later represented Melcombe in Dorset in 1584 and Taunton in 1586. During this period, he began writing about the state of the church and philosophical reform, producing the now lost tract Temporis Partis Maximus. Despite his efforts, he did not secure the positions he believed would lead to success. Showing leanings towards Puritanism, Bacon attended Puritan sermons at Gray's Inn and accompanied his mother to the Temple Church to hear Walter Travers. This involvement led to his earliest surviving tract, which criticized the suppression of Puritan clergy by the English Church. In the 1586 Parliament, he vocally supported the execution of the Catholic Mary, Queen of Scots. Around this time, Bacon's uncle sought assistance once more, resulting in significant progress in his legal career. He became a bencher in 1586 and was elected as a reader in 1587, delivering his first lectures during Lent of 1588. The following year, he secured the reversion to clerkship of the Star Chamber, a position worth £1,600 annually, although he did not formally assume this role until 1608. In 1588, Bacon served as the MP for Liverpool, and later represented Middlesex in 1593. He subsequently represented Ipswich 3 times, and Cambridge University once in 1614. He had already earned a reputation as a progressive reformer, advocating for legal amendments and simplifications, less bureaucracy, basically. And although loyal to the crown, he opposed feudal privileges for autocratic powers, speaking out against religious persecution and criticizing the House of Lords for overstepping on money bills. He championed the union of England and Scotland, viewing it as essential for the peace and strength of both nations. You'll have to ask the Scottish about that. Later, he would also support the integration of Ireland into this union, believing that closer constitutional ties would bring stability and unity. He also formed a close relationship with Robert Devereux, the second Earl of Essex, who was Queen Elizabeth's favourite. By 1591, Bacon had become Essex's confidential advisor. In 1592, he was tasked with responding to a Jesuit polemic by Robert Parson, resulting in the tract Certain Observations Made Upon a Libel, which defended England by likening it to democratic Athens against an aggressive Spain. In February of 1593, he took his third parliamentary seat for Middlesex, when Elizabeth convened Parliament to address a Roman Catholic conspiracy against her. Francis's opposition to a bill proposing triple subsidies in half the usual time managed to offend the Queen, and led to accusations of him courting popularity. Well, this caused his temporary exclusion from royal favour. When the Attorney General's position became available in 1594, Essex's support was insufficient to secure the post for Francis, which went instead to Sir Edward Coke. Bacon also failed to obtain the Solicitor General position in 1595, with Sir Thomas Fleming receiving the appointment. To mitigate these disappointments, Essex gifted Bacon a property in Twickenham, which Bacon sold for £1,800. In 1597, he achieved the distinction of becoming the first Queen's Counsel designate and was granted a patent that gave him precedence at the bar. Despite these honors, he struggled to gain the recognition he sought, and his attempt to court the wealthy widow Lady Elizabeth Hatton ended in failure when she chose Edward Coke over him. This, of course, further strained their rivalry. In 1598, Bacon was arrested for debt, but his standing with the Queen gradually improved thereafter. Severing ties with Essex proved to be advantageous, as Essex was executed for treason in 1601. Bacon was appointed to investigate the charges against Essex. Testimonies from Essex's followers revealed plans for rebellion against the Queen. Bacon then joined the legal team led by Attorney General Sir Edward Coke at Essex's treason trial. While following his execution, the Queen commissioned Bacon to write the official account of what had happened. This document, which was heavily edited by the Queen and her ministers, was published as a declaration of the practices and treasons attempted and committed by Robert, late Earl of Essex, and his accomplices against Her Majesty and her kingdoms. I would have went for a little bit of a shorter name, but hey, that's just me. William Raleigh, Bacon's personal secretary and chaplain, described him as a compassionate judge, severe in dealing with crimes, but merciful towards individuals. Raleigh noted that Bacon harbored no malice, was not vindictive, and always refrained from defaming others. The accession of James I marked the turning point for Francis, who had gained increased favor with the new monarch. Thus, in 1603, Bacon was knighted, becoming Sir Francis Bacon. Demonstrating his political acumen, he penned the work Apologies to defend his actions in the Essex case, aligning himself with Essex's previous support for James's succession to the throne. During the uneventful first parliamentary session of James's reign, Bacon was married to Alice Barnum in the year 1604. His career continued to advance steadily. In June of 1607, he was appointed Solicitor General, and in 1608 he began his tenure as Clerk of the Star Chamber. Despite a substantial income from these positions, Bacon continued to struggle with lingering debts. He sought further advancement and political stability by backing King James and his authoritarian policies. During the fourth session of James's first Parliament in 1610, Bacon advised the king, though James's conflicts with the Commons over royal prerogatives and excessive spending ultimately led to the dissolution of Parliament in February of 1611. Nevertheless, Bacon managed to maintain favour with both the king and the Commons. In 1613, he was finally appointed Attorney General after advising the king on a judicial reshuffle. His tenure was, however, marked by controversial actions, such as his zealous and legally contentious efforts to convict Edmund Peacham for treason, which included the use of torture. Bacon also collaborated with Gray's Inn to produce The Masque of Flowers for the wedding of Robert Carr, the first Earl of Somerset, and Frances Howard, the Countess of Somerset. In 1616, however, he prosecuted the couple for murder. Well, his influence was challenged during the so-called Princes' Parliament of April 1614, which objected to his presence as the MP for Cambridge, and opposed several royal initiatives he supported. Although he was allowed to remain in Parliament, a law was passed prohibiting the Attorney General from sitting in Parliament. Despite the growing resentment among his peers, Francis continued to enjoy the king's favour, which of course is probably the most important person to have on your side. In March of 1617, he was appointed temporary regent of England for a month, and in 1618 he finally became Lord Chancellor. On July 12, 1618, Bacon was elevated to the peerage as Baron Verulam of Verulam, earning the title Francis, Lord Verulam. His influence and mediation between the throne and the Parliament led to further elevation. On January 27, 1621, he was raised in peerage to the Viscount of St. Alban. His public career actually ended in disgrace in 1621. Financial difficulties led to a parliamentary committee charging him with 23 counts of corruption, accusations that were driven by his lifelong adversary, Sir Edward Coke. When confronted, Bacon acknowledged his guilt, stating, "My lords, it is my act, my hand, and my heart. I beseech your lordships to be merciful to a broken reed." He was fined £40,000 and imprisoned in the Tower of London at the king's pleasure, although his imprisonment was brief, and the fine was later remitted by the king. Remember what I said about having the right people on your side? Well, more gravely, one could argue, is that Bacon was barred from holding office or sitting in Parliament, narrowly escaping the degradation that would have stripped him of his noble titles. Following this downfall, he decided to dedicate himself to a more quiet life of studying and writing. It is widely accepted that Bacon had received gifts from litigants, a common practice of the time that didn't necessarily indicate deep-seated corruption, but somewhat hinted at it. While he did admit to lax conduct, he maintained that he never allowed these gifts to influence his judgments, and he sometimes ruled against those who had given him gifts. He defended himself to King James, asserting his innocence and offering to sacrifice himself for the king's sake. In a letter to George Villiers, the first Duke of Buckingham, Bacon expressed his peace of mind, emphasizing his integrity despite the accusations, and I'll read from the letter now. "My mind is calm, for my fortune is not my felicity. I know I have clean hands and a clean heart, and I hope a clean house for friends or servants. But Job himself, or whoever was the justest judge, by such hunting for matters against him as hath been used against me, may for a time seem foul, especially in a time when greatness is the mark and accusations is the game. Given the pervasive nature of gift-giving and the Commons' fervent investigation into judicial corruption, it has been suggested that Bacon was actually a scapegoat, deflecting attention from Buckingham's own questionable practices. The true reason behind Francis's confession is still a matter of debate. Some have speculated that illness, hope for leniency due to his fame and high office, or even blackmail with threats of a sodomy charge may have influenced his decision. Basil Montague, a British jurist, defended Bacon against accusations of servility and dissimulation. He argued that such criticisms were unfounded, pointed out that many notable figures of the age, like Herbert, Tennyson, and Selden, held Bacon in very high regard. He contended that Bacon's noble letters, his contempt for Lord Keeper Puckering, his straightforward dealings with Robert Cecil, and his advocacy for the rights of the people contradicted claims of servility. Montague noted that despite the accusations, Bacon was loved and honored by many distinguished contemporaries, and was followed to his grave with devoted affection. He was a devout Anglican who believed in studying philosophy and the natural world through inductive methods. He argued that while humans can investigate arguments for God's existence, knowledge of God's attributes, such as his nature, actions, and purposes, comes solely from special revelation. Bacon saw knowledge as cumulative and expansive, surpassing mere preservation of the past. He famously wrote, and I quote, "Knowledge is the rich storehouse for the glory of the Creator and the relief of man's estate." In his essays, he posited that "a little philosophy inclineth man's mind to atheism, but depth in philosophy bringeth men's minds about to religion." Bacon's concepts of idols of the mind was an attempt to Christianize science while developing a new, reliable scientific method. For instance, he used the worship of Neptune as an example of the idolatribus fallacy, hinting at the religious undertones of his critique. He opposed the fragmentation within Christianity, fearing it would lead to widespread atheism. He articulated this concern by stating the following: "The causes of atheism are divisions in religion, if they be many. For any one main division addeth zeal to both sides, but many divisions introduce atheism. Another is scandal of priests. A third is custom of profane scoffing in holy matters. And lastly, learned times, specifically with peace and prosperity, for troubles and adversaries, do more bow men's minds to religion." In his personal life, he experienced romantic and marital challenges. At 36, he courted Elizabeth Hatton, a young widow, but she ended their relationship to marry his rival Sir Edward Coke. He expressed regret over the failed courtship years and years later. Well, at 45 years old, he did get married to Alice Barnum, the 13-year-old daughter of a prominent London alderman. He wrote sonnets professing his love for Alice during their courtship and on their wedding day, which was on May the 10th, 1606. When Bacon became Lord Chancellor, Alice was given precedence over the court ladies by special warrant of the king. William Raleigh, Bacon's personal secretary and chaplain, noted their marriage was characterized by much conjugal love and respect, mentioning a robe of honor that Bacon had gifted to her, which she wore until her death over 20 years after his. However, reports of marital friction surfaced, possibly due to Alice's dissatisfaction with their financial situation. As their debts grew, Alice sought financial favors from friends, leading to further strain. Bacon eventually disinherited Alice upon discovering her affair with Sir John Underhill, rewriting his will to exclude her entirely. Now, regarding Bacon's sexuality, some authors believe he primarily was attracted to men despite his marriage. Alan Stewart and John Aubrey, among others, have suggested that Bacon's relationships with men were significant. Aubrey recorded in his Brief Lives that Bacon was a PDF file and had male favorites who accepted bribes. Now, the term pederast in Renaissance usage generally referred to homosexual men rather than specifically those involved with minors. Now, this is just speculation. We don't really know for sure, of course, but it does need to be mentioned. Now, Sir Symonds D'Ewes, implied that Bacon faced accusations of buggery, a charge also leveled at his brother Anthony. In his diary entry for May the 3rd, 1621, the day of Bacon's censure by Parliament, D'Ewes mentioned Bacon's affection for his Welsh servingman, particularly a youth named Godric, whom he called Bacon's catamite and bedfellow. However, this view is contested, with some scholars arguing that the evidence is inconsistent and open to one's own interpretation. Publicly, Bacon distanced himself from homosexuality, describing his utopian island in his work New Atlantis as the chastest nation under heaven, and stating, as for masculine love, they have no touch of it. On April 9th, 1626, Bacon died of pneumonia at Arundel Mansion in Highgate, just outside of London. His death, shrouded in a tale that highlighted his dedication to scientific inquiry, was vividly recounted by John Aubrey in his work Brief Lives. According to Aubrey, Bacon, accompanied by the king's physician, was inspired to use snow to preserve meat during a journey through the winter. They immediately decided to experiment, stopping at a poor woman's house at the bottom of Highgate Hill to buy a fowl, which they then stuffed with snow. This exposure to the cold led Bacon to contracting a fatal case of pneumonia. Aubrey's account suggests a direct link between his experiment and Bacon's subsequent illness and death, quoting thusly, "The snow so chilled him that he immediately fell so extremely ill that he could not return to his lodging, but went to the Earl of Arundel's house at Highgate, where they put him into a damp bed that had not been lain in, which gave him such a cold that in 2 or 3 days, as I remember that Mr. Hobbs told me, he died of suffocation." Although Aubrey has been criticized for his credulity, his close relationship with Thomas Hobbes, the aforementioned Mr. Hobbes, and Bacon's friend and fellow philosopher, lends some credence to his account. On his deathbed, Bacon dictated his final letter to his absent host and friend, Lord Arundel, reflecting on the experiment and his sudden illness, and it goes like this. "My very good lord, I was likely to have had the fortune of Caius Plinius the elder, who lost his life by trying an experiment about the burning of Mount Vesuvius, for I was also desirous to try an experiment or two touching the conservation and induration of bodies. As for the experiment itself, it succeeded excellently well, but in the journey between London and Highgate, I was taken with such a fit of casting, as I know not whether it were the stone or some surfeit of gold, or indeed a touch of them all three. When I came to your lordship's house, I was not able to go back, and therefore was forced to take up my lodging here, where your housekeeper is very careful and diligent about me, which I assure myself your lordship will not only pardon towards him, but think the better of him for it. For indeed your lordship's house was happy to me, and I kiss your noble hands for the welcome which I am sure you give me to it. I know how unfit it is for me to write with any other hand than mine own, but by my troth my fingers are so disjointed with sickness that I cannot steadily hold a pen. Another account of Bacon's death is provided by William Raleigh, his personal secretary and chaplain. Raleigh described Bacon's death as occurring on the 9th day of April, in the year 1626, in the early morning of the day, then celebrated for our Saviour's resurrection, in the 66th year of his age, at the Earl of Arundel's house in Highgate near London, to which place he casually repaired about a week before, God so ordaining that he should die there of a gentle fever, accidentally accompanied with a great cold, whereby the defluxion of rheum fell so plentiful upon his breast that he died by suffocation. Bacon was buried in St. Michael's Church in St. Albans. His death prompted the collection of eulogies from over 30 notable contemporaries, which were later published in Latin. Despite leaving personal assets of about £7,000 and lands that realized £6,000 upon their sale, his debts at the time of his death amounted to over £23,000, equivalent to more than £4 million today, if adjusted properly for inflation. Now his seminal work, Novum Organum, played a pivotal role in shaping scholarly thought in the 1630s and 50s. It notably influenced Sir Thomas Browne, who adhered to Baconian principles in his Encyclopaedia Pseudodoxia Epidemica in 1646–72. This book established the scientific method based on observation and induction. Bacon argued that all learning and knowledge derive from inductive reasoning. He believed that through experimental encounters one could attain the necessary knowledge to fully understand a concept. Inductive reasoning involves observing the specific details of nature and then organizing these observations into a coherent structure that can be presented to the understanding. Bacon emphasized that experimentation is crucial for discovering nature's truths. By piecing together the results of various experiments, one can form conclusions and understand nature better. It seems very obvious in 2024, but at the time this was a little bit of a new idea. According to Bacon, nature is a complex system that requires diligent observation to uncover its secrets. He posited that by examining specific examples from nature and expanding them into general claims, one could get substantial knowledge from them. This specific process of understanding particulars leads us to a broader comprehension and knowledge of nature, allowing for the new information to be organized and obtained. His belief in the power of inductive methods to provide definitive answers about the universe's laws and nature was supremely confident. He concluded that all learning and knowledge must therefore be drawn from inductive reasoning. During the Restoration, Bacon was often invoked as an inspiration for the Royal Society, founded under Charles II in 1660. His non-metaphysical approach to science became more influential in the 18th century during the French Enlightenment, surpassing the dualism of his French contemporary René Descartes. In 1733, Voltaire introduced Bacon to a French audience as the, as he quoted, father of the scientific method, a view that, in fairness, became widespread by the 1750s. In the 19th century, Bacon's emphasis on induction was revived and developed by thinkers like William Whewell. Consequently, he is also often regarded as the father of experimental philosophy. Bacon also wrote comprehensive treatises on medicine, the history of life and death, which included natural and experimental observations aimed at prolonging life. The historian William Hepworth Dixon highlighted Bacon's profound impact on modern life, stating, "Bacon's influence in the modern world is so great that every man who rides in a train, sends a telegram, follows a steam plow, sits in an easy chair, crosses the Channel or the Atlantic, eats a good dinner, enjoys a beautiful garden, or undergoes a painless surgical operation, owes him something." Francis Bacon played a pivotal role in the establishment of the British colonies in North America, particularly in Virginia, the Carolinas, and Newfoundland. His government report on the Virginia colony, submitted in 1609, demonstrated his commitment to colonization efforts. In 1610, he and his associates secured a charter from the king to form the Treasurer and the Company of Adventurers and Planters of the City of London and Bristol for the colony or plantation in Newfoundland, leading to the dispatch of John Guy to establish a colony there. Thomas Jefferson, the third President of the United States, also lauded Francis Bacon, along with Locke and Newton, as one of the greatest men, crediting them with laying the foundations for advancements in physical and moral sciences. Although few of Bacon's proposals for law reform were implemented during his lifetime, his legal legacy was indeed significant. The magazine New Scientist in 1961 recognized his influence on the Napoleonic Code and the legal reforms introduced by 19th century Prime Minister Sir Robert Peel. Harvey Wheeler, in Francis Bacon's Verulamium, the common law template of the modern English science and culture, credited Bacon with creating key features of the modern common law system. These include using cases as evidence of the unwritten law, determining the relevance of precedents through exclusionary principles, and treating opposing legal beliefs as adversarial hypotheses. Sir Matthew Hale, a 17th century jurist, acknowledged Bacon as the inventor of the process for discovering unwritten laws from their applications, combining empiricism and inductivism in a manner that profoundly influenced modern English society. Bacon is commemorated with a statue in Gray's Inn, South Square, London, that still stands, where he received his legal training and was elected treasurer of the inn all the way back in 1608. Well, thank you very much for joining me today. It's been a pleasure once again. I'd like to thank my top-tier patrons, Britt, Charles, Jeffrey, Stark Factory, and JC. Thank you for supporting the channel. If you would like to do so, you know where the link is in the description. But I will thank you once again for joining me, and wish you all the best. Until we meet again, hopefully tomorrow. Good night, everyone.